Today is Thursday, January 16th, 2025, 9 o'clock a.m. Call the Lyon County Board of Commissioners meeting to order. To avoid disruptions, please place cell phones and beepers in the silent mode or turn them off during the meeting. The board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner. Items may be combined for consideration, and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. Restrictions and comments by the general public. Any such restrictions must be reasonable and may restrict the time, place, and manner of the comments, but may not restrict comments based on viewpoint. Board of County Commissioners convening as other boards. Members of the Board of County Commissioners also serve as the Liquor Board, Central Lyon Vector Control District Board, Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board, Walker River Weed Control District Board, Better Creek General Improvement District Board, the Silver Springs General Improvement District Board, and during this meeting may convene as any of those boards as indicated on this or on a separate posted agenda. This meeting may break between 11:30 and 1:30 for lunch. Start off with the roll call. All the commissioners are here and present in chambers. We'll go on to the invocation given by Will Crowley of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Please rise if you can and stay risen for the Pledge of Allegiance about to follow.
Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we humbly come before Thee at this time and the beginning of this commissioning meeting. We are grateful for the blessings we have to be here, to be able to serve our public. Father, we are grateful for the love Thou hast shown for us in providing Jesus Christ as our Savior. We're indeed grateful for the opportunities that Thou hast entrusted upon us. Now, Father, at this time, we ask special blessings to be upon this commissioning board, that as they serve, they may serve the public with all due diligence. We are indeed grateful for all their efforts and the service they render. This time also, we'd like to ask special blessings to be upon those brothers and sisters of the Los Angeles County, California, and the wildfires, and all those that are responding to assist and fight those fires. We also ask that Thou will be with the families who've lost loved ones. Be with the communities who've been totally devastated and lost all. We are indeed grateful for the blessings of mortality. We know that all things are for our good. And at this time, be with us. Allow Thy Spirit to attend this meeting as we dedicate it into Thee and Thy name. In the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Commissioner Jacobson, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, this brings us to public participation or action will be taken on any agenda until it is properly agendized. It is anticipated the public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, but before the board takes any action. I've already had some questions about talking about subjects that are on the agenda. We're going to be held right to what states on the agenda. So if you're going to try to expand that agenda item, you would talk now, not because we can't expand the agenda item from what it actually says on the agenda. So public comment. Just write your, say your name and write it down.
Lynn Ballator. And I'm from Dayton, and I think we're talking about the school board trustee. I'm gonna urge you to keep the procedures the way they are with our trustees. I know there's a group who wants to change it so that they will help you choose the people for the trustees. I think that right now it goes through the other trustees to vet people for the board, and then you approve them. I want to urge you to make sure that whoever goes on the trustees cares about all the people, not just their agenda. I saw where they said that our libraries are giving children pornography and grooming them, and I don't believe that's happening. I know a lot of different people. I've known Lynn for a long time. I think she's a wonderful director. And I know that she's there for all the people. I know in Dayton, our current staff is definitely for all the people. They, I don't know, and they're not, we already have rules against pornography and against that sort of thing. And if you go into our libraries, I think you won't find too much that is objectionable. So we just want to stop. We know that there's groups out there. Everybody knows, like Moms for Liberty was in Reno and trying to get their agenda going for the school boards, for the library boards. And I'm totally against that. So if you don't have any questions,
Did you sign in?
I signed this.
We will be talking about that particular thing on the presentation on the structure of the Lyon County Library and an overview of the library operation. So if you're going to talk about that, wait till that meeting, till that thing. But if you're,
Good morning. My name is Lynn Evans, and I'm a candidate for the open position for the Library Board of Trustees, the Fernley. I retired about a year and a half ago, and I was employed for almost 24 years with the Lyon County Library Department, and I kind of did all positions there. My last position was branch manager of the Fernley Library, so I'm kind of familiar with the people up there and their needs and their wants. And I've also been a resident of Lyon County for over 30 years too. So anyway, that's kind of my spiel and everything. Just wanted to get my name out there and let you know I am a candidate for that position, that open position with the library board. Thank you.
any more public comment?
No.
You're ready.
Candace McCarthy, I just have a clarification on when you were saying about the library issue. Is a comment now about how the trustees are happening in Yarrington here? Is that to be addressed during the agenda item or is? Yeah,
During our agenda item, we'll have a presentation of how LC is right now and how things move forward. So
thank you.
that's what we'll be talking about, but we're not talking about some of these other subjects that are coming forward right
Okay.
now.
So then I will wait for item number 16C. But I will sign in. And thank you for the clarification.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Mason and I'm from Dayton. I want to have my comments added to the minutes of the meeting. A month ago, several Lyon County residents reported via Zoom their concerns about the type of sexually explicit books on the shelves in the children's section of the Lyon County libraries. I want to voice my concerns regarding the issue. I voiced my concern to the Lyon County Library trustees in Dayton at their meeting on September 24th, as did several other citizens. The trustees voted against amending their book purchasing practices and to not move the sexually explicit books to shelves in the adult section, which would protect the children from accessing them. I also attended the Lyon County Library Trustees meeting November 19th here in Yerington and once again voiced my concern about the placement and purchasing of several sexually explicit books. The trustees once again vetoed my actions. As I have explained at each meeting I have spoken at, I am not seeking to ban the books. I'm asking that the trustees have these books reshelved in the adult section where we would hope the children would not have easy access to them without parental supervision and knowledge of its contents. Just like you would put a dangerous substance out of the reach of a child who did not understand its dangers, so should a book that is pornographic in nature be out of the reach of children. If possessing pornographic material involving a child is against the law, why would we want to expose our precious children to its harmful effects? I am providing the commissioners with several pages copied out of books I have found in the Lyon County libraries. The books I have copied from are two of Sarah Moss's books, the book Blue Eyes and the book Flamer. All of these books are currently on the shelves in the Lyon County libraries. I know that because I have personally pulled the books from the shelves. I will not read out loud the contents of the pages as they are embarrassing for me to read and should shock the commissioners. If you are shocked by this explicit description of sexual intercourse and other adult topics, think of your children and grandchildren reading material like this. Yes, sexual intercourse is a part of normal life between consenting adults, but explicit descriptions of the act are not for the young mind that is not ready to process this information. And it is a parent's duty to teach this to the child, not an inappropriate book. I'm asking you to add an agenda item to the next meeting to review and prepare the process of replacing 3 library trustees when their reappointment comes up for vote. These 3 women are Jan Sharp, Kay Edwards, and Nora Stevens. These 3 ladies are against revising the policies to protect children. We need trustees who will listen to their community and who will adopt policies to protect our children from sexually explicit material and ensure the library is a wholesome place.
Time is up.
Thank you for your time. Who do I give these to?
You later copies for the.
These
copy. I mean, for citizens. That's just your comment.
Just,
Oh, this is-
yeah, just my comment.
Okay.
Any more public comment?
Good morning. I thank all of you for your dedication and service to Lyon County.
Could you,
Spoken here before.
could you state your name?
Yeah, my name is Fred Schroeder, and I'm a Lyon County citizen, father, grandfather, and director of a children's program for 2-year-olds to 6th graders in Dayton. I come before you today to request that you place an agenda item for the next meeting or as soon as possible for the purpose of appointing a Lyon County Library Board of Trustees. I previously spoke to you about protecting children from being exposed to sexually explicit material at our public libraries. As county commissioners, I am confident this is a concern to you as well. I realize there is an agenda item regarding the Lyon County Libraries at today's meeting. However, the agenda item is a presentation by our county manager on the structure of the Lyon County Libraries and an overview of library operations. I'm specifically requesting you fill the current vacancy on the library board. I suspect that you'll hear today about what you can and cannot do about the failure of the 3 current library board trustees in enacting policies that will prevent sexually explicit and vulgar material from being in our libraries. But there is one thing that you are obligated to do that can be a step towards solving this problem. NRS 379.020, number 3 states, I'll quote, all vacancies which may occur at any time in the office of county library trustee must be filled by appointment by the Board of County Commissioners. So I'm asking you to move on this by placing this item on the next agenda or as soon as possible. But I'm also asking that you ensure that you see all the applications and determine that the new trustee will uphold the values of our community and will be committed to enacting policies that will prevent sexually explicit material and obscenity from being available in our public libraries while children have free access to it. I'm not sure how exactly the process worked, but I know this, you make the decisions regarding who's on the library board. The library director or the current library board trustees do not. I hope you'll appoint a trustee who is willing to take a stand and to do the work necessary to protect children in our libraries. I stand here representing a large number of people that desire that this problem be resolved, protect our children. And we are here to encourage you and support you in taking any appropriate actions to protect our children. Filling this vacancy with someone who will protect our children is a good next step. It's within your power. And I'm going to leave my comments.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any other public comment?
Good morning. It came to my attention that some of the books in the library.
State your name for the record.
Sorry, David Black. I've been a resident here for almost 18 years. And I was a former library on the library board in my previous residence. It came to my attention that some of the books in our current library, which is a lovely library, Blue Eyes, Tricks, Traffic, and Me and Earl and the Dying Girl are some of the, just a few of the ones that are in there. It's totally inappropriate for anybody, much less children. Please excuse my note because this is more than I could retain. But what if I told you I brought a bag of noxious weed seeds? Would you take them home for your yard? These definitions are straight from Webster's dictionary. Weed. Something undesirable, a sorry, worthless plant. Noxious, harmful, deadly, pernicious. Pernicious, harmful in the extreme. Destruction, deadly. Pornographic, obscene literature. Obscene, offensive to modesty, indecent, filthy. Harm, injury, hurt, damage, to hurt, to injure. Right, that which is correct and in accordance with accepted standard of justice and truth, opposite of wrong. Wrong, that which is contrary to moral right, evil, not morally correct, to hurt, injure, treat unjustly. I submit that the noxious weeds have been sown in our yard, and who is willing to help pull them out? Thank you for your care.
Weeds.
You didn't want the weeds? I brought it.
Hello, my name is Summer Merrill and I am a resident of Lyon County. I live here in Yerington, just down the street. I'm also a avid library user and lover. I worked there for a few years. I'm also a mother of 4, ages 17 through 9. And if anyone should be concerned about these books, it should be me. However, I do not live in fear, because I know that my role and my responsibility as a mother is to sit down with my children, to help them choose appropriate materials, to go to the library with them, and to choose out things that are appropriate for them and for my family and things that align with my own values. The books that are being discussed today are not ones that I personally would invite into my home. However, I understand that there are people who feel differently than I do. And I reserve the right to choose for myself and for my family what I read. And I would like to reserve that right for others as well. The library should reflect not just a small portion of the community, but everyone in the community. And it is up to those who use the library to choose what they read. So I am here to support the library and also to support the right to choose. It is no one else's business what you read other than your own. Those who object to the library carrying a variety of books would like you to think that librarians are pushing these for children. That's simply untrue. They are on the shelf with hundreds and thousands of other books that are available for you to choose, for you to check out, for you to read, or for you to leave on the shelf. The choice is up to you, up to other parents in our community, and to other citizens. I do fear when others feel that it is their job or that they are entitled to make decisions on my behalf. That is more concerning to me than any book could ever be. And I would just like to support our current board. They are doing a wonderful job. And our director, who is a wonderful woman I've worked with personally, and I would like to invite members of the community that are concerned to get to know these people, to become their friends and their allies and work together with them. Nothing's going to be solved by bringing props and, coming to meetings. I ask you to please go to a library and work with the members of our community. That's where real change is going to happen. Thank you.
Any more public comment?
My name is Jeff Ulrich. I live in Lyon County. I'm here to discuss filling the open vacancy on the Lyon County Library Board. I am appalled by the pornography books in the county library system targeting children and teens. I am also appalled at the books in the county library system containing LGBTQ propaganda, also targeting children and teens. Our public libraries must become a safe place, again, for children and teens. Ours are not. Filling the vacant library board with someone dedicated to making this needed change will help make our county library safe. God's promise, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves, pray, and seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and forgive their sin and heal their land. The outcome of how we choose. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a disgrace to any people. The role of government, for rulers are not to cause fear for good behavior, but for evil. Do you want to have no fear of authority? Do what is good, and you will have praise from the same, for it is a minister of God to you for good.
Is there any more public comment?
Judith Harker, Wellington, Nevada. There have been a number of comments about our library, public libraries, accusing us of doing crazy stuff like promoting child pornography and being a breeding ground for sexual exploitation of children. Sadly, members of some local churches have been manipulated by a back east extremist group whose goal is not the protection of children, but rather to gain control of local library boards of trustees in order to promote their agenda. The library system has had a long-standing policy for handling patron complaints about library materials. Here's the form available at every branch that you can fill out and bring a book to the librarian and discuss it and have it moved or withdrawn or whatever the decision would be. Not one single person representing these comments has ever.
Excuse me. Please don't address the board.
Nobody's ever filed a form with the library about any of the books that they're complaining about. They just want to threaten the library and intimidate our trustees and force trustees on us who will succumb to their agenda. The policy may actually endanger children. Books that warn children against trafficking or describe how kids might recognize and avoid sexual molestation would all be banned from the library. They're denying parents the right to have age-appropriate materials to discuss these sensitive topics with their kids. All political and religious points of view are welcome in the library. That's the essence of freedom to read and freedom to think. We can't knuckle under to anyone who opposes that. And we can't have library policy dictated by any one point of view. And I'm talking about not the left-wing agenda about gender identity or wanting to ban Dr. Seuss books. I'm talking about Muslim agenda who might want to have us rule under Sharia law. And we can't allow our library staff and trustees to be threatened by false accusations from extremist groups, but under the guise of protecting our children. Thank you.
Any more public comment?
Good morning, and thank you for your service to Lyon County. My name is Gwen Ernst Ulrich. I live in Smith Valley. And today I want to talk to you about the trustee position that's open. We do need trustees who will develop, support, and enforce policies that encourage wholesome values and protect citizens from harm when using our public libraries. One of the concerns that I have is that our children need to be protected from sex offenders whose deviant desires can be fueled by materials found in our public libraries. Adults do seek gratification from sexually deviant materials. We know that's true. They should not be able to find those materials in our Nevada public libraries. Our nation is founded under God, and we should seek only to provide materials that further Christian values, or at the very least, do not harm them in our public libraries. Currently, we have materials there that do just that. I also would like to submit for the record today, we have a letter of support. I'll read the contents of the letter of support, and then I will be submitting this with 32 signatures to the county commissioners. This letter says, "Dear Commissioners, thank you for your dedication and service to Lyon County. We are concerned about our public libraries. Thank you for making this issue a priority and ensuring that children are not exposed to sexually explicit materials through our libraries. Please use our tax dollars to make sure that the libraries are a wholesome, family-friendly resource for our community." So I will be submitting that. I also have some other materials that I will be leaving. There's a Rainbow Project book list that comes from the American Library Association, which is not, by the way, an arm of the federal government. It's just a nonprofit group that likes to support LGBTQ and sexually deviant materials. There are several books on this list that are in our public libraries here and should be gone. I'm also going to be including the rating system that goes with it. And finally, I have a couple of articles here from books that are found in our libraries. I could not read these aloud. I barely could read them as it was, and they're terrible, and they do nothing to further anything good for any person of any age, sex, or whatever deviate or a thing you would like to call yourself, whatever label you want to place on yourself. They're not healthy at all, and they are disturbing and against God, who founded our nation. I would like to leave you with one quote from the Bible that is from Philippians 4:8. And this is really where we ought to be focusing as we do anything in this world, certainly when it comes to appointing trustees and developing policies within the library. The quote says,
Any more public comment?
Morning, my name is Chris Fromm. I live in Dayton, and I am an active member of the Friends of the Dayton Valley Library, life member. I support our current trustees. My observance with what I've heard so far this morning is that the majority of the people who are bringing these accusations against our current trustees, it's my understanding that they all belong to a separate common group of the community and do not represent the community as a whole. It's wrong for them to allow them to manipulate the trustees board by working diligently to plant their members in as trustees. They're looking to get 3 seats, which would be a majority of vote. The community as a whole deserves to be represented as a whole and not by a small interest group, regardless of their affiliation. And that I would insist or recommend, strongly suggest that you insist on in order to gauge the scope of these accusations, that you get a comprehensive list of all the names and authors, titles of all the materials that they are referencing, so that you can personally review them yourselves, engage whether or not there's any validity to their accusations. Thank you very much.
Any more public comment? Any more public comment?
Morning, my name is Dick Servey. I'm a pastor here at Harvest Baptist Church. But I taught Christian schools for over 30 years. And in those schools, I taught history. You're hearing here today that these religious groups are against this. But I want to bring you back to memory of the founding fathers. The First Amendment was instituted with the idea that we could redress grievances to the government. We were allowed freedom of speech, meaning that we wouldn't be put in prison or arrested or fined when we spoke up. The freedom they referred to in the original intent was never allowing it to be okay to use profanity or slander or lies or immoral teachings, immoral speaking publicly or written. The proof of that would be George Washington's farewell address. He's the one that presented the 10 amendments to the Constitution. And they presented 12, but 10 got passed. And he was instrumental in getting the First Amendment in there. In his farewell address, one of the greatest presidents we ever had, a man who was respected beyond measure, said this statement about the nation of America. He said the 2 most indispensable supports that hold up a nation are religion and morality. He did not even mention politics. That was his leaving statements for America. America's going down if we don't get our morality back. It is today, in his army, in the Continental Army, it was forbidden to swear. Imagine an army where they didn't swear. It was a court-martial offense. They could be fined and other things, and even whipped if it was a bad enough case. You say that was hundreds of years ago. Guess what? It's still on the books today. Our army and the military code of justice states today that if a soldier speaks immorally or improperly, with sexual innuendos to someone under 16, they can be court-martialed today. This has nothing to do with our church, in effect. These are the founding principles for America. They had enough brains to know if you don't have morals, the nation's going down. And for our military today to say it's an offense punishable by court-martial policies to speak to someone under 16 with sexual innuendos or profane language, all that's in there. Article 134, paragraph 89 in the Military Code of Justice. Okay, if the military can't do this, how come we're doing this to the kids? You got to be kidding me. I mean, come on. Some parents say, well, it's their job to watch the kids. It is, but there's kids that sit there without them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment? And I'm not seeing any online. Or pages. Okay, we move on to. What's that?
It looks like we do have one.
Eric, go ahead.
Yes, hello.
Bob, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm Eric Obermeyer. I live in Silver City. We've lived here for 30 years. Over the past several months, we've seen a small vocal group attempting to insert themselves and their views into the operation of the Lyon County Libraries. Specifically, they want to take for themselves the power to censor and ban library materials not to their liking. There is no justification for substituting this group and their agenda for the judgment, education, and experience of the professional library staff. Everyone in Lyon County does not belong to their church, nor does everyone in Lyon County share their politics or their opinions on literature. However, everyone in Lyon County does use or can use the libraries, and everyone contributes, whether through taxes or through the many volunteer efforts that support the libraries. It goes without saying that there are books, media, and other materials unsuited for a public library. But the choice of materials cannot be left to organized groups seeking to impose their own narrow, intolerant views on the rest of us. That choice is the job of the professional staff. We, as a county, hire them for their professionalism and expertise, including making appropriate selections of books and other materials. I hope that in today's discussion of the trustee roles and responsibilities, the commissioners make this clear and declare their full support of our library director and her staff in these decisions. I also have to address a very disturbing aspect of some of the discussions regarding the libraries. Several individuals have, at public meetings, accused the library staff of distributing pornography to children. This, of course, is a lie. There is no place in our county for this kind of dangerous extremist rhetoric. It is the kind of thing that leads to threats and harassment and must be condemned by everyone. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Well, shut this down. Okay, I'm seeing that. Okay, we move on to number 5 for possible action, review and adoption of the agenda. And I would like to, just because of the people in the room, I'd like to move 16C to right after certain time certain. Other comments from the board? Motion.
Move to adopt the agenda as you just stated.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hendricks, seconded by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye. Right. Oh, is there any public comment on your agenda? Okay, seeing none. Move to number 6, presentation of awards and or recognition of accomplishments. Presentation only. Present Larry DePaul with the Lyon County Sheriff's Office Community Service Award for, as well as the head coordinator for the volunteers of policing from 2023 to 2024. Good
morning, Mike Sheriff, Brad Pope for the record. Today, we recognize Larry DePaul for his dedication and commitment to service to the Lyon County Sheriff's Office and the citizens of Lyon County, while being the head coordinator of the volunteers in policing. It is with great honor that we present the Community Service Award to Larry DePaul for his work as the volunteer coordinator over the past 2 years. Larry transformed our volunteer program into a vibrant hub of activity. Excuse me. His passion for community service inspired countless others to contribute their time and talents. As we present this award, let us honor Larry's achievements and the spirit of service he has instilled in our community and Sheriff's Office. Congratulations, Larry. Your hard work has made our community a better place. Please come forward and accept your well-deserved community service.
Thank you so much for this award. A lot of the progress and positive things we've done are due to the hard work of the volunteers. I was just like coordinating them to make the program as good as it is now. Our new coordinator, Mike Maven, will do a fine job promoting the program. My wife told me it was time to get out, so. I didn't want to put that in there. I'm still gonna be a volunteer, but Mike Maven will be running it from now on. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Any comments? Yes, I have a comment here. Almost every activity that's going on in Lyon County, you always see the volunteers and police work there. They're very visible. They do a really good job, and I appreciate all their efforts for the community. Thank you very much, guys and gals.
Well, I'll just echo that as president of the Chamber of Commerce. We always use these guys helping us with our Dayton Valley News event, and they always do a great job. So thank you all.
Okay. Move on. To number 7A, time certain 9 a.m. for report only update given by Scott Kipper, Nevada Division of Insurance Commissioner. He will be giving a report of their role in working with and monitoring insurance companies requested by Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair Keller. Mr. Kipper, before we get started here, I just want to thank you for joining us. I greatly appreciate your time and willingness to share your expertise and information here today. And then just for the record, this request was placed prior to the tragic senseless killing of the CEO in back east, and also obviously the wildfires. As I know, insurance is on the hit there. So I just wanted to make that clear to everybody that this has been requested for a while back. And again, Mr. Kipper, thank you so very much for your time.
It is my pleasure, and thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, for allowing me to represent the Division of Insurance in front of you today. I'll give you a brief overview of what we do, and then talk a little bit about what we do as far as monitoring carriers and insurers in the state. Before I do start, I would also echo the comments about the tragic events that have taken place this week and last week in Southern California. Certainly our hearts go out to those who've been impacted. Rest assured that we have reached out to our colleagues at the California Department of Insurance to render whatever assistance that we can provide. We are as state regulators, part of the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. And when we have tragic events like this, hurricanes, wildfires, we band together to share resources where needed. A great example was sending some of our consumer affairs staff to Maui last year to assist all those who were impacted by the fires in Lahaina. But a quick overview of what the division does. We regulate a $25 billion industry here in the state. That's $25 billion per year. But to break that down into a little bit more granular, that's nearly $1,000 per man, woman, and child in Nevada spending their that money on insurance premiums annually. It's a big deal, and we take our responsibility to make sure that those all of our consumers are treated fairly, very, very seriously here. The industry generates for the general fund in Nevada over $600 million. That makes us the fourth largest revenue producer for the general fund in the state. We have over 260,000 licensees. We have roughly 25,000 Nevada resident insurance agents, brokers, and producers. The balance are non-resident and are able to write business here in the state. We have roughly 1,450 insurance companies that have a certificate of authority to do business in our state. We oversee more chapters of the Nevada Revised Statute than any other agency in the state. We do this with a staff of 88. Roughly 20 of that number are in our Las Vegas office, mostly in the investigations and consumer affairs area. The balance are here in Carson City, where we have our licensing, our corporate and finance, which oversees the financial side of things, which I'll touch on in a few moments, as well as the balance of the support team here in the state. What we do, our mission is twofold. First, we are the ultimate consumer protection agency in the state for insurance issues. We couple that with our mission to ensure company solvency, to make sure that insurance companies have the wherewithal and the financial means to make good on the promises that they made to consumers through the sale of insurance to them. Most of the time, this process works extremely well. We oversee for most lines of insurance. We do provide some oversight, not only on the content of those policies to make sure they're compliant with state law, but we also oversee much of the rate and rate setting process that companies use. We make sure that they're not inadequate, they're not excessive, and they're not unfairly discriminatory. I know that's a very broad approach, but it works well in our actuarial area. We have 2 actuaries on staff to make sure that those rates, both on the health, individual and small group health, as well as on homeowners and auto insurance, to name a couple, on our property casualty side, are fair and equitable. We, like most insurance regulatory agencies across the country, are being extremely challenged right now with the impact of all natural disasters that have taken place not only in Nevada or in the Western US, but across the country and literally around the world. Events that generate extreme losses or insurance companies pay a premium to reinsurance companies to insure themselves in the event of catastrophic losses. Those prices and the number of catastrophic losses have increased significantly over the last 15 years, and particularly out here in the West, where we've been impacted by the issues around wildfires. But certainly the generation of cat losses in the Gulf states due to hurricanes, the Midwest due to convective storms, that is hailstorms, tornadoes, and certainly flooding across the country have impacted much of what companies are looking for in the terms of rates. We spend a great deal of our resources to ensure that insurance companies have the financial means to make good on those promises. Our corporate and finance area works around the clock and spends a great deal of time to make sure and evaluating the finances of those companies who are domestic here in Nevada, that is, that are Nevada-based insurance companies. And we also have a system within that National Association of Insurance Company Commissioners to make sure that those companies that are licensed to do business in Nevada, but maybe based in, say, Illinois, that we depend upon the Illinois regulator to ensure that those companies are financially solvent. It has worked and worked very well. We are conservative by nature, making sure that carriers certainly have adequate capital, but are also able to use capital in an invested in a measured but in a solid investment arena. So I will stop there. I know that there's very high level, but I would be glad to answer questions. I know that, for example, one of the questions we've gotten over the course of the week is, will the issues around the fires in Southern California increase rates here in Nevada? Quick answer to that is yes, somewhat. I mentioned the terms around reinsurance. Those costs are distributed nationally, actually internationally. So those costs for reinsurance for a company will be distributed among those who are here in Nevada. But can they raise rates based on what has taken place in Southern California? Our statutes require us to take into consideration the experience that has taken place in our state when we consider rates. So primarily those rates are based on Nevada experience with some influence on the reinsurance side of things when those rates are set. We also hear a lot of questions about auto rates and why auto insurance in Nevada is so expensive. I will say that our rates are among the top 15 in the state or in the country. The reason for that is manyfold. As we came out of the COVID pandemic, certainly we had more people driving that drove up rates. Cars are now more expensive. Parts were a challenge for a while to get, which demand drove prices up. The technology that are built into vehicles that need to be repaired cost quite a bit more. We are concerned that the level of fraud is increasing, and certainly the cost of litigation is also on the rise. You roll that all together, and that is the issue those are the issues that are driving the increase in automobile rates right now. So we've got our hands full here at the division. Again, we have a terrific staff of dedicated public servants, making sure that we meet and fulfill our mission on a daily basis. We're tremendously enthused about what we do. I am very proud of the work that our staff does in the areas to serve Nevada and Nevada consumers. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions that the commission may have for me this morning.
Go ahead, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thanks, Chairman Keller. Again, Mr. Kipper, I greatly appreciate this. So what I've researched, 10.6 or so of motorists are uninsured, 1 in 8 nationwide. So we're kind of in the ballpark there a little bit, but 26% of those, 26% of these living in poverty are uninsured. Lyon County has 10.4% or so living in poverty. So of our 62,500 residents, roughly, just doing my math, was about 6,500 residents in Lyon County live in poverty. So that would mean that probably 1,690 are not insured. 13 to 19% not covered with health insurance. And of course, the number one reason for all that is can't afford the insurance. And I've got a question coming here. So an example of car insurance that you talked about, and I'm going to just use my daughter as an example. 21 years old, no accidents, no tickets, drives a safe vehicle, 4-wheel drive, Toyota Venza. And it seemed like the more honest I was with the insurance company, the higher my rates went. She is an honor student at school. And so for that $11,500 car, it's $900 every 6 months. And I shopped around. The payments on that was $300. So that's roughly, of that $1,800, that's half a year of payments going to a used car that was in good shape. And then in talking with, and here's where my question comes in, sir. So, I'm shopping around and I go to a friend who's in the auto insurance industry, and I asked him why the rates kept going up, and he said, well, the industry called for it. Well, I'm not the brightest bulb on the Christmas tree. I fully understand that. But doesn't that sound like price gouging and or at least some collusion on those insurance companies to some extent?
Well, thank you for the question, and I think this is a timely question. We, as I mentioned, we evaluate those rate increase requests very carefully. And in this particular line of insurance, the loss ratio, that is the amount of premium that goes to pay claims, is at nearly an all-time high. The current ratio, which is the loss ratio plus expenses, and many carriers right now are at 100% or slightly over, which means they're spending more money than they're taking in. We understand how that works. This is not a Nevada specific issue, although the challenges we have here in the state seem to be a little greater. And I will say that the issues in Clark County seem to be driving a lot in this, no pun intended, driving a lot of the rate challenges that we're seeing, with more drivers driving in a very small area, a 24-hour town, living a Nevada lifestyle does create those challenges. In your daughter's case, rates are generated, they do look at the individual, but they also look at the demographic of 21-year-old drivers driving a certain type of vehicle. And the reason that those rates are, continue to go up is that the rest of those in the demographic may be having more claims, certainly than your good driving, well-respected, solid student daughter. I tell this story a little bit humorously, but it also it kind of is indicator. I was down in Henderson with my family at the holidays, and my brother sidled up to me over a turkey sandwich and said, "Hey, what's going on with my car insurance?" I don't believe he's ever had an accident, but he was getting a rate increase. And then my father, unrelated, unprovoked, asked the same question 30 minutes later. So it is a challenge across the state. But again, a lot of it is being driven by the cost factors that I shared, but also by the demographic grouping in which, in this case, your daughter is in.
Thank you for that. And then, so does your office, sir, do they work with lending institutions and say, if you can't afford this car, you shouldn't be buying it? I think that's where a lot of this vehicle fraud is coming from. People get buried in a car payment. They can't make the payments. They can't sell it because they're upside down in the vehicle. And so the alternative is to maybe leave the keys in it, maybe smash it up, whatever, collect insurance money and wash their hands of that vehicle. Is there, I don't know, does your department work with lending institutions to say, hey, we gotta tighten this up and make sure people are buying vehicles that they can actually afford? And then these vehicles, I don't want to necessarily say a brand, but it seems like, and the sheriff's office can maybe help me with this one, but it seems like there's some vehicles out there that you can hot wire very easily, take it for a joyride, kids or whoever, smash it up, and then it's claimed. Does your office work in some of those fashions to make sure that they're protecting the public?
Great pair of questions, and let me tackle the first one. No, at this stage, the division does not work with lenders, but I think that it's something we should consider. We'd be happy to collaborate and cooperate with those that are selling or making loans for vehicles to if it's seen as something in the public interest that we should do. We'd be happy to participate in a program like that. As far as the issues around it, I think you were referencing the Kia and Hyundai automobiles at one point. That was I wouldn't say quite a pandemic, but they in their design, hot wiring those vehicles were certainly much easier than other cars, and we were seeing more and more of those vehicles being stolen, joyridden, just like you described. This is identified as a national issue, and the National Association of Insurance Commissioners has worked with those automobile manufacturers to tighten up on the new manufactured models, but also to assist in adjusting the existing vehicles on the street to make them a lot more difficult to hotwire and steel. So that work is being done and continues to be done.
And then I know that on average, homeowners in our area are paying probably about $1,064 for home insurance a year. And then and that was, you answered that by saying the fires in California will have a potential of raising the rates here in Nevada. I believe that's what you said. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then my final thing, is there anything we as a commission can do to help protect prices from continuing to go up? I was researching a little bit, and some said possibly pooling, and again, I'm not an insurance agent, but judging by my rates, I should be. But I was just wondering if there's something that our commission can do to help protect our public from continued rate increases. And I'm at a loss, and that was the number one reason that I asked you to be here today, other than to get a presentation from you, which I thought was very interesting. And I'm glad that it sounds like vetting all insurance agents or agencies that want to do business in Nevada. So I thank you for that. But again, is there anything we can do as a commission, sir?
Well, that's probably the most timely question today, and I really appreciate that. We have spent the better part of the last 18 months asking ourselves that same question: what can we do to address the challenges, particularly here in northern Nevada, when it comes to homeowners and the threat of wildfire? And it is my opinion personally, but I think certainly held by most of my colleagues around the West, that this is a community based solution. And when I say that, I mean, I talk about the way communities can mitigate against the challenges of a wildfire or a conflagration. There's been a great deal of study on what works as far as mitigating the community, and then also individual mitigation for individual homeowners or individual property owners to clean up the underbrush, to make sure there's defensible space, to somewhat harden homes. One of the things that you could do as a county commission is maybe concentrate on building codes, that any new building in an area that might be considered prone to wildfires have to be hardened, or there's a great deal of science has gone into how we can harden or what materials make it harder for a home to burn in a wildfire. And I think that's part of the global piece of this as well. So it's not just more insurance rates, but it's also, let's try to see what we can do to address the possibility or the impact of a fire in certain areas.
Thank you. And then I did see one more note, and this back on well, you know what, I'm good on that. So, Mr. Kipper, again, I'm going to turn it over to other commissioners that may have something. I didn't mean to bogart the conversation to start with. But again, I just want to thank you so very much for joining us today. And I hope I didn't come off as coming after you. I was actually begging from you for some answers, and you answered a lot of my questions. So I thank you so very much for that. And with that, I'll turn it over to the other commissioners. Thank you, sir.
Does any of the commissioners have any?
I do have one question. I've kind of had a hard time hearing you, so if you've already addressed this, I apologize, but my question is there a limit to how much profit an insurance company can make?
It depends upon and thank you for the question. It depends upon the line. In health insurance, under the Affordable Care Act, insurance companies in the individual market and the small group marketplace are limited by an 80 or 85% loss ratio, which means that 80 or 85 cents of every dollar they take in must be paid out in claims. If the company does better than that, they are required to make it right with the consumer, either by providing a refund or decreasing rates the next year, or otherwise somehow making that consumer right. On the property side of things, there is no requirement for that. It has worked in over the years that the free marketplace would provide via competition that if your rates were too high, that consumers would look elsewhere and shop. And that is one of the key issues that we certainly hit on often when we're talking with consumers, is be a good educated consumer, shop your coverages, and if you find a better product that is at a lesser price, do not be afraid to go to another company. So I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
I just have a final comment. This is not necessarily for you, Mr. Kipper, but dealing with kids quite a bit. I'm seeing less and less participating as young kids, 16 to 18 years old, in fun kid stuff, and more working to pay for insurance on their vehicles so they can go to work to pay for their insurance because their mom and dad can't help them out. And I want to, I don't want kids to grow up, be my age, and look back and think, God, I had fun working at McDonald's to pay for my insurance so I could drive to work and back. It's that's just a frustration of mine as well. So I just had to throw that out because it eats at me.
We certainly understand that. And again, for all the reasons we shared, it is a challenge, and certainly we would be happy to, and we continue to work on ways to make sure that those prices are the fairest available. So we share your concern on that.
Commissioner Casanelli.
Yeah, Mr. Kipper, thank you for your time and your information this morning. And not really a question, but just more of a final comment. But other than fire insurance, homeowners insurance, and car insurance, something that I see in my contracting business, we've had significant rate increases in general liability. And one real concern that I have, you're going to see if this continues. I've had an agent tell me brace for up to 40% increases coming, and that's with no claims. And my fear is, at least in the construction industry, we're going to see some of the smaller shops going uninsured or at the least underinsured. And it'd be nice to have some protections on those rate increases. Thank you.
Commissioner Hockaday.
Yeah, this is more of a request. The request would be that you need to work with the counties, insurance division, to reach out to the federal government, who seems to own most of the wildland urban interface. That tends to be where all the fires start. and then go into our communities and burn our places down. Driving around the county, you can see a lot of places that are very, very much overgrown with weeds and stuff, and they're usually areas that do not belong to the county. So I think it would be a good effort to get with the county governments and see what we can do to push some of this clearing of fuels so that we'll have more safe communities in the future. And we won't turn out like Southern California where they burn down because of the urban interface.
If I could respond to that, and that is an absolutely terrific point. And it kind of leads me to make a quick comment on the quality of the firefighting professionals that we have here in the state. We work closely with the State Forestry Service, but also with a number of local fire chiefs. And I am incredibly impressed with the passion that they all bring, the wisdom, but the level of preparation on our state forests and in our private communities, the level of mitigation. And you're right, there is a challenge, and this is if I use an example, the fire chiefs in the areas around Lake Tahoe have impressed upon me that the federal lands are not nearly as tidy as they should be. And you're absolutely right. That's what seems to be a major part of the problem.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Mr. Kipper, for your presentation, and thank you, Commissioner Jacobson, for putting it on the agenda. Really appreciate it.
And at your beck and call, we would love to again visit with the commission as requested. It's been my pleasure today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, that was for discussion only, and so that brings us to, before we go to the next one, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Everybody can stretch their legs a little bit. It's 10:17.
Gonna end up paying for all of these.
I know.
Recess is up. Brings us to 7B, time certain at 9:10 a.m. for report only, annual report for Lyon County Fire Protection District, Chief Brian Bond of achievements and challenges, requested by Commissioner Jacobson.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brian Bond, North Lyon Fire Chief. Thank you for the opportunity to get up here and stand in front of you and share a little bit as I assume the new role. I'm going to seize the opportunity to tell you a little bit about me, where we're at and where we're headed over the next year, some of our challenges that we're going to be tackling. So me and myself, I was raised in Bridgeport, just a little bit south of you, graduated Colville High School, been in the fire service for going on 34 years as of March this year. Federal fire, state fire, county fire, volunteer fire, all the above. Getting ready to retire. I assumed the role of fire chief in Fernley in April. Fernley is a challenging place. It's the politics there are difficult. There's a lot of tension, so it's going to take some time to navigate through all that. Okay, that's all I'm going to talk about. Our challenges ahead. We got to create a staffing and response plan that stays within our ad valorem and consolidated tax revenues to ensure sustainability. We have not done that in the last 4 to 5 years. Service demand is.
That music kind of goes with the swan song.
I thought it was at a funeral. Thought it was at a funeral. Bottom line is our service demands beyond our revenues. We don't have enough firefighters and we're running a lot of calls. Every day we don't have a fire truck in service within Fernley because we're transporting long term. We need a receiving facility close. It's a 2.5 hour turnaround every medical call that we have. So in the next 18 months, I'm going to continue to work with all county fire districts, Lyon County Sheriff's Office to improve our communication process at dispatch. Mitch, Ryan, been fantastic to work with. I think there's definitely some deficiencies and some areas for improvement. So we're going to keep working on that. Going before my board tonight is to establish a blue ribbon committee to identify and propose a long-term service plan for Fernley. Continue establishing, building the internal, external relationships with all the stakeholders. Part of why I'm here today, introduce myself. Hello, we'll be talking in the future. One of the rumors out there that I've heard and still hear very frequently, we want to be a Fernley City Fire Department. That is incorrect. My board and I have no desire to be part of the city. We want to stay a 474 fire district. And that's all I got right now. If you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
I'll lead off since, thank you, Chief Bond, for being here today. A little while back, this board helped fill a vacancy, for your North Lyon Fire Board. And I guess that for lack of, I'm not trying to put you on the spot with boards, but, I think it'd be good to hear how, your thoughts on how the board did in picking that person.
The commission did?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic job. Excellent. He knows the federal system, state laws very well, knows the process, so to say. I think he's been phenomenal, Mr. Mike Dooms.
Thank you. I think, so I wanted to take my hats off to the board for that and making the right decision. And then I just want to encourage you to come back and give presentations to us as often as you'd like, and come to us for anything that may be going on. You're always welcome at a commission meeting. So I want to thank you for your time today and being here.
Thank you. I'll address a little bit of that. When I assumed the position, I had a lot of great plans, right? Got into the office, everything was stripped. Computers were stripped, file cabinets were stripped. I had to start at ground zero. So it's been about 9 months and still a surprise every other day at work. So we're rebuilding.
Any other questions, comments? Well, thank you for your time, and I appreciate you coming down.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
To 7C, time certain at 9:20 a.m. for discussion only. Update and discussion from the Nevada Association of Counties on current status.
Good morning. Just gonna move this, that's okay. Well, thank you very much, Chair Keller, for the invitation. My name is Vincent Guthrow. I serve as the Executive Director at NACO, which is the Nevada Association of Counties. Chair Keller is also the NACO representative on our board from Lyon County. Does a great job of serving the interests of this county. And then, of course, Commissioner Hendricks is your alternate, and she also serves on our Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee, and it's involved. Both of them are involved in the National Association of Counties committees as well. I know Commissioner Keller is appointed out to the Rural Action Caucus by the National Association of Counties current president, James Gore. So it's a kind of an honor to be on there. And then Commissioner Hendricks, I know, sits on Public Lands. So thank you again for the time on your agenda today. I could probably talk about NACO for an hour, but I'll limit it to just a few minutes and give you all a summary. I know I've spoken to some of you. Commissioner Casanelli, welcome to the world of local government and and congratulations on your election here. So look forward to working with everybody as we have a great relationship with Lyon County. I look forward to continuing that work as well. So like I said, my name is Vincent Guthrow. I serve as the Executive Director, entering my 4th year as Executive Director. Served as the Deputy Director before that. So about going on a little over 8 years with the association in general. I want to start with how NACO is governed. We are governed by a board of directors. there's at least one member from each county. Every county is a member of NACO at the moment, 17 county membership. It's a 23 seat board. So I have 23 bosses, 75 if you count all the commissioners across the state. We're also governed by an executive committee. We have so it's a little in flux right now because we're about to swear in our new officers in January, at the January meeting, which is the 31st. Incoming president will be Commissioner Andriozzi from Elko County. And then our president-elect is Commissioner Gardner from Douglas County. And then our vice president will be Commissioner Andriola from Washington County. So we try and balance urban and rural on there. We also have at-large member Commissioner Kirkpatrick from Clark County. So as I mentioned, the 23 member board, we also have affiliate members. So those are your other elected offices. They have a non-voting seat on our board. Their presidents do. So those are your recorders, clerks, and those other DAs Association, and some of those other folks that sit on our board. So NACO serves as the collective county voice. We were created in 1924, which means that we just celebrated our 100-year anniversary last year. We sort of capped it off with a nice centennial celebration in Carson City at our annual conference. NACO is enabled in statute to represent counties at the state legislature, and we strive to serve all counties, sort of rural, frontier, suburban, and urban. I know it used to be that our counties were, two major, metro areas and then 15 rural counties, but I think some of our counties are growing, so I think we can consider them suburban. So a lot of economic development activities, especially, Lyon County, I consider one of them. It's got rural components and then sort of growing population. So one of the ways that we serve counties is that we serve as a forum for collaboration for county commissioners, and we address common issues that affect all counties. So it's a way, one of the ways to come together is at our board meetings. I mentioned that our next and our first board meeting of 2025 is coming up on January 31st. We'll discuss a litany of topics. We'll discuss our federal priorities. We have an incoming administration, a new administration coming to the federal. That sort of adjusts our priorities when we lobby at the federal level. We'll be swearing in our new officers, as I mentioned. We'll discuss natural resources issues and a litany of other issues at our board meetings. Those are public meetings. Obviously, you're welcome to come attend, and we, they tend to be robust, those meetings. So another way to collaborate around the state and to work, to get a handle on county issues and engage with NACO is at our annual conference. As I mentioned, we celebrated 100 years last year in late September. This year, we're moving to an urban county. We haven't done a conference in an urban county for, I think, at least 6 years. It's been 10 years since we've been to Clark County for a conference. But those conferences are 3-day events. They're pretty robust. So at the last one, we did educational sessions on housing and public lands. But we also did a really neat panel with some former legislators that spoke about kind of the history of the legislature, sort of tips and tricks as we move forward and what they see in the future at the legislature. And I to this day, it's still one of the most talked about panels that we had. And it was a really great attendance, and the panelists themselves were great. So we also hold various educational workshops throughout the year. One of our primary goals at NACO is good governance and educating all of you. We are here to support you. We're your service organization. And one of the ways that we do that is through educational opportunities. We are starting with hopefully you've seen it. If not, we're going to make a pitch for it. NACO partnered with the Nevada League of Cities, but also with the University of Nevada, Reno to do newly elected official training for local elected officials. We did something about 2 years ago at UNR. It was really well done. It's sort of a full day long symposium covering things from, and in fact, your comptroller was there presenting on local government finance. And it's also a nice way to bring our cities and counties together, but it's just a great way to learn. As I know you're all drinking from a fire hose when we first started. I'm sure you can attest to that. So anyways, it's January 21st, so next Friday in Reno. If you're interested, I'll be happy to share information with you on that. We also provide a ton of information to counties through our website. We did a total revamp of our website about a year ago, which was about a year work in progress before that. We also produce the NACO newsletter every week, and that has kind of a snapshot of the things that counties are tracking, or success stories from counties, or county services, that type of thing. And of course, NACO provides advocacy on the federal and state level. Primarily the state level for Nevada counties. I wanted to just talk a little bit about our staff. I want to thank the NACO staff. The NACO board approved a permanent position that was formerly called the public health coordinator. We did that in a partnership with the state. They funded that through some grants that we approved and worked with the state on. Frankly, again, this is sort of our 100-year looking back, but also preparing the association for the future. About 75% of our interaction with the state legislature is human services related. And our human services, there's a human services person in every county. There's obviously Shayla Holmes, and she works really well with NACO. So we created a health and human services manager at NACO to work on those issues, support human services activities in counties, and support all the work that is being done at that level, and supporting counties in that way as well. So really looking forward to them. That position is filled by Amy Hines Sutherland. She's no stranger, I think, to this board. She, in fact, will be updating your Board of Health later today. So it's all things NACO at Lyon County today. But she's done a great job for us. And one of the limitations that we had with the grant partnership was that she could not advocate. The way the funds worked, you could not advocate. So she'll be able to advocate directly for counties at the legislature, whether that's additional funding or other items. So looking forward to that. We also have Jennifer Bethune, who does our government affairs. She's our government affairs manager for NACO. She's online. You'll hear from her a little bit as we go over another agenda item that you have on your commission agenda. When I took over as executive director, I realized that we probably need an additional presence in Clark County in the interim. So Jennifer and I will be up here, of course, every day during the legislative session, which starts here in about a week and a half, technically. But she is headquartered down in Southern Nevada to cover, so that we can cover the whole state, even in the interim. So we also have a natural resources manager. Every county in Nevada has public lands, as you know, and the federal actions that are taken on public lands have a dramatic impact on all of our counties because of that federal land management. Turning our attention a little bit to our advocacy. I want to talk a little bit about interim, and then just give you a little peek into 2025 at what that looks like. Some of the things that NACO does during the interim, which is that time between sessions. The legislature passed a bill in 2021 that expanded the number of interim committees. It now essentially matches the committees that they have in the regular session. So it's made for definitely a busier interim. We're not full-time sessions because they're not passing bills, but they are hearing bills. They are talking. I know that we participate in a number of committee hearings in the interim, where a lot of it's education, or it might be a specific item that the legislature is considering for the future. So that has made the interim sessions just a little bit busier. We're also asked, during session and also in the interim, by chair and leadership and committee members to provide input on the county perspective. So before we do a little peek into 25, I thought it might be good to mention and sort of compare. In 2023, I provided a full update to this board on what the 2023 session looked like. But we tracked about, there were about 800 bills that became law, or that there were about 1,200 bill draft requests. About 800 of those became actual pieces of legislation. And NACO tracked about half those. That's about what we usually end up doing. There's about half the bills that come out in the legislature affect counties in one way or another, either fiscally, operationally, administratively. And so this year, we are already tracking about 300. There are already 900. There's about 900 bill drafts currently. We're tracking about 300 of those. The session, I always say it starts with the state of the state, so it started yesterday. But technically it starts on February 3rd, the first Monday. We have an interesting session ahead of us. Republicans were able to fend off supermajorities in both the Senate and the Assembly. So the majority party does not have supermajorities, but they are only one seat short. in both of those houses. We still, we have a Republican governor. So those opposing parties provide some, it's a nuance for us because we have to meet competing priorities, right? We have majority leadership that we have to complement, and then we have to get bills signed by the governor. This year, we will see one of the largest freshman classes ever, 16 new members of the legislature. So that I believe is an opportunity for NACO and for counties to educate legislators on what we do and to build new relationships. We've already started doing that. NACO was invited by the Legislative Council Bureau and leadership to present to the newly elected officials. We did that. I thought I'm impressed with this freshman class. I think they're sort of eager to learn about local government, and so we have a real opportunity there, I think, to work with the new members. We get 5 bill drafts, we being NACO, by statute. We introduced 4. 2 of them address public records. One is about public records for our medical examiner and coroner's offices, which are primarily in our urban counties. We also have a bill regarding county engagement on renewable energy projects. So we're working on that to give counties sort of a more robust seat at the table. And then we have one that requires that if you run for office, you have to be elected. There's right now, that you have to be registered to vote. There's some discrepancy. Some offices require it, some do not. It created a problem for some of our counties on appointments. So it's just cleaning up that law to make that a pretty standardized thing. So we only address county offices in the bill. That's who we represent. So that's what we're working on. So those are our 4. There'll be a litany of bills that we'll have to weigh in on, that we'll have to probably play a little defense on. I know last session in 2023, things started out pretty not great for counties, but we worked pretty extensively on that. With the help of individual county lobbyists, with the work that NACO did. I think we are more united than ever on a county front. And I thought we did a nice job in beating back some of those things that could have been much worse. So that is our federal advocacy. Again, happy to answer questions about that. Our NACO newsletter that I mentioned before, we provide sort of overall summaries of what the legislature is working on. I'll make a pitch for our legislative committee. So the NACO Legislative Committee in the interim meets monthly, meets once a week during session. There's no magic formula to it. We go over the bills that are going to be heard, things that you might all be hearing in your communities about what's out there, or what you might have heard from your representatives. So that is open to any county commissioner or staff to be on. So we encourage that participation if you're interested in legislative matters. Want to touch a little bit on the National Association of Counties. They have a litany of programs that they do to support counties, especially individually here in Nevada. They have a strong lobbying presence on Capitol Hill. They do great work at the federal level. They've got the interests of 3,066 counties to balance, but I think they do a nice job. Because we are 100% state, as I mentioned, we do get 2 appointments to that board. We also have seats on the Western Interstate region, which is a division of the sort of an offshoot of the National Association of Counties. They focus on Western issues primarily. It's primarily public lands and the ability for counties to navigate public lands in the West, whether that's wildfire issues or delivering services when you have a lot of public land ownership. So our appointments to that board is Commissioner Tipton from Humboldt County and Commissioner Senator from Elko County. So we also get 2 appointments to that. National Association of Counties has a litany of policy steering committees. If you're interested, it pretty much covers anything from pension and retirement to transportation, infrastructure, public lands, rural action caucus. If you're interested in that, all it takes is a nomination from your state association. And then just one last thing before we accommodate the other requests. I want you to know that we're a resource for you, whether it's in session or when we're out of session. We really appreciate not only Lyon County's membership at NACO, but your engagement with NACO. Anyone can say they're a part of an organization, but when they engage in it, I think it's super important. I know it helps us learn as staff, and I know it helps other commissioners across the state. So I encourage your continued engagement, and I really appreciate what you've done so far. I don't know how you want to do this. I know you have another agenda item that involves us. I'm happy to take questions. I know I've thrown a bunch at you. I'm happy to take questions on what I've discussed, or anything NACO related or anything county related. Or we can, I was gonna have Jennifer Berthium walk through the issue, the bylaws changes that we worked on this year. So I don't know how you need to do it, but I'm here at your disposal.
Okay, first of all, we'll work on this agenda item first because I'll have to read the next one in. So is there any questions from the board?
I guess. Thank you for
I
being
can't
here.
help you with your insurance rates. I just want to. Sorry. Yeah. Just kidding. Just kidding. That was a great agenda item, by the way.
Thank you for being here. So how many bill drafts did you say there already are? 300?
I think it's about 900 so far. There's a lot.
I'm a small government guy. That just sounds like big government. Oh my gosh. So, all right, I had to throw it in.
My point to that is we'll be busy yet again this session. So.
And then just how closely will does NACO work with like our lobbyist?
Oh, so prior to this session, I believe you guys used Walker and Associates. They were indispensable. We work with them. So one of the things that NACO organizes during the session is a regular meeting every Monday where we go over all the bills with all the local government lobbyists. My understanding is you hired someone now who's internal, and we expect the same thing to continue. And she's no stranger to NACO, so we work if not daily, we're always in contact, I guess I would say.
All right, so we're going to ask her for updates how well NACO is working with our lobbyists. So.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I would appreciate that. And if there's anything we can do to improve that, I'm happy to do it. Like, as I mentioned before, Commissioner, I think the feedback we got from our board, after last session was how well we all did work together. So looking to continue that, into 2025. So
thank you.
Bet you.
Any other questions?
I'd just like to comment. Thank you for your kind words. I did have an opportunity to attend NACO this last summer and all the information, and it's been extremely helpful. And I'm looking forward to the elected official training on the 24th. So I appreciate all of the information they've sent down to me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
And for my comment, everybody knows how I feel about NACO. The biggest thing that I could say is the relationships that we build with other counties and solving problems that they've already solved that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And so it really helps out on the impact, and NACO really highlights some of those impacts right away for us to where we weren't even aware of stuff coming down the road to us. So very professional organization, and thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Time certain, 9:20 a.m. for possible action presentation from the Nevada Association of Counties, NACO, for the discussion, review, and approval of the draft revised NACO bylaws.
Mr. Chair, so again, my name is Vincent Guthro, I serve as the Executive Director of NACO. If it's okay with the commission, she is on Zoom. So Jennifer Berthium, our NACO's Government Affairs Manager, as I mentioned, she really led this effort for NACO. She staffed the subcommittee for it. And I think it would be probably more appropriate if she just walked you all through some of the updates that we made to the bylaws. And then I'm happy to chime in if there's questions that make more sense for me, but I think she was the master at this, and I'll let her take over if that's okay.
Fantastic.
Thank you. All right.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for your time today, commissioners. As Vince mentioned, I'm Jennifer Berthium, the Government Affairs Manager at NACO.
Jennifer, we can barely hear you. Is there any?
Can you hear me a little better now? Hello? Is that any better?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say thank you for your time today. As Vince mentioned, I'm Jennifer Berthium, the Government Affairs Manager at NACO. It's nice to see all of you virtually, and I look forward to meeting those of you who I haven't met in person in the near future. So just for some background, our 2024 NACO President, Supervisor Giomi from Carson City, announced his intent to create a subcommittee tasked with reviewing and making recommendations to update the NACO bylaws. With it being the 100-year anniversary in 2024, the last update being to the organization's bylaws occurring nearly a decade prior. This was done in the spirit of leading NACO into the future. So NACO convened a group of 5 commissioners from across the state to review and possibly amend the existing bylaws. We're very grateful to those committee members for their time and input. And I will go ahead and highlight a couple of the changes or clarifications that the committee recommended. First to note, suggested changes to the original document. Those can be noted in the blue bold print and the red strike through. We chose this method because it's similar to how the legislature denotes changes in legislative bills. So hopefully that makes it a little easier to follow along. So the first suggestion agreed upon by the committee was the addition of dissolution section in Article 4. That didn't previously exist, and we used examples from other state associations to craft that language. Next, we have some.
This is Scott. Could you tell us what page, when you're talking on your presentation, we're from LaPorte County and we're only in black and white. So.
Oh, my apologies. Hopefully the bold print comes through, and then the strike through language as well. So I was just going to move on to the next clarification language in Article 5, Section 4. This was regarding the eligibility of officers, and the committee made it clear that they must be a current member of the NACO board. And then finally, I'd like to address the changes in Article 11. This is regarding adoption of amendments to the bylaws. This section in particular, it was discussed by the bylaw subcommittee, and further suggestions came from the full NACO board at their September 2024 meeting. So based on the suggestions, sections 1 and 2 were combined, specifying that new bylaws or amendments to existing bylaws require a supermajority. The thought behind this was to streamline the process to allow for changes while still maintaining the integrity of a majority vote. And then the board also felt that this change would further empower our members from each county to advocate on behalf of their respective boards who elected them to serve on the NACO Board of Directors. So just some streamlining there. And per our current bylaws, any changes to be voted on were required to be transmitted to each county at least 30 days prior to the meeting date at which the proposed bylaw or amendment is to be voted on. So the draft before you was electronically transmitted to each county on December 20th, 2024 in preparation for the NACO board vote occurring on January 31st, 2025. So I am happy to take any questions you may have, any comments, concerns.
Is there questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair Kellett. And this could be for either and this may not have anything to do with this per se. I don't know when to ask it, but our rates went up a little bit, our dues, or is that for that new position with the human services, or is just I wanted to discuss that in public a little bit.
So yes, Commissioner, I appreciate that question. So we made, first of all, we haven't had a dues increase in like a decade, or I shouldn't even say an increase, because for some counties, because of the way that we base our dues, most counties didn't even see a 1% increase. We did it for a couple of reasons. One, initially when the changes were made to some of the due structure, there was an assessment added for public lands natural resources manager. I think our entire board, I think all of our counties see the value in that natural resources manager. So we just rolled that into the regular dues. That way, your comptroller doesn't see 10 assessments on there for different things. We're just running the association with the priorities that the board has outlined. The funding for that and the salary for that hadn't been adjusted in about 10 years. And frankly, that position, which is currently vacant, we've had a little trouble recruiting because of the level of compensation there. It's frankly out of date. So we needed to make that change. And then, yes, we needed to add some sustainability to the Health and Human Services position. And we did that. So we did it in a couple of ways. We based it off of the revenues that come back to counties to help you with your long-term Medicaid match program. And I can go, that's a whole different day. So, and that's a direct result of advocacy that NACO did for counties to return some of that local dollars to help you fund some of the assessments that you're required to pay. So we base it on that and we rolled it. So it's 2% of that for the first year and then up to 4% of what the previous year. And that will go to fund. So we're phasing it in. We also thought that would be a little more fair. The board also agreed that would be a little more fair. And then there's a cap on that amount that would be levied to counties to fund our advocacy efforts on the human services side. The way that our general dues are done is that we base it off a couple of things. One, we base it off county revenues and we base it off of population. We do that so that we can be responsive to, because one of our main priorities and one of our main jobs is tasked by the NACO board and frankly others, is that we preserve and attempt to increase county revenues to allow you all to do your jobs here in this community. So we base it off that, and then the population is to be responsive to how large our counties may get. So I know it's a complicated formula, but it helps us keep our dues pretty stable over the years. So.
Right. And I think I was on record as saying our population was 62,500. I meant 25,000.
Oh, did you? I'll make a note of that for next year. Yeah. So, and that's complicated. I'm happy to talk a little more through it, but essentially our number one goal is to be equitable to all counties in that, but it's also to keep dues fairly stable for everybody so that there's not sharp increases or,
And then just, and you probably did, and my head is in the sand, so I apologize for that. But when we're building our budget, so we don't have to hit contingency, if we can know what that is, so that when we build our budget, we know exactly where we're at. Other than that, thank you again. That was a great answer to the question, and I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments or questions?
Thank you.
This is an action item, so we'll go to the public. Is there any public comments? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Any other comments or a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the revised NACO bylaws.
Second that.
Motion by Commissioner Hockaday, seconded by Commissioner Jacobson. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion passes 5-0. That ends our time certains. For now, till this afternoon. So I'm going to move on to 16C. This is for presentation only. Presentation given by the county manager, Andrew Haskin, on the state of, sorry, I skipped 16C for presentation only, presentation on the structure of the Lyon County Library and an overview of the library operations. Commissioner Haskin.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. See if this is going to cooperate today. Not looking like it. And would you mind? Director Henderson's going to move the slides for me. So for a little over a month, we have been receiving public comment at this meeting, and I know the library board has been receiving public comment, a lot of questions about the library board of trustees and the library itself and policies there. And so one of the commissioners, actually it was Commissioner Henderson, who's no longer on the commission, had requested an agenda item to talk about the library board of trustees and the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners role with that board. I have to tell the commission, but I will, that we are Dillon's rule state, not a home rule state. So we are only given the authority that the legislature gives the county commission. So with that, we have to look at the NRS to look at what authority this board has. So my presentation really today is going to focus on that NRS and a little bit about some of the county policy that we have as far as the appointments, because I know that has been brought up as well. So NRS 379.002 was the goal for public libraries in the state. This says the goal of the state's publicly supported libraries and information centers to provide the resources and trained staff to meet the informational needs of all citizens. I think that's important to highlight what their goal is. There are several different types of libraries in the state. There are county libraries, county district libraries, there's consolidated district libraries, a number of different things. There are town libraries and city libraries. So to clarify, ours is a county library. It is not a county district library, and that will matter as we kind of go through some of this in our answer. NRS 379.010 establishes or gives the county the authority to establish the library and the library fund. It says the Board of County Commissioners of each county may set apart a sum of money to be used in the establishment and maintenance of a public library in each county. Each year thereafter, the Board of County Commissioners may set apart an amount of money for the purpose of operating and maintaining the library. The fund so created is the county library fund. Next slide, please. NRS 379.020 establishes the procedures, or I guess gives the Board of County Commissioners the authority to appoint the library board of trustees. And as has been pointed out, it is the responsibility of the county commission to appoint the library board of trustees. I'm not going to read through all of this, I don't think, but it says the Board of County Commissioners shall appoint 5 competent persons who are residents of the county to serve as county library trustees. And then it goes into the different terms of office there. No trustee may be appointed to hold office more than 2 consecutive 4-year terms. All vacancies have to be appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. Talks about compensation. We've received a number of questions about removing trustees. The only instance or the only place that NRS gives the Board of County Commissioners the permission to remove a trustee is here in section 5, and it says the Board of County Commissioners may remove any trustee who fails without cause to attend 3 successive meetings of the trustees. Other than that, the Board of County Commissioners, once the trustees are appointed, cannot remove trustee. So I want to clear that up. Next slide, please. So we've received a number of questions as to why we have there's a vacancy right now. How come the county commissioners have not appointed that seat? So back in 2015, before my time with the county, the commissioners adopted Lyon County Policy 1-3. That's the general powers and responsibilities. And 1-3H2C covers specifically library board trustees. And it says that appointment to and removal from the library board of trustees will be made by the Board of County Commissioners as required by NRS 379. Later on, and I didn't quote the whole section because it's a couple paragraphs there, but I did quote the vacancy section. And it says a vacancy occurring on the library board of trustees shall be filled by the Board of County Commissioners upon recommendation
of the library board of trustees for the remainder of the unexpired term. So per Lyon County policy, we have to receive a recommendation from the library board of trustees on that new commissioner. Now, the Board of County Commissioners is ultimately responsible for the appointment of the library board and doesn't have to follow that recommendation, but we do have to receive that recommendation. The library board is, yes, sir.
Just so I can follow along, so the recommendation, and correct me if I'm wrong, the recommendation of the library board would fill the term or could fill the term if this board approves it for the remainder of the duration of that term. Then who would have the power, and maybe you're going to cover that next, to fill the vacancies as they come up naturally?
So I did not, actually didn't include that in my presentation, but it would still follow that same process.
Okay.
So, it actually says it like 3 different times in that policy. It states it very clear. And it's something that, I was asked by a commissioner, you know, what the process was. And I said, well, I know that we always send it to the library board for recommendation. I actually couldn't tell you why. Then I ended up looking it up in the policies and procedures for that board, or for the county commission and all the different appointments. There's a couple of boards that do follow that process. The Fair and Rodeo Board also follows a similar process where they make a recommendation to the county commission, and then it goes to the county commission for final appointment. So, you know, there's nothing in RS that says that we have to do it that way. However, because it is in county policy, I, as the county manager, can't change that as a board action, because these policies are adopted by the board.
So just for the public to know and everything else, we're asking for a recommendation, but by no means are we held to that. We're just asking for input back to the Board of County Commissioners. And that enables us to tell whether or not that board is steering it one way or not steering it another way. It's up to us to do our own homework, and it'll be our decision. It's not their decision. It's just the input.
Correct. So,
when you move on, I just want one question. You were talking about NRS earlier, and it said that it was a competent person. Is that described in NRS?
That is not described in NRS. There is a section in the NAC that talks about the and I'll get to that in a minute. But that talks about the standards, minimum standards set by the state librarian. We'll cover that, but
it just said competent. I didn't.
Yeah, and I think that can be up to the Board of County Commissioners to set a policy as to what that means. Given what NRS says, but we don't currently have anything, so anyway. Next slide, please. So I do want to talk a little bit about the powers of the trustees. I mentioned that the Board of County Commissioners, they set the the trustees make a budget request to the county commissioners. It's up to the county commissioners whether or not to grant that budget request or a different amount, but the county commission can't determine how that budget is spent once it goes to the library. It's determined by the trustees. And so, and by the way, I actually, as the county manager, don't directly oversee the library or the librarian, the library director. That is the responsibility of the trustees as well. So, as I mentioned, this section, it covers a bunch of different types of libraries. I actually just covered, put in my presentation the parts that cover county libraries, not county library districts or any of the other ones. So if you see it jump around a little bit, it's just because I took those sections out because they weren't applicable. There's also other sections in there that deal with county libraries over 100,000. With a population over 100,000, of course, we don't fall under that, so I didn't include it.
So 379025 establishes the powers and duties of the trustees of a consolidated library. Consolidated county, district, town, or other public library, and it says except as otherwise provided in subsection 2, the trustees of any consolidated county, district, town, or other public library and their successors shall, meaning they have to, establish, supervise, and maintain a library. Appoint, evaluate performance, and if necessary, dismiss a librarian, or in the case of a consolidated library district, an executive director. Hold and possess the property and effects of the library and trust for the public. In the case of a county library, submit annual budgets to the Board of County Commissioners containing detailed estimates of the amount of money necessary for operation and management of the library for the next succeeding year. Establish bylaws and regulations for the management of the library and their own management. Manage all the property, real and personal, of the library. Acquire and hold real estate and personal property by gift, purchase, or bequest for the library. Administer any trust declared or created for the library. Maintain or defend any action in reference to the property or affairs of the library. Next slide, please. And then subsection 2, which remember was referred in there, says trustees may, so these are optional, A, make purchases and secure rooms. Authorize the merger or subject to the limitations of NRS 379.0221, the consolidation of a town or city library with a county library district. Actually, that one doesn't apply. I missed that one, sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and skip down to D here. Do all acts necessary for the orderly and efficient management and control of the library. Next slide, please. And then this section, subsection 3 and subsection 4. Subsection 3 primarily focuses on leasing property, subsections. And subsection 4 is dealing with consolidated library districts. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a minute about public library standards. So the Nevada Administrative Code says in determining the allocation of money received from this state or the federal government, the state library and archives administrator will consider whether the governing authority of a public library has approved and carried out the program of certification set forth in NAC. So that's dealing with the certification of the library director and staff, adopted and carried out adopted and carried out an alternative program of certification, or made a good faith effort to meet the standards for public libraries developed by the state library and archives administrator pursuant to NRS 378.083. So NRS 378, separate chapter of NRS that governs the state library, and in there it says that they will come up with some minimum standards. I know there were some questions, and I apologize. The second document that was included with the board packet, it wasn't labeled very well, but it was kind of the roles and responsibilities from the trustees that came directly from the Nevada State Library. So I just wanted to provide some clarification. Next slide, please. NRS 379.040. I just want to leave you with this, and then I'm going to turn it over to Wynn, our library director, and it says the library to be free and accessible to the public, regulations of trustees, and it says the library and reading room of any consolidated county, district, or town library must forever be and remain free and accessible to the public, subject to such reasonable regulations as the trustees of the library may adopt. I want to leave the board with that, and I will introduce our library.
Does anybody have any questions for Andrew now, or do you want to wait till later?
I'm trying to run away.
No questions at the moment? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Andrew. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I am Wynn Prindle, Director of the Lyon County Library System. I've been a resident of Mason Valley since 1996. I've been a staff member of the Lyon County Library System since 2013, and most recently, I've been the director since August of 2023.
I would like to provide you with a short description of how public libraries in Nevada are operated, how members of the public can engage with us, and a brief description of some of the things that we do at Lyon County Libraries. I will also address some of the issues that have been raised by members of the public. As the county manager has previously explained, public libraries in Nevada are governed under Chapter 379 of the Nevada Revised Statutes, which states, quote, is the goal of the state's publicly supported information centers to provide the resources and train staff to meet the informational needs of all citizens. To meet the informational needs of all citizens, the Lyon County Library System, like all library systems, is guided by a collection development policy that describes the criteria for selection of materials. These criteria are the individual merit of each item, popular appeal or demand, the suitability of the material for the clientele, existing library holdings, and budget. Library staff depend upon independent and professional sources and reviews for the purpose of choosing new materials. These sources include Publishers Weekly, Kirkus Reviews, Library Journal, and School Library Journal. We also consider specific requests from members of the public to add materials not currently found in the collection. We do not subscribe to any book lists supplied by the American Library Association. In addition, neither the Lyon County Library System nor the Nevada State Library, Archives, and Public Records are institutional members of the American Library Association. The Lyon County Library System recognizes that some materials are controversial and that any given item may offend some patrons. We have approximately 85,000 items in our 5 branches, and not one of them is likely to rise to the legally held definitions of obscenity or pornography. Selection of materials is made based on the principles stated in the current 2013 collection development policy. An alternative collection development policy has been offered that, if adopted, could have unintended First Amendment consequences. Although materials are carefully selected, a difference of opinion may arise regarding the suitability or placement of an item. There is, and always has been, a process in place wherein patrons who object to an item or its placement may submit a request for reconsideration form, which is available from library staff. All requests are researched by library staff and a decision is rendered. An appeals process is also available if patrons are not satisfied with the decision. The last time an objection to an item was brought to the attention of the library and a request for reconsideration made was in 2015. In the last several months, attendees at library board meetings and commissioners meetings have publicly complained about certain items in the library collection. It is the right of members of the public to voice their opinions regarding the library and its operation. But removal of items because of public comment alone is contrary to our established policy. None of the items that I have listed below have been challenged according to our established policy. However, due to the heightened interest by the public in certain items, I feel it is important to address some of the concerns that have been singled out in meetings. First, books by Sarah J. Maas. Maas's Court of Thrones and Roses 5-volume series have been wildly popular worldwide since it was first introduced in 2015. Protagonist of this series is 19 years old in the first volume. The book was classified by the publisher as young adult, meaning that it is targeted to teenagers. The subsequent books, published between 2016 and 2021, were likewise classified as young adult. After members of the public voiced their concerns, I looked into this series. Most of the libraries, including the Lyon County Library System, classified them as young adult. Upon further investigation, I discovered that in 2023 and in 2024, the series has been republished and reclassified by the publisher as adult fiction. We have recalled all volumes from the Lyon County Libraries and are reclassifying and relocating them to the adult section. The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. The Lyon County Library System does not own any copies of this book. This book was initially published in 1970, 5 years before the before the Yerington Branch Library opened. Me and Earl and the Dying Girl. The library owns 2 copies of this 2012 young adult novel. The copy in Fernley has circulated twice. The copy in Silver Springs has circulated 8 times, but not since 2018. The DVD from 2015 was a patron request, which we purchased. It is rated PG-13 by MPAA and has circulated 5 times. I recently read this book. Earl and his friend Greg attempt to cheer up their friend Rachel, who is in the hospital dying of leukemia. They make a number of ridiculous movies for her, which she enjoys immensely. The high school boys use a lot of vulgar language when talking to each other, as many high school boys do. But they never use this language in front of their friend Rachel. There's no sexual activity in this book, and none of the characters express any interest in engaging in any such activity. Let's talk about it. This book, published in 2021 and located in the adult nonfiction section, covers a wide range of topics on sexuality that the average teen might have questions about. The pictures are cartoon-like. It is not pornography. The library has 2 copies. The copy in Dayton has circulated twice, both times in the last 4 months. The Fernley copy has circulated 3 times, again, in the last few months. Tricks and Traffic. This 2-volume young adult series was written by local best-selling author Ellen Hopkins. These stories deal with a group of teenagers who fall into prostitution as a way to survive. The single copy of Tricks in the library system, held by the Yerington branch, last circulated in 2022 and is currently missing. The sequel, Traffic, is missing in Smith Valley and last circulated in Yerington in 2022. The Dayton copy was recently sent to another library system via interlibrary loan, but previously hadn't circulated since 2022. And the copy in Silver Springs is long overdue. According to one reviewer, Tricks does not glamorize assault, prostitution, or drug use. It is, quote, a gritty, cautionary tale advising readers of the consequences of desperate actions, unquote. Flamer. Despite allegations, the Lyon County Library does not own and has never owned any copies of this book. Genderqueer. Despite allegations, the Lyon County Library System does not own and has never owned any copies of this book. I would like to address some of the other concerns raised by members of the public during public comment at various meetings. Members of the public have expressed concern that the Lyon County Board of Trustees did not approve at the November board meeting a collection development policy suggested by one of the trustees. That policy contains significant revisions to the language of the current collection development policy. A revised collection development policy was also proposed by library staff, which included minor changes to the existing policy. The Board of Trustees discussed the alternative policy as well as the policy proposed by library staff. After discussion, the board voted 3-1 to approve the policy proposed by the library staff. Members of the public have expressed concern that minors can access books from the shelves or electronically without parental knowledge. Quote, behind the parent's back, unquote, stated one speaker. In reality, for a minor to obtain a library card, an adult parent or guardian must sign the application and agree to terms of its use. The adult is required to provide a photo ID, proof of a local address, and contact information, including a phone number and or an email address. This adult thus has access to their minor child's library account number and PIN number. If the adult has concerns about what their child has borrowed from the library or through our e-catalog, they can ask their child what they've borrowed. They can look at the checkout receipts, or they can access the child's account in our online catalog using the credentials provided by the library card. If parents are concerned about what their children look at while they're in the library, they can visit the library with their children. They can make their family's values and expectations known to their children. Parents and children can always ask library staff for suggestions about materials that are appropriate for their own children based on their age, maturity level, knowledge, and interests. Members of the public have asserted that the library, quote, promotes vulgar, graphic, and explicit books to minors. The library does not promote any item or genre of any type. The library provides access to information. To reiterate, NRS 379.002 states, it is the goal of the state's publicly supported information centers to provide the resources and trained staff to meet the informational needs of all citizens. Some members of the public have decried the decline of public education and the quality of school libraries. To be clear, the Lyon County Library System is a public library, not a school library. Visiting the public library is a choice and not a requirement. Some members of the public are concerned about drag queen story times. The Lyon County Library has never had a drag queen story time and has no plans to do so. Some members of the public are concerned about minors accessing or accidentally viewing explicit materials on our public computers. The internet and the Wi-Fi in Lyon County libraries are filtered to prohibit access to adult content. In addition, viewing or printing illegal materials, for example, pornography, is prohibited by our rules of conduct. At least one member of the public has expressed concerns about people potentially sleeping in the library and using the restrooms for bathing. Such behavior is prohibited by our rules of conduct. Behavior that is prohibited by law or the rules of conduct may result in a request to change behavior, to leave the library, suspension of library materials, or intervention by law enforcement. Now I'd like to highlight some of the great things the Lyon County Library does do. As a public library system, Lyon County Library offers a wide range of services to the public, including access to information. The library system currently holds 86,227 physical items, including print and audiobooks and DVDs. We also offer ebooks and e-audiobooks and a variety of databases for research and personal growth. We offer spaces for study and learning. Our libraries provide quiet spaces for studying and learning and programs that foster literacy, such as story time, book clubs, and summer reading. Family-friendly programs that teach craft techniques. We have Book a Librarian, where patrons can work individually with library staff for help with job applications, resume building, or setting up an email account. And programs that promote healthy living, such as chair yoga and healthy eating. Our libraries are community spaces that welcome people of all ages and backgrounds. Our children's areas offer a variety of toys and games that promote imaginative play and pre-reading skills. Our quiet seating areas offer patrons the option to read or enjoy quiet conversations with friends. Our public meeting rooms are utilized by a variety of groups, including 4-H, robotics clubs, book clubs, and arts and crafts groups, to name a few. Technology access. The library system offers free and protected access to the internet using public computers in every branch, free and protected access to Wi-Fi 24/7, and access to printing, copying, and fax services. The library staff is always available to assist patrons with book recommendations, computer questions, and various reference queries. We strive to offer a friendly, welcoming, and safe environment to everyone who walks through the door. The Library Board of Trustees will be meeting on January 28th. At that meeting, the trustees will be reviewing the applications for the open trustee position and forwarding the board's recommendation to you. Finally, I'd like to extend an invitation to each of you to meet me at any one of our branches. I will be happy to answer your questions and address any concerns that you may have. I also have a short PowerPoint presentation about Lyon County Libraries, and then I will entertain any questions that you might have. This is really short. I'm not going to read every line on the thing. I'd just like to show you some of the things we do at Lyon County Libraries. We have 5 branches. I think you all know this is how many patrons we have, how many visitors we have in the past fiscal year. Some of the programs we have, I think I talked about them. Movie afternoons. In fact, today we have a movie tonight at the Yarrington branch. Trunk or treat. Almost half of our programs are geared to children. This is how many items that we've loaned out, ebooks or e-audiobooks. We also provide, interlibrary loans, which is part of our mandated requirement to share materials with other libraries in the state. We have public computers. We have a lot of people use our Wi-Fi, particularly when we're closed. We have databases, including Rosetta Stone, in case you want to learn Japanese or something. And research databases for students of all ages. We have 9.5 full-time staff with 5 branches. Staff is amazing. We also have volunteers and the public service hours during Saturdays, 8,875 hours per year. Here's a few of the things we do. Smith Valley Branch. This is our summer camp last summer. The Yerington branch participated in the Parade of Lights this year for the first time. What else we have? The Fernley branch, the manager there participates every year in a spectacular event at City Hall. The Silver Stage branch invited Smokey Bear this year. And the Dayton branch had 1,600 people at their trunk or treat this fall. I mean, I love this lighting system. I've loved it since the day I moved to Yerington. I care about this library system. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. If you have questions in the future, please call me, email me, come and visit me, or ask me to visit with you at another branch.
Do we have any questions? Commissioner Castanelli?
Thank you for being here today. And years ago, I used to really enjoy the kickoff for the summer reading program at the Dayton Library. I used to barbecue hot dogs and burgers there for them every year.
Okay,
So
we're gonna put the barbecue this summer. Is that a long?
if I had time. But one question, or more of a clarification, is parental consent required for a minor to obtain a library card?
Absolutely. The person has to be, if they're not under 18, an adult parent or guardian must sign the library card application.
Yeah.
They have to put down their information, their email address, their phone number, and sign for it. The kid cannot get a card on their own.
Thank you.
I just want to follow up and then I'll go to you, Commissioner Jacobson. So on that library card, is there a thing right now where the parent, being a responsible parent, can kind of clarify what's allowed for that child to look
No.
at? So
That's
it's
between the parent and the child. The library does not, we don't filter anything that person wants to check out.
so there isn't something that says he can't go into the X-rated
No.
part. Maybe there should be. Go ahead, Commissioner Jacobson.
We don't have an X-rated part, but you know.
Well, you know what I'm saying. If it's past an 18-year-old, you know, they shouldn't be in certain areas, or at least I wouldn't want to take it. I'd want the parent to be able to regulate that and not have to keep going on the thing, because he might have a library card, but he doesn't realize that they're going to check out those books and stuff. So anyway, I'll go on to Commissioner Jacobson.
So there is a way to find out what their child has borrowed. You go to the online catalog. You type in your credentials, the kid's library card, and the PIN number. It brings up the kid's account and shows you exactly everything that that child has checked out, including the e-materials. It also shows the history that the kid has checked out. I mean, the library staff cannot access that. It can only be accessed by the person who owns the account and knows the PIN number. So the adult parent who sets up the account has a card number, because the kid gets the library card with a number on it, and they have a PIN number associated with that. And the adult, you know, obviously a kid could change it, but that's between a parent and a child, not the library and the parent.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair Keller. First of all, you spent a great deal amount of time preparing this today, and so I want to recognize and thank you for your time that you've put into your presentation and the information which you shared. I actually had some questions and you answered all of them. I just have one question. Let's say someone, more specifically a child, does a search on one of your computers. Do you get alert to your computer that they might be trying to search something inappropriate or type in inappropriate?
No, we don't, but, you know, as I said, adult materials are filtered, they cannot be accessed.
Right. And I get that, but is there something that maybe the county could purchase where you get an alert that a child is trying to look up something inappropriate, whether now it's filtered and they can't go to it, but then you could make their parents aware that they are trying to.
It seems like a very complicated thing because an adult might look up.
Because I think the school has something like that.
Schools have different rules. We're a public library. Anybody can come and try to access anything they want on our public.
And I get that. So you've answered my question. Thank you.
The library in Smith Valley, is it right on the school side? Is that a combined deal on?
It is. And so it is a joint use facility which is operated jointly by the school district and the county. During school hours, it's closed to the public. There's a school library staff who's at that library when children are in that library. And that person monitors what children check out during school hours. There's a separate person, county staff, who works during public hours. The library doors close before public hours, the public can't come in. And then when it's public hours after school, she is in charge.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? So just to bring it all back to Mr. Hastings, asking, excuse me. We handle the budget, removal for missed meetings, appointment to the board, and all that's done under our existing policy. And the only thing we can change on that is what, if we as a board decide to change the existing policies of what's before us, and that's it. So all this other stuff that we've been hearing about actually goes back to the other board.
Correct, yes.
Well, and NRS.
And yes, and NRS, as I mentioned before, I mean, I don't directly oversee the library. I do plan on attending the next library board meeting, just to provide some information. I do have some concerns from a risk management standpoint on the alternative proposed policy, but just going to be there to provide some information. Obviously, I'm not the decision maker, and just want to make sure I'm giving the information that is so they can make the best decision possible.
Can I clarify about the open position?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's been some concern about the open trustee position. I'm concerned about it too. It's hard to operate when we don't have a full board. Fortunately, we do have a quorum. We had a full board in June, and the person who was the trustee determined that they didn't have the time anymore to continue on for a second term. So we put the opening out, and a person applied, was vetted by the Board of Trustees. That person's application was confirmed by your Board of County Commissioners. Then before that person started working, she became ill. Well, she put in an application in July, and it was accepted by all the entities, but then she became ill and missed several meetings. And then she said finally that she did not think she would be able to fulfill her duties. And by this time she was in a hospital, and I went to a hospital where she was and accepted her letter of resignation, which was accepted by the Board of Trustees, and then accepted by the Board of Commissioners. So that was the end of October that she submitted her resignation. So it had to go to the trustees, but by then it was too late to put it on the agenda. We don't have a meeting in December because of the holidays. So that's why it's taken so long. I apologize for that. It's just an unfortunate series of events. I would like to say sadly that person passed away. Anyway, that's why we haven't had a trustee. There was no nefarious intent. It's just circumstance. Does anyone have any questions?
Just a comment, Chair Keller, I just, as with all of our boards, I thank all of our volunteers and that, so thank you to your library board, thank you to all of our advisory boards, so I tell them, thank you all the time, my mother's. Thank you, guys.
And sadly, I don't know if the public understands how much of the county business is performed by volunteers. I mean, they're our biggest asset and probably one of the most unsung.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hopefully that helped out the public. I see it's 11:40. You guys want to go ahead and take lunch so that we come back on these, or so we're back by 12:30, or do you guys want to go through a few?
Do any other presenters need to, so they can keep doing their county business? I don't, I can't speak for the sheriff, but maybe they've got other stuff. I don't
Yeah,
know.
let's just go ahead and go through the commissioners, county managers report. Commissioner Apple, do you have anything? Commissioner Casanelli?
Yes, I attended my first Campo meeting. Was a pretty quick meeting. They just had an amendment that affected 2 existing projects that are Carson City projects. They're nothing to do with Lyon County. Attended the Dayton Advisory Board. Their main presentation was canceled. But I did want to pass on a thank you from our Dayton community and myself for the new lighted crosswalk at Dayton Valley Road and Courtesy Road. That is a kind of a corner. If you're familiar with Dayton Valley Road, it's on a curve, and there's a lot of students that cross at that point, and a lot of near misses, and I think a couple of actually hits there. But the lighted crosswalk is was desperately needed, and now we got it. So thank you from the community. I attended the Silver City Advisory Board, and there was a presentation there from Commissioner Carmona from Story County, and Story County is bringing in fiber internet, and as a result of their efforts to do that, they're bringing the line up from Highway 50 in Mount House right through Silver City to Virginia City, and they're extending the invitation to all of our Silver City residents to take advantage of that broadband at no cost to Lyon County and little to no cost to those residents. So that's a pretty exciting program. Their monthly costs for the internet will be pretty affordable as well. What else? I attended the steering committee for the Friends of the Sutro Tunnel project. There's some funding through Travel Nevada that we're pretty excited about. So a lot of good things to come with that. And also was honored to attend the governor's State of the State speech last night, accompanying Assemblyman Gray. So that's it.
Commissioner Hendricks?
I attended the National Association of Counties Public Steering Committee, and I will be bringing forward a resolution for consideration at the legislative session, trying to encourage BLM to reconsider their decision on the programmatic solar EIS. I attended the Comstock Historical District Committee meeting and the Carson Water Subconservancy District meeting last night.
Commissioner Jacobson?
I don't have a whole lot, but I do want to thank those for putting Wreaths Across America at our Veterans Cemetery. Firmly is very fortunate to be home to thousands of veterans. They put up over 4,500 wreaths. In under an hour, I believe they had 1,300 volunteers. And this Saturday, collection of those wreaths will be starting at 9. They anticipate about an hour. If you're so interested. Other than that, I've been busy, but just not as busy as I should be, I guess.
Okay, I attended the Lyon County Planning Commission. The county gave a presentation to the Planning Commission on, it was a training presentation, and I thought it was pretty good. Can't wait for it to get out to the advisory boards and everybody. I attended a legislative training session in Dayton to navigate NELIS, which is the Nevada Electronic Legislative Information System, and to communicate to the Assembly and the Senate in the most productive way. That was done by Alexis Hansen, our Assemblywoman. Nevada NACO Association of Counties Legislative Committee, I attended that. We're still tracking all the hundreds of bills. You saw that presentation earlier. I attended the State of the State last night and listened to Governor Lombardo's vision for the next session. On the national level, I attended National Rural Action Caucus. In the coming weeks, the U.S. will take up the SAVE Act, H.R. 22, a priority bill for Speaker Johnson to a vote. And that legislation would establish a national federal policy that would require voters to present proof of citizenship to vote in federal elections, which would also add new regulations or requirements on state and local officials. So we got to be on top of that one. We'll have an overview of the federal rural policymaking landscape in 2025, highlighting what county leaders can expect from Congress and administration. And the incoming Trump administration will bring leadership changes across federal agencies that influence rural communities. So the NACO staff will provide insight into the key decision-making makers, their priorities, and what those shifts mean for our rural counties. That's all I have.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. I don't have a whole lot for you, since it was kind of a short time period between our first meeting in January and the second meeting in January. I've been running around like my hair's on fire, trying to get everything ready to go for this agenda and get all my materials together. Did have the privilege of attending the State of the State last night and listening to the governor's message there. So some things we'll be looking at there. Happy to answer any questions if the board has any.
Any questions? Thank you. Brings us to appointed officials report, elected officials reports. Any elected officials? Seeing none, we'll move on to the appointed officials reports.
Real quick, Taylor Allison, Lyon County Emergency Management and Government Affairs. As Vince from NACO mentioned already this morning, we have several bills that we're tracking. Through the approval of the government affairs position, you all approved the use of a new tracking software, which has really streamlined our ability to tag the bills. We already have over 125 assigned to each of our departments and 19 to our leadership, which we'll bring forward at a future meeting, starting at the first one in February. So the next meeting, we'll have regular updates on those. As you heard in the State of the State last night, trends related to housing, public safety. We're also tagging bills directly impacting tax abatements, the reorganization of boards and commissions that impact all of our departments. So we'll bring those forward. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out.
Any questions? Thank you. Any more appointed? Good one.
Good morning.
Good
Josh
morning.
Boyer, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. I just wanted to update you on a couple of things. First of all, consolidated taxes are trending to be a little less than what we budgeted. If they continue at the current rate, we're going to be around $700,000 less than we budgeted. We have enough beginning fund balance to cover it at the moment, so it's not a crisis. It's just a trend that I want you to be aware of. In addition to that, North Lyon Fire Protection District reached out to me. I will be going to their board meeting tonight to present some best practices on financial management for them. and take a look. Their audit report should be presented tonight as well and give me some interpretation of that. But that was something they asked me to come to, so just wanted to make you aware of it. And that's all I have for you today.
Any questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Jacobson.
I want to thank you for helping out Northland Fire. When we selected a person to fill that board, really just talked with a lot of people, and I know that Chief Bunn has come into a real mess, and he's doing, I think, an exceptional job of pulling them through it. And any help that we can give them from a county level, and shooting your horn, your expertise, possibly Colleen's as well, is greatly appreciated to help out. He will get it turned around, and so thank you for that.
Yes, they have a fantastic team, good board, so thank you.
Thank you. Officials. Seeing none, we'll move on to advisory board reports. Don't see any. Move on to number 12, consent agenda. Action will be taken on all items. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and may be acted upon by the board, county commissioners in formal action, and without an extensive hearing. Any member of the board or any citizen may request that an item be taken from the consent agenda, discussed and acted upon separately during this meeting. Do we have anyone in the polling item for discussion? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back here to the board and entertain a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda items 12A through 12I.
Do a second?
Second. Well, thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Hendricks, seconded by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Going back to the regular agenda, number 13A for presentation only, the Lyon County Sheriff's Office 2024 annual report. Oh, you want?
We could do lunch. I wasn't saying we couldn't do lunch. I was.
That's fine. We'll go to lunch. We'll go to lunch. That's fine. I didn't see him leave. Okay, it's 11:52. We'll go ahead and take lunch.
What time are we coming back?
I'll set it for 1.
Perfect.
With that,
Got him in.
just prepping myself.
Here we're going to reconvene. (13A) for presentation only, Lyon County Sheriff's Office 2024 annual report. Sheriff.
All right, good afternoon, Lyon County Sheriff Brad Pope for the record. Going to be presenting our annual report. It's a pretty comprehensive report that spans 50 pages. And we're not going to be going over every page today, but I did provide the board with a copy of the report. So if you want to look further into it, you can. I'd like to start these out with my message, and not going to read the entire message, but it truly is an honor to serve the community as a Lyon County Sheriff, and appreciate working with each and every one of you. I'm gonna go ahead and skip ahead to page 7 and talk about our staffing levels and training hours. One of the goals, and I had spoke to this board before, that we'd have these positions filled. Our goal is to have them filled by February 1st. Those positions are filled on paper. Some of the swear-ins will come after February 1st, but conditional job offers have been made, and the deputies are coming to work here. So for the first time in over a decade, about fully staffed. So Training hours. In 2024, the Lyon County Sheriff's Office dedicated a total of 15,932 training hours. Works out to approximately 180 hours per person. And that does not include the academy. I believe we had 14 graduate from the academy, and the academy's over 700 hours, so that number's drastically larger. And if you have any questions during this, please interrupt. We're gonna go ahead and skip to page 18. And page 18 is I'm sorry. 18 on mine is the one back. There we go. This is our communications division. Something to note. Well, it says we had a total of 51,163 calls. That's a 20% increase from last year. So the calls for service into the dispatch center are increasing. I think that's due to population increase and sheriff's office and other EMS divisions availability for service. We were fully staffed at one point with the dispatch center, but the training process is grueling. Life of a dispatcher is not for everybody. And we have 4 positions open right now, but we're expected to fill those within the next month. So be operating fully staffed again. Those 4 new dispatchers can make it through the training. It will be operating fully staffed. Things to note, Fernley received 15,121 calls for service. That's by far our busiest area. Dayton, which is titled Western Command in here, received 11,650. Central Command, which is Silver Springs and Stagecoach, 6,696. Southern Command, 4,569. That's Mason and Smith Valley. And then generic, 14,372. So that encompasses a lot of different details that we don't necessarily need to present now. And we staff these areas, according to these calls for service. So if you look at our staffing, that's why Fernley has the most deputies. Dayton has the second most deputies. Silver Springs and then Mason Valley, Mason and Smith Valley. We staff according to our calls for service. We'll look at the next page. Going to our response times. These are color coordinated by the area high schools. Used to be a high school football coach. I love it. So this is not a rainbow. These are high school football coach. But if you notice the difference in response times, it's been a top priority of this administration to lower the response times and respond to calls in a swift but responsible and professional manner. If you look at just the priority 1 calls across the board, several of these are 300 to 400% decreases in response time. So very positive. The deputies have taken it on themselves as a priority of theirs to respond swiftly. And they're responding to the direction really well. Priority 3, all the way down to priority 3, you notice Silver Springs, 1 point in response time to priority 3 call. Silver Springs in 2022 was 1 hour and 2 minutes. That's down to 17 minutes. With more deputies coming out of training in the academy, we're expecting those numbers to reduce further, although obviously not as high as a percentage that they have from the past. Go to the next page. Traffic. Traffic stops in Lyon County. It's been our direction to increase those. Traffic remains our #1 complaint. And I'm pretty positive this is the #1 complaint to every police department across the country. So we have taken upon ourselves to start enforcing more traffic laws across the county. If you notice, traffic stops in all Lyon County. In 2022, we did 4,171 stops. Last year, we did 9,012. So over 100% increase. It's 118% increase in traffic stops. Again, each area is color coordinated with their high school. Traffic stops in Dayton. Well over 100% increase from 2022. Fernley, well over 100% increase from 2022. Mason Valley, Smith Valley, that's one traffic stop zone, a 300%, nearly a 300% increase. From 589, 2022 to 1,526. Silver Springs in 2022, 540 to 1615. And then traffic stops in no zone. Sometimes we do a traffic stop, people will call out a business location instead of an address or a crossroad. And those aren't assigned to necessarily a patrol area. My belief is that the majority of those are in Fernley, but I have no way to clarify that data as of yet. So very large increase with 2,547 citations issued, running at right around 50% citations. You there, right? Yeah. I'm sorry. That's more along the lines of about a 30% citation rate. So things are going well. Go to the next page. This is our sheriff's traffic enforcement team. We refer to as STET. I'm sorry, one more page. This is a program that we established in 2023 to respond to those traffic complaints due to budget. A little bit of budget constraints and manpower issues last year. They didn't respond and didn't set up as many operations as we would like. But they're already running several operations this year, and we're expecting those statistics to greatly improve over the next year, which will add to our total traffic stops as well. Next page. The detention division. The total bookings into the Lyon County Jail, 1,756 bookings. That's a body for each one of those bookings. That is a physical person being booked into our jail. Our total arrests are actually higher. Multiple times a week, we arrest somebody, say with the Carson City warrant or a Washoe County warrant. We transport those individuals right to that jail, as opposed to bringing them down here and then have to be transferred from our jail to Carson City or Washoe, Churchill County, sometimes Mineral County, etc. So had a lot more arrests than that, but that's how many people that have been booked into our jail this year. Out of those 1,756, 1,311 are Lyon County Sheriff's Office employees arresting the people. They're not being arrested. And 445 are outside agencies. If you'll look further down the page on the reason for release, we'll see that 823 people are released to their own recognizance. In OR, that's largely due to bail reform policy that's been put in place by the legislature. Our court system and our district attorney take a lot of heat over that, but that is a legislative issue. They're just following the law. So trying to stand up for them where we can. They catch a lot of heat over it. At one point, the sheriff's office was catching a lot of heat over people being released on ORs. We've explained it to the community enough that they know now that the sheriff's office does not release people from jail. We just hold them until the court tells us to release them. So trying to help out the DA and the court systems with the public perception on their side as well. Next page. You see what other outside agencies are booking into our jail. With Nevada Highway Patrol being the highest outside agency, doing bookings into our jail, and the city of Yerington. If you notice, there are tribal agencies that are booking arrestees into our jail. We do charge tribal agencies now a rate of $200 per day, which every tribal agency that is still booking prisoners into our jail is currently up to payment on. So it's they're willing to work with us for the proximity of our jail and the availability of medical resources, etc. This page, inmate work crews. This isn't a new program by any means. It's just a program that we brought back. I mean, inmate work crews have been a thing since jails existed. A little bit of a misnomer. It says total number of work crews 17, total hours worked by crews 170. So 17 work crews have gone out for 10 hours. There's 4 people in or 4 inmates in each work crew. So it's actually a total of 680 man hours has been put back into the community through these work crews. If you notice, a lot of work was done at the fair and rodeo grounds to help the county prepare for the fair and rodeo, cemeteries, parks. I worked around the district court during the construction for that to help get that ready in time. One thing we do note is we get a lot of requests for inmate work crews to assist the elderly and clean up their properties, things of that sort. What we deny it. What we don't want to do is take sentenced inmates over to elderly ladies' houses that live alone and possibly give somebody in the criminal element the idea to burglarize her when they get out. Not necessarily the inmates, but they could go back and tell somebody in the cell block. And we're not trying to help those guys pick their next target, so we deny those from the community, strictly for community safety. We're real cautious about where we put our inmate work crews and who they deal with, especially when dealing with the public. We try and keep those separate. Next page. That's our investigations division. Between our major crimes, our special investigations unit, and our coroner's office. Go one more page. These are the statistics from the investigations division, the major crimes portion of that. You have a chance, if you glance through their statistics, see a lot of time is spent on juvenile sex crimes and child victims. Too much time, but seems to be the direction crime's heading. It's hard work. These guys, it's hard on them mentally too. But these guys and girl work through it. They do an excellent job for Lyon County, and they've produced 2 homicides this year, both been solved, and both suspects are in custody. I would also note that this year they did solve a crime, a murder from 2022 that was kind of pushed off in between the transition from the last administration to this administration. It's pushed off as not a homicide. These guys finally were able to obtain a confession, and we're working with the district attorney's office to file charges on that homicide as well. So that won't show up in this year's statistics, but I wanted to note it. Turn the page, special investigations unit. This is our street crimes unit with a emphasis on narcotics. If you look at the weights of narcotics and the amount of arrests they made, these guys had a busy year. We've assigned a canine unit to that unit now, and with a little bit new direction, stop and sniff, and really utilizing that canine. And so far, it's been a successful deployment of the canine. 3.8 pounds of methamphetamine is a lot. 4,700 pounds of marijuana is a lot. That was for the most part, that case in Silver Springs, South Fort Churchill. They took that down. 13.4 grams of fentanyl is a lot. And why that's significant is heroin, fentanyl, opioids are purchased in relatively small amounts, and due to the body's need to consume it, usually consumed right away. So getting any kind of quantity of fentanyl or any kind of opioid, heroin is substantial. So typically, you're looking at 1/10 of a gram as a hit of heroin. So 13.4 grams or 6.9 grams of heroin, 13.4 grams of phenol is actually quite substantive. It's not like on the border where they're getting thousands of pounds by any means, but for what's going on in Lyon County, methamphetamine is still a drug of choice, but still a decent arrest. Next page. Deputy Coroner Program, we instituted this in 2023. And part of the mission of instituting this was to free up time for the deputies. Typically what was being done is a patrol deputy would respond to a coroner call, a person who is deceased, and they would handle every step of that report. There's a lot of follow-up with doctors and caregivers to determine the cause of death, the medical examiner's office, etc. It's very time consuming. We've taken that second step And the majority of the first step off of the patrol deputies. That's another reason why we're able to increase our traffic stops and lower our response times. Because we're taking some of this off the deputies and giving it to specialized units. Horner has saved, I don't even know how to quantify it, but they've saved probably 1,000 man hours. It's being dedicated to patrol, so if not more. So the program has been very successful so far. 2 more pages. Talk about our canine unit, our units. We currently have 5 dogs. Full dirt, 4 dual purpose dogs. Means they do apprehension and narcotic detection. And 1 single purpose dog who is in the schools. Talked to you about Linda. She can identify narcotics and firearms. She's doing a good job. All of our canines are doing a good job. Their statistics of what they recovered or below. They like to put things in grams, so do the conversion from grams to pounds. Might not get there on a lot of those, but the amount of stops they've done, they found a substantial amount of narcotics in Lyon County. About 3 more pages. Yep. Sex Offenders Task Force. This is an area that we're going to be revamping. We've already started revamping this year, and we're going to get much more aggressive with in 2025. Lyon County has 251 registered sex offenders, 89 in Fernley, 86 in Silver Spring Stagecoach, 44 in Dayton, and 32 in Mason Valley. We verified registrations of 701. 12 investigations were conducted for non-compliance, 7 arrests and 5 warrant requests through the DA's office. I'm expecting that number to dramatically increase. We're looking at purchasing software that will notify the sex offender when their registration is due. So there's no more excuses of how they missed it, etc. Past practice was if they came in and they were late, we were bringing them up to compliance. The new direction is if they come in to register and they're late, they're going to jail. And we'll let the court system deal with them on that part. So we're going to get much more aggressive on this front and start putting some of these guys in jail, especially with the amount of child sex crimes we're having. So not to say that they're the ones committing the crimes, but we like to send a message to that community. So we're going to be much more aggressive. 2 pages. I'm sorry, 1 more page. There you go. School resource officers are doing an excellent job. It asked the school district for statistics on the 0 tolerance policy. Been asking for a 1.5 years. I haven't received any. I understand they're busy and they went through a change of their information officer. So we're going to give them a little bit of grace. Talking with the principals, teachers, and other staff of the schools. They're very happy with the 0 tolerance policy. I said it's had a great effect. I would like statistics to present. However, I just don't have any at this time. But our school resource officers are doing an excellent job. In 2024, the school resource officers responded to 948 calls for service. They're also responsible for presenting educational material in the school. One of our school resource officers is helping teach criminal justice class. Our school resource officers will run the junior deputy program, just thriving in Dayton. We're looking at launching that in Fernley in the next few months. Silver Springs is working on launching right now, and we'll eventually get to Yerington and Smith Valley. On 1 page. See our school resource officers right there. You see Linda down there with Deputy McCullough. She's the one with floppy ears. And let's skip ahead. 1 more. Right here. Our records division, excuse me, completed a total of 7,585 reports in 2024. You see the breakdown by area. Again, Fernley is where the majority of our reports are generated. Excuse me. And you can see where they're laid out there. And again, that's why Fernley is the majority of the staffing, the majority of the focus of the sheriff's office at this time. Dayton's not far behind it. Silver Springs is running about 50% of what Fernley does. Our records division processes CCWs. We've seen 1,038 last year. That's normal. It fluctuates. It's a 5-year expiration date, but seems to stay right in that ballpark, right around 1,000 a year. Regardless of our efforts to increase it and advertise it and get more CCWs out to the public, that seems to be where it stays. 22,965 calls came into our records division. They do the sex offender registrations, the ex-felon registrations. They do our brothel cards, our sheriff's office work cards. This group is extremely busy. One more page. Gave Larry an award. I wanted to go over these statistics, with Larry around, but obviously the house was full and another business needed to be taken care of. They currently have 32 volunteers, and if you look at the man hours that our volunteers provided, 9,252 man hours. These are all doing jobs and portions of the sheriff's office that a deputy would have to do if they didn't exist. So this is the equivalent of approximately 4 patrol deputies. They take a lot off of our plate. They help us out with special events, help us out with traffic control. They do anything we ask them to do. They're a great group of people and very good to work with. Larry said Mr. Naven's taken over. He's going to do well. He was a CPA in his past life, so he's very organized, and I expect the program to continue to flourish under his leadership. Next page. Our unmanned aerial vehicles or drones. When we first started getting the drones, finding applications to use the drones was pretty tough, but we actually use our drones a lot more than anyone would think. So we're finding applications where the launch of drones and the utilization of the drone program has been successful. They flew for the majority of the time on this recent manhunt. The equipment is awesome, but it's starting to break down, so we're going to ask for a budget increase on our drone side. It's not a substantial budget by any means, but we're going to ask to increase a little bit. One of the batteries for our big drones is $700, and they need 8. So you guys are going to be seeing a budget increase request for that. But the tool's invaluable. It's basically like having a little helicopter at our disposal, and helps with search, lost people. Search and rescue is asking for a software update that we're granting, and I hope to grant the budget. For use of our drones, you could type in a specific color of clothing that you're looking for, and the software will identify it down to like the size of a quarter in the desert. So it's a very good program. They're using it. I'll say Sacramento County's using it, and it's been very effective. They'd like to bring it here, but it'll help us out a lot. So you guys will see more about that when budget requests come. And finally, last page, search and rescue. Knock on wood, 2024 was somewhat of a slow year for search and rescue comparatively. Factors that contributed to that were no snow, nothing in the passes, no mudslides in Smith Valley, sending people over the mud. So lack of snow. So it's been great. Search and rescue does everything we ask them to do. Again, it's a full volunteer unit. They hit right around 10,000 man hours. Again, that's probably 5 full-time deputy positions. And so they do everything we ask them to do. Great group of people. Patty Polish is still the SAR commander, still going strong and still doing a great job for us. That's all I have to report on this report.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Jacobson?
Thanks, Chair Keller. I want to start off bragging about Melody Holland. Her main name was Melody Gaddis, and I was very fortunate to be her sixth grade teacher. She's the JPO there at the Fernley High School and does a great job. So I do want to give her a shout out. That's all that was. And I was very fortunate to have her in class. Wonderful, wonderful person. What do you do with confiscated currency?
So we run that through a asset forfeiture program. It's a civil process. We send it to the district attorney's office. They file the civil case on it. We try and seize it. That goes into the special investigations unit funding. And once we receive it, it can only be spent on that unit, training, or any narcotics related.
But you're going to keep it.
Yes.
After a certain amount of time, that money goes to a good purpose.
After a certain amount of time, it goes back to the person we took it from. If the attorney doesn't file the case for it, we lose it. So, civil process, I believe it's 2 years. Might be.
So let's say the money confiscated from that, if there was money out at the place where that huge drug bust went down.
So the clock starts ticking. And they're looking into the property right now to see if we can seize it, looking into some other property that was used to facilitate that operation that we've confiscated to see if we could seize it. So it's a partnership through the district attorney's office. And we hope to get some of that property.
All right. Right on. The K9 unit was at Fernley High the other day. It was awesome. As a matter of fact, it might have been yesterday, but that's great to have that. So I want to give that program a shout out as well. Two more things. The work crew, is there any way we can get those in Fernley picking up some trash on the side of the streets? I noticed on that work crew list that Fernley wasn't mentioned a whole lot.
Not a whole lot. Yeah, just need an official request and with.
So the city hasn't done any of that.
So the inmate work crew did participate in the mayor's clean sweep. But we're not arbitrarily looking for projects. We like an official request to come in with a designated.
And then just for the record, I think Fernley has about 40% of the population in Lyon County. And so if we run the numbers, really Fernley's numbers are a lot lower than other areas of these other folks' districts. So if we could point that out, that'd be wonderful.
Sure thing. Yeah.
I was just kidding, Scott.
So how many people are traveling from Fernley to commit crimes and civil friends?
Absolutely.
And then finally, just a shout out and thank you to your whole staff and crew. Very impressed and just good job. Stay safe.
Wanted to say thank you. Every year, the numbers keep getting better and better and everything's going in a great direction.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cassinelli.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to commend the Sheriff's Department and you, the increase in traffic stops alone in Dayton is great job. I do have one question, kind of a clarification on page 34 of the sex offender task force. We've got a total of 251 registered sex offenders. And then on page 40 in the records division, it shows 755 sex offender registered. So is that a different tier that you're reporting there? Is that
That's all the tiers combined. So some offenders have to register monthly, others have to register once a year.
Okay.
So when they move, they have to change a registration. If they change a vehicle, they have to change a registration. So that's why you see the difference.
So this is multiple, same person multiple times. That's what, gotcha. Thank you.
Commissioner McAdee.
Yeah, fantastic report. And a shout out to Records Division. I work with them during the year with CCWs. I've always been very responsive. I've made comments to the rest of the staff that I've appreciated their help. I've had questions or anything going on, plus the speed at which they are processing the applications has gotten much, much better. Appreciate that. One quick question, though, we were talking about the drug bust, the big one, and we picked up about 2 1/3 tons of marijuana on How much of that bust up there was part of that 2 1/3 tons?
I would say the vast majority.
4,700 pounds. But then I was looking at the canine and the canine actually had 1,412 grams, which is about 3 pounds. So
Well,
that's quite a difference there.
Yeah, I mean, the canines didn't find the house, so.
Yeah, they didn't find it. They were out there roaming the desert.
No, vehicle stops, school surgeons, et cetera.
Yeah.
I say surgeons loosely. I don't think that we found a substantial amount of marijuana in the schools, but that's their mission, so.
Yeah, phenomenal job. Appreciate all the work that you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll clarify about Smith Valley, the response times. They're pretty hard to calculate. For instance, for the first 3 months, we were looking at Smith Valley, we didn't have priority 1 call. Then we got 1 priority 1 call. Probably shouldn't have been categorized. Priority 1 took 31 minutes, so now we have 31-minute response time, but calls for service in Smith Valley are extremely low, so. 1 10-minute response time cancels out 1 30-minute response time, so it's hard to calculate, but you guys are getting out there in a timely manner. So.
Well, and I know that the response time for one of the restaurants in a shooting situation, that was very quick. And I think that was an off-duty deputy, when she means, but he jumped up off his chair and got there in a hurry and took care of the situation. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Move on to 14, human services for the president.
Mr. Chair, we do have that 1:30 time certain.
Oh. Sorry about that. Move on to 7C, time cert. No, not 7C.
7E.
Gotta get mine in the right order. Go with me. Time certain at 1:30 PM for presentation and discussion only. Presentation and update from Assemblyman Gregory Koenig on his priorities for the 83rd session of the Nevada Legislature and other matters relating to the Nevada Legislature. Assemblyman Koenig. Now, I do want to thank publicly Assemblyman Koenig invited me to sit with him last night, and I really enjoyed it with the State of the State address.
Yeah, I was gonna say, long time no see. Sat together at the State of the State last night. So I think I was asked to talk about my priorities and I think the number 1 priority for us as Republicans in the state assembly is to uphold and protect our governor. We picked up 1 seat this last election, which kept us out of the super minority. If we were in the super minority, then they would have been able to override all 75 of the vetoes that the governor had vetoed. And so by picking up that 1 seat, we were able to sustain the vetoes and keep those, in my opinion, 75 bad bills from becoming law. So number 1 priority over there is to, back the governor and make sure that he looks good and can do everything we can to help him get reelected this next time. It's frustrating to be in close to the super minority. I know in this county, we're 2-1 Republicans, but when we go to Carson City, it's 3-1 Democrats. So everyone my district is the 2nd highest percentage of Republicans in the state. Yet you go to Carson and you come here and you're the majority, and you go over there and you're just a huge minority. And how that works is every single committee, the chair of every single committee is a Democrat, and they decide which bills want to get heard. So any bill that you want to bring forward that has any teeth to it, they won't even let it have a hearing. So it's pretty frustrating. So I've kind of taken on me to champion the rurals. I'm one of just a couple of districts that that really mostly have the rural Nevada, doesn't have, any Reno or Carson or Vegas in there. So everyone comes to me and looks to me to champion the rurals, and that's what I've done with a lot of my bills. Last time all benefited the rurals. I've got some bills now that'll help. I've got a couple out of here, out of Yerington. There's a mobile meat packing plant that's in the trailer, and that we're gonna try to pass a law to get them to get licensed so they can go around to, go down to Mina and go and do process the meats in places in the ultra rurals that don't have access to that now. Another one is I'm doing it'll allow people who are volunteer firefighters to get a break on their vehicle registration. And I know Fernley is a paid fire district, but a lot of the other ones in the rurals especially are, they might have some paid leadership, but a lot of it is done by volunteers, and they're really struggling with some of their numbers. So we're going to try to find some benefit to help them want to, participate in the volunteer firefighting thing. That helps. We have a bill that right now, the way emergency rooms are categorized, the rural hospitals can't reach the highest level of classification, which means they don't get reimbursed as much. And so that'll help here in Yerington, that'll help over in Fallon, that'll help, hopefully help Tonopah if they can qualify. But we're going to, try to make it so that the rural emergency room hospitals can reach that higher classification and get some better reimbursement. We've got some county road construction things that only applies to some of the smaller counties. And so I'm looking to champion the rural issues, and everything I'm trying to do is trying to help the constituents here in rural Nevada and try to get it so that they, aren't disadvantaged. So that's kind of my priority for this session coming up. We'll take some questions now.
Any questions? Commissioner Jacobson?
Thank you, Chair Keller. I've not necessarily a question, but I just wanted to thank you and some of your rural constituents for coming to Fernley and presenting to the public here this past summer. Well, it's maybe fall, I guess. But showed up there at the courthouse and led a discussion, and it was really good, and able to bring the high school leadership down to listen to some leaders. And so it was appreciated that you did that, and really thanked I want to say Echeverria and some of those other gentlemen that came up from Lincoln County, I believe, and elsewhere to participate in that. It was really time well spent.
It's a great event. I was able to bring 5 legislators to the chambers there in Fernley and sit for a couple hours and just take questions. I mean, I don't know that there's ever been a time that we've had five legislators all at the same time, in one of the cities here. We'd like to do that here too, and other cities. It's kind of hard to coordinate to get 5 of us together at the same time, but I've had nothing but positive feedback from that. And I think we learned a lot, and I think we were able to educate some people on how things work. So it was a good event.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming and giving us a presentation on your priorities.
Thank you.
Yeah, just echo that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Good luck.
So they did put me on the Ways and Means Committee this time, which is the big money committee. So that's a lot more work, but a lot more influence. So that'll be good. We'll be able to have a little more say in how some of our money is spent. In fact, I'll be the Northern Deputy, which puts me as the second ranking Republican in the Assembly this time. So, being in leadership, again, a lot more work, but I think there's also a lot more opportunity to have a little more influence. So hopefully we can do what we can to have a say. I mean, 75% of the legislators from Vegas, and if you ask them, half of those couldn't even tell you where a city in Lyon County is. So it's kind of frustrating for them. Nevada's such a weird state. You have a single law that has to apply to downtown Vegas and to Silver Springs at the same time. And that's pretty tough, but we're trying to make sure that they know who we are and that they, respect us as rural Nevadans.
Yeah, the governor kind of concerns me a little bit between the rural and Clark and Marshall. I talked to you last night about where do you come up with your ideas for these
Yeah.
bills and stuff?
And thanks for that heads up. And while I was contemplating that question, I have to admit that I've dropped the ball a little bit as far as Lyon County goes. This is the first interaction I've had with Lyon County itself officially. And I was excited that you did that because that's one of my weaknesses. I need to open up our communication better. How I get my bills is I have 50 people that have approached me and said, can you carry this bill? Can you carry this bill? Can you carry this bill? And so what I've done is I look through which ones, apply to rural Nevada, which ones do I think have a chance of potentially passing. And so you narrow it down to 9, but I cut 50 to 9, but the vast majority of those were people have approached me. I mean, there's a Jason Sanderson here in town that had some issues with court reporting and notaries, and I'm going to carry a bill for him because he was one of my constituents. But when you asked me that question, when I was driving home and thinking about it, I thought I need to do better. Next time I need to say, okay, some of the other entities in this district approached me and I'm carrying bills for them, but you guys never approached me. But I need to do better at saying, hey, county commissioners in Lyon, what do you have that you potentially want me to carry? And I promise to do better with that. Kind of weird, Scott, you and I mean, we're right against your wife. I never felt all the way comfortable here. I think we're over that. I think we can work together and I need to do better there. And I will, if I get elected next session, I've got a star by that one of my bills is going to be from Lyon County.
Thank you. I don't think it's as much as for me personally, us asking you to carry a bill is more or less to be aware of what comes to us, because then you're aware of what the whole area is thinking about, because we might not actually have a bill ready for you,
Right.
but you'd be at least aware of what they're coming to us for.
What you can do for me is keep me educated on what's happening and invite me to events. City of Fernley is super good at inviting to new events. I attend, events for the city of Fernley all the time. Other cities and around my district invite me to their things. So if you have events here in Lyon County that you guys are putting on or they're important, please let me know. I mean, I don't, during session, I have an attaché that keeps track of that, but out of session, I'm juggling so many things, still working full time. It's pretty crazy. But if you guys can invite me and let me know what kind of things I make a commitment that I'll do my best to show up to the events that you guys put on.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any more questions or? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Sure.
Back to the agenda. 14A, for presentation only, presentation of the Lyon County 2023-2024 point in time count.
Who likes me? Okay,
You're not gritting teeth when you push
no. Not keeping my fingers crossed or standing funny or anything yet. Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services, for the record. I'm presenting to you guys the FY24 point in time count. So we are a full year away from when this point in time count happened. Throughout the presentation, I will hopefully address why I'm presenting it to you so late, because we did have some discrepancies with our numbers. So we pushed back a little bit with the contractor. I wanted to make sure what I was presenting to you is as accurate as could be. And then we'll talk about the state of point in time this fiscal year for FY25. So the point in time count, or the PIT count, some of you guys are aware of it, some of you are not. It is the National Annual Day of counting individuals living homeless. It is a singular day in January where all continuum of cares participate in counting their homeless populations. It is required by HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And it's meant to measure the extent of homelessness in the community. It's also meant to identify trends and gaps in services and guide funding decisions. So what the continuum of care is, and you may have heard this before, you might have heard COC before. It's really not a clear entity for most. It took me several years to really understand what they were talking about when they talked about continuum of care. So the continuum of care is a federally mandated collaborative. And it's mandated that entities, and it started back in 1994, then it was reenacted through the Hearth Act in 2009, and it dictates different entities that have to participate, several of which include individual or entities that take on HUD funds. We take on HUD funds through our emergency shelter grant, and therefore we are required to participate in our continuum of care. In the state of Nevada, timely coming after the conversation from Assemblyman Koenig, is we have a southern continuum of care, which is essentially Clark County. We have a northern continuum of care, which is Washoe County. And then we have the balance of state, the rural Nevada continuum of care. So we have one entity, the continuum of care is an organization that is mandated to serve the 15 rural counties of Nevada. This creates some inequity in the sense that Washoe County continuum of cares also get a grant to operate. So they get a grant from HUD to operate, and they're a grant making agency. So then they also issue funds or serve as the pass-through entity for funds from HUD down to the local level, typically for permanent supportive housing. We are not a recipient of COC funds, but we are a recipient of ESG funds. So we're required to participate. All of this is a tangled weavy web, but they get a weedy web. They're like, yep, that totally is. So it's complicated, but in the sense that the grant that allows it to operate, one goes to Washoe, and it lives within Washoe County. So they have the structure of Washoe County to support that $70,000 grant for that FTE. Similar with Clark County, right? Goes into Clark County, they have that infrastructure to support that. The balance of state has to contract out. So the $72,000 that comes down from the federal government to operate a COC has to go to a contractor and serve 15 counties. Because as 15 counties, we don't have any one county to house that person in and provide that infrastructure. Not saying that our totally unbiased, our current contractor has proposed a budget of $199,000 to operate. Not sure that's the right way to go either, but I understand why it costs more for the rural balance because they're serving 15. So I'll get off of that conversation for a minute. The point in time process is threefold, and it's a sheltered count that's required to happen every year. Every year the COC has to produce a sheltered count. Lyon County has no shelters, so we don't really have a shelter count. This also includes individuals living in motels or transitional housing. Then there's the unsheltered count, and this is what most individuals think of when they think of the pit count or the point in time count. And that's where we gather all the volunteers that we can on that singular day in January, and we go out into the desert and anywhere else, some of our cities. Typically our homeless don't venture in much into our populated areas, but the bigger the homeless population, the more you see that. So we go out into all the areas of which we know there are individuals living unhoused, and we attempt to interview them, or we at a minimum count them. So there is the observed count, where I just saw someone, and based off of the environment where I found them and what's around them, I'm assuming they're homeless, but they refuse to talk to me. Or we have an interviewed count. I have talked with them, I've confirmed that they're homeless, and they answered a set of questions to help us better understand their situation and what's going on. Exclusions to this are adults without kids staying temporarily with friends or families, or in hotels paid for by themselves. If they're in hotels paid for by another organization or utilizing any type of grant dollars, they get counted. But if they're paying for a hotel to stay themselves, they're not considered homeless. A part of this is also the McKinney-Vento count. And that comes from the school district's definition of homeless, which is different than the HUD definition of homeless, because that does account for doubling up. So that's where if you're an adult with kids living with another family, you are considered homeless. Whereas an adult without kids living with another family is not. So it gets pretty complicated when we start talking about the numbers and how they're derived and how the definitions work to be applied to our situation and what our report looks like. So some of the challenges to conducting a pit count, one include the fact that we've got a lot of BLM land, we've got a lot of open space. And so finding these camps can be difficult. Some of them are very well known at this point in time. And so we know exactly where we're going. Some of them aren't. So we do know that we miss counting some folks. There's also safety concerns, which is why we partner with our volunteers in policing. We partner with search and rescue. We partner with a lot of folks within the community that have access to our first responders if we need them. And they're a part of the count. They go out and they get assigned to a different team that goes out and does those things. And then the accuracy of data. This is why it all happens on one day and typically the coldest day of the year. I'm not sure how they managed to always figure that out, but that is to ensure we're not duplicating and we are finding individuals that are truly living unsheltered. Sometimes, you know, camping is a better option than living in a house that you don't like when it's warm outside. When it's -16 and you're outside, you really only have that option. And so we don't want to double up. We know that our homeless population migrates. We know that they wander around the state. And so that's why it's all done on the same day, because somebody living homeless in Lyon County today might be Churchill County's homeless individual tomorrow. Similar with Carson City's homeless today might be our homeless tomorrow. It just depends. And then how they end up in different areas. It's always a unique way of how they got there, and unique to the individual. So all of that to say, our point in time count for FY24, and this is where we had to push back a little bit. We went back. They use a Counting Us app for the official point in time. So everybody uses the same app on their phone. And then we at Lyon County Human Services also keep a paper count because we want to be able to verify our data. And so this is where we went back and forth a little bit. And that's why I'm giving this to you all in January, as opposed to perhaps back in September when this was officially approved by the Rural Nevada Continuum of Care. But we had 71 interviewed. So we know 71 individuals living homeless in Lyon County that day, unsheltered, talked to an individual on a pit team, said, yes, I'm living homeless, and answered their interview questions, which leads to the rest of the data available in the full report. I didn't put the full report in this presentation, but in the full report that you guys had as additional backup, it's page 26 and 27 is Lyon County's data. It goes over things like, are you a veteran? What's your race? What's your age? Do you have any, you know, diagnoses, things like that. But 71 overall, that is a significant increase from 2023. 21 wasn't a full pit count. Thank you, COVID. So we can kind of not look at that number. 21 is not accurate in any way, shape, or form. But it is the highest it's been in 10 years. And it has been consistently growing as far as our unsheltered count. 41 were observations. And then you can look at, and I think it's not a surprise that the majority of our unsheltered are living in an RV or in a vehicle. It says vehicle, boat, RV. We don't really have, I've never encountered an individual living in a boat, but that's not to say that that's not happening perhaps off of Lyon or somewhere else. But nonetheless, it's typically RVs and vehicles. And if you're living in an RV and you don't have access to hookups, you are considered homeless. So you have to have access to water, you have to have access to electricity, and you have to have access or electricity and or gas. So that's where if you're not living where you're hooked up, which means you're on BLM land moving around every 14 days. Ideally, if you're doing it legally or you're just parked somewhere illegally living in an RV, you're considered homeless by HUD standards and definitions. So the majority of our homeless individuals living in Lyon County are living in a vehicle or in an RV. 10% under bridges or overpasses, 4% in abandoned building, and 3% is other, which is makeshift shelters and things people have put together themselves and or just literally out on the street or dirt. So the current point in time count status for 2025 is it's not taking place. HUD requires that a shelter count happens every year. It requires that an unsheltered count happens every other year. This is the first year that I am aware of that the rural Nevada Continuum of Care has voted not to do a point in time count, and that comes from budgetary constraints. However, it is timely that both the northern, so Washoe, and southern, or Clark, Continuum of Cares have also voted not to do a point in time count this year. So the state of Nevada as a whole is not participating in a point in time count this year. They're in line with HUD regulatory standards. So it's just not taking place. We will be doing a homeless outreach event, but probably somewhere in the spring when it's a little bit warmer. My staff won't be as upset. We'll still get the teams together. We'll still bring our partners together, and we will go out and conduct our own homeless outreach. It is not the formal point in time count. We won't be calling it the point in time count, but we will be gathering some local data for ourselves. Again, it won't be as stringently collected as it is as far as a COC when you do it the same day of the year. That won't account for any influxes in or out to other counties. So if other counties are doing outreach events, we won't be able to identify as a whole that somebody wasn't counted twice. But our purpose for that event that we'll be planning in the spring is to connect with these individuals, attempt to get them connected to services, and then educate them on the legalities of their living situation. We have a flyer that we put together when we do homeless outreach that explains to them the BLM rules and explains to them county code, and then connects them to services if they're interested. So that way they are forewarned. And then we also have a snippet on there that if you are living on BLM land following the 14-day rule, that you pack in and pack out, and we provide that information to them as well, and supplies if they're willing to take them in attempts to help keep everybody healthy and safe. And with that, I am open to questions.
Any questions? Mr. Jacobson.
Thanks, Chair Keller. How do you determine if someone is suffering from mental illness?
So in the point in time count specifically, it is a self-declaration. So it is specific questions that we ask when they agree to participate in an interview, and then we ask them if they have a mental health diagnosis.
Can you give me an example of a question? I'm just struggling with that one.
If they just a point blank, have you been diagnosed with a mental illness? Are you experiencing any types of mental illness such as depression, anxiety, those types of things? Most individuals living with a severe mental illness have their diagnosis by the time they're an adult, and at this point in time, most of them have it. So when you ask them if you're living with mental illness or have a mental illness diagnosis, and they're willing to share that with you, they will tell you, oh yes, I have schizophrenia, or oh yes, I have bipolar. But again, it's self-declaration. We're not assessing, we're not diagnosing on that day. So if they tell us no, we check no, even if we believe otherwise. So based off of our interaction, if they appear to be off, I can't tell you that that's because they're not under the influence and because of mental illness. So we go with what they tell us.
Yeah, I see some walking up and down the street screaming, yelling, and when looking at this, I'm like, if I went up and asked them if they had a mental illness, they would probably yell at me, but not necessarily open up.
So individuals living with schizophrenia will frequently have those outbursts, and it will be visible sometimes, particularly when they're unmedicated. But when you engage with them, they're able to engage with you. The difference between that as a bystander between drug-induced hallucinations, you really can't tell the difference.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Casanoi.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for your work on this. And I'm just really curious, so that Southern Nevada and Northern Nevada COCs, they do the point in time count in one day, the same day. And the rural COC that's all done on the same day in one day.
Nationally, the same day in January, everywhere, no matter where you go, New York, us, all of us.
So the team that's doing the rural Nevada count, I mean, how many people is that? I'm just curious how many people that team is made up of. It's got to be huge.
Probably not as big as we'd like it to be. It's probably it's typically 5 teams of 4 to 5 people, depending on the vehicle size.
Wow.
Sometimes more, depending on the amount of volunteers that we get. But we like to have a Lyon County Human Services staff assigned to every team. We like to have either a search and rescue or a VIP assigned to every team. A lot of times we'll get our Healthy Communities Coalition or Community Trust Incorporated to participate. Where we can, we like to get a mental health clinician assigned to every team because they're fabulous outreach opportunities. So when you do end up with an individual out there who just says, yes, I do have a mental illness, then we're able to get them connected right away with somebody that can help with managing that illness and maybe taking them a step further. But yeah, it's, you know, it's between 20 and 30 people every year and it varies.
Yeah, I just, I'm just curious, and I don't mean it facetiously, but it's the BLM lands that you brought up. It's such a huge. Any of us that have spent any time in rural Nevada, I've seen homeless camps in abandoned mines out in the middle of nowhere. So are they actually? And again, I'm not being facetious, but are they actually doing like a flyover? Are they like counting deer, like in out every shot? I mean, how is it?
Yeah.
I mean, we're just driving out into the.
Yeah, they were just
with
driving.
a team of 20 people.
In years past, and it just depends on availability, BLM has participated as a partner with us, and they use a fabulous app where they drop pins every time one of their deputies ends up encountering an individual living, and that's how they track that 14-day movement. And so they have maps available for us to identify where people frequent on their land within our county. And so we're able to utilize that data. We don't have flyovers, we don't have a fancy drone that can check out colors down to the quarter size or anything, but we might have to request his assistance going forward. But we have partnered with BLM to try to narrow down the areas of which they're at, but we do know we miss people.
Yeah.
And we do know people see us coming and intentionally hide sometimes too. There's a lot of distrust for the government, particularly when you're living illegally. And it's just one of those things we recognize.
Thank you.
Commissioner Buckety.
Yeah, it's a tough task, obviously, and maybe UAV would be an idea going across some of these larger areas just to see if someone's out in the sagebrush with a little tent or something, but definitely appreciate your team getting out and doing the tough work.
Thank you.
One of the things that was just talked about, I was curious if you do your actual year after year mapping of where you're finding these people.
We do go back and look at our last year's data when we're prepping for next year. And there's some camps that have just historically been there, right? Like we've got the Water Tower folks up in Dayton. We've got the folks that, I don't know the right way to describe them, but they live right on the border in Fernley and Churchill, and it's a pretty big camp out there. So there are some camps we're aware of. We do go back and look at past year's data where we were able to locate individuals and use that as a guide as well. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
So this is a requirement by HUD, but how do we leverage it to our benefit?
So this is where there is opportunity for the rural Nevada continuum of care to leverage and draw down more federal funds. The COCs were created to ensure non-duplication of efforts and ensure that there was disbursement of funds across spaces, right? So prior to 1994, or what led to the 1994 enactment of the COCs, is that the feds were just issuing grants down to organizations, and they weren't tracking at their level where their funds were being targeted. And so they found there were churches receiving funds, and then there were public entities and private entities receiving funds for the same target population. And they realized that they were not being efficient with their funds. So they mandated the COC, they made that creation, and then they gave the grant making authority to them. And so they're the ones that have the ability to draw down more funds from the feds outside of a couple programs like emergency shelter grant, which we get through the state, which is also trickle down funds. So we can leverage the data when it comes to our grant applications. Look, our homeless population is growing. We can also leverage it when it comes to working with some of the low income housing developers and the permanent supportive housing developers and working with them to create spaces for individuals to live. But that's where that needs to happen at more of a regional level, because we also know that individuals don't live homeless permanently in Lyon County. Some do. But that number is a moving target, and regionally speaking, 121 people is not a good enough reason to create a full structure in Lyon County, because we know that would then be accessed by neighboring counties, right? So really a regional effort to creating that infrastructure to give individuals that are living homeless a place to go is really where the COC could benefit and benefits from this data. That is one thing that's lacking throughout the rurals as a whole. When an individual who is living homeless, maybe they do connect with my office, they come in, we assess them, they're eligible for services. The wait list for low income housing in Lyon County is about 2 years. I can help you move to Humboldt next month. But if you're here in Lyon County and dedicated to living in Lyon County, I can't find you housing anytime soon. So, and that's also why individuals living homeless continue to move throughout the state, because the access to services and what's available is so minimal. Because honestly, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about infrastructure. We're talking about roofs over our heads. We can help individuals get connected to employment, but it is very difficult to maintain employment when you are living where there's no running water and don't have access to public transportation and all of those other things. So that's where it's a really compounded issue. But ultimately, the data from the point in time count can aid the COC in advocating for additional funds, and then also aid us in regards to advocating for how we can engage with them, and then other additional services that can be brought in and offered.
Do you ever run into people that are homeless by choice? I mean,
absolutely.
So that they want to live out of a van. They want to live and travel to and experience the United States that way. Do we count them? And
we count them, we still count them, but absolutely there is, I haven't participated in a point in time count myself in several years, but I used to go out as a part of these teams, and I myself have run into individuals when you ask them if they're homeless, they'll tell you no, but you ask them about their environment or their situation, they're clearly homeless, but they don't perceive themselves to be that way. They want to be in that environment. Maybe they grew up living in this fashion, and so it's normal for them. We also have individuals who are living with severe mental illness. We have examples of them throughout my years with the department that have come in, gotten housed, and lost their housing. And you go on this cycle, and it turns out it's because living in a house is intimidating. It increases their symptoms. Electricity in the walls heightens certain things. So there are some individuals, particularly those living with severe mental illness, some of them, not all of them. I don't want to just make a blanket statement about severe mental illness here, but I have encountered individuals who do better living unhoused. They cannot maintain in a housed environment, and they prefer to live out in the open air.
any more questions? Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you. You just said something. So you said, and help me understand this, and I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but so you said that for Lyon County may have a 2-year wait list.
Yes.
But Humboldt, man, what is Humboldt's motivation to offer up housing to someone that's in Lyon County right now?
It's not actually. So the other component of the continuum of care, it's such a complicated structure, is what they call the community queue. So we are the coordinated entry site. That's a very specific term to coordinated or to continuum of care. So what that means is, because of our emergency shelter grant funding, individuals coming into us that are homeless, we assess them using what is known as a CHAT assessment, and that ranks their level of priority. And if they assess high on that over a certain score, we have to put them into what they call the community queue. It's a database. And then there is a human being who is the matchmaker, that is their title, who goes through and matches individuals. So the entire 15 counties that are rural are in the same community queue, and a matchmaker goes in and pulls individuals based off their level of priority every time housing becomes available and matches them together. So it's not that Humboldt County necessarily wants anybody from any other county. the housing that is low income housing, which is not provided by the county entity, that is provided by different real estate agents, like West State, it's not West State's properties anymore. I can't tell you which one it is now. But nonetheless, there's different low income properties throughout the state. And they're on this list as a community queue housing provider. And so as people come to the top of the list in priority, they get pulled off and matched with housing. So we don't, that person has the right to deny it. They don't have to go there. And if they don't have a support structure, we don't recommend that they do. If they don't have the ability to gain employment, if they don't have a social structure, you're not going to be successful there. You're just going to be further out in Nevada. But some people we are able to find employment for, they are able to get matched with that housing, and then they're able to be successful.
Oops, sorry. Some of that sounds like it contradicts what McKinney-Vento says as far as keeping kids at their school where they're at to have some normalcy, but.
That's where not everybody that qualifies for McKinney-Vento would necessarily end up in the community queue. So that's where McKinney-Vento has very different standards and guidelines, although they might, based off of their chat assessment, end up on this community queue with the option to move. They don't have to move, but no, in those situations, and that's why the school districts also have their own McKinney-Vento advocates, and they do that. They typically house that all on their own.
So obviously Humboldt to Fernley would be probably not, but so if they put them in the community queue, let's say in Lovelock, and the kids wanted to continue going to school in Lyon County at, let's say, Fernley, would they be on the hook for transporting those kids every day?
Chances are they just wouldn't move there. So the person, like, so the matchmaker says, I have housing available now, that meets your income needs, but it's in a different county. The family can say, yes, I want to move, or no, I don't. So they don't necessarily have to move there. There's nothing requiring folks to. Everybody has a choice. But that's how an individual ends up moving far out, because that's where it is. That's where it's available. And I don't mean to pick on Humboldt County. I just had a case manager tell me yesterday she got somebody housed in Humboldt County and they only have a month wait list. So that's why I have that fresh on my head. It does change. So
This actually has something to do, kept buzzing, my phone kept buzzing off my side. But there was a notice from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for a 12-year-old in this area that's missing. Last seen in Reno, but could be in any of the areas in northern Nevada. 4'7", 95 pounds with brown hair. He's been wandering around for about 6 days. Just thought I'd bring that up because it's perfect time for protection of our homeless and our children and everybody else. But I hate to interrupt this, but I did think that it was kind of important to get that word out to everybody in our area and on Zoom and wherever that this young 12-year-old is missing.
Thank you, Chair. Just one more question out of curiosity. The numbers of the homeless in like Carson City and surrounding counties, I don't want to pick on any county, but the rumor is, I mean, you look at the number like say Carson City versus our neighbors in Douglas is very low in Douglas County, and I mean, are they like moving them out of their county into other counties, or I mean, is there any?
that's tough to say. I mean, Douglas County, I haven't looked at their trend, right? It looks like they have 5 unsheltered last year in Douglas and then 39 unsheltered in Carson. Carson City has enacted some city ordinances regarding camping or sleeping in public spaces. They're requiring, and don't quote me on it, because I'm not sure what actually ended up getting approved. I just heard conversation, that was going in front of their council last year, maybe, or the year before, to require community service if they were going to be getting connected to housing. They also offer permanent supportive housing, and they also have And through that, they're able to offer permanent supportive housing because they have partners with apartment complexes there that hold units for them
Better
where they're
resources.
able to place folks. So Carson City's infrastructure looks very different than our infrastructure in regards to apartment complexes, availability. I know, you know, a lot of their hotels and motels had to transition into long-term apartment living due to, you know, a bunch of different stuff happening there in Carson City a couple years back. So that opened up some spaces. I know Fish recently created permanent supportive housing development for the workforce. And that's, you know, if you're going to school there, a WNC, TMCC, or anything of the like, you qualify to be placed in that structure. So Carson City, I can't speak to Douglas County. Carson City does have more options for placement, that's for sure. And then I also think they went through and enacted some ordinances and got really heavy on their enforcement of them, which has repercussions on either side. It's a tough balancing act.
And we're going to move on to our next item. 14B for possible action, accept grant award from the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services, Aging and Disability Services Division for fiscal year 25 in the amount of $30,000 for Nevada Care Connection Aging and Disability Resource Center services, and to authorize the county manager to sign.
Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services, for the record. This is a one-time use grant funds that became available to us through Aging and Disability Services. It is an enhancement grant. That's not the right word. Nonetheless, we've been able, as long as you guys approve it today, we're going to be able to purchase some equipment for our case managers and provide some additional training for our staff. Opportunity comes along very rarely, but we were happy to take it when they said, do you want 30 grand for this? I said, sure.
Any questions? Any from the public?
Chairman Keller, I make a motion that we accept the award from the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services, Aging and Disability Services Division for fiscal year 2025 in the amount of $30,000 for Nevada Care Connection / Aging and Disability Resource Center services, and authorize the county manager to sign.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Jacobson, second by Commissioner Casanelli. Those in favor say aye. Those against? Motion passes unanimously. Brings us to 15, the comptroller. Item 15A for possible action, approve the fee resolution for our Lyon County departments effective January 17, 2025.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller, for the record. There's only one change from the current fees that are in place, and that is to add a fee for the Sheriff's Records Department of $45 per hour. They're getting requests to provide recordings and different documents that they have to redact, and so they're asking to have a similar fee to like body camera, video, and those type of things to provide to the public, so they don't get these huge requests and spend a significant amount of time on them.
Do we have any questions?
I just gonna ask if you could make the print smaller on this, it really,
I thought about afterwards, I'm like, oh,
yeah.
I should put that at number 18 font and give you another 100 pages.
Yeah. Some of us had a tough time seeing it.
I'm sorry. Very true.
Any questions? Any public comment or questions?
Chairman Keller, I make a motion to approve the fee resolution for all Lyon County departments effective January 17th, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Jacobson, seconded by Commissioner Hockaday. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion passes 5-0. 15B for presentation only, presentation of the 5-cent diesel tax, including history, collection of revenue, and allocation of governmental entities.
Josh Fuller, Lyon County Comptroller, for the record. This is one of those taxes where Lyon County actually gets to take credit for providing additional funding for the roads, and mostly I wouldn't be surprised if it's paid by truckers traveling I-80, just stopping in for a meal and some gas. But with that being said, Lyon County sponsored a bill in the 2019 legislature that ended up getting approved and passed. Basically what it does is put a 5-cent gas tax on any diesel in our county. Other counties can implement their own. It's an enabling statute only, doesn't require. What that ended up doing was almost doubling the amount of RTC gas taxes that came into the RTC fund. It is deposited into the RTC fund, and by state law, it is divvied out to the different cities, the 2 cities in Lyon County and the county based on pro rata assessed valuation. Gas taxes, if you go across the nation, they're levied to be able to maintain roads. There's a nexus there between the two. And so that is the purpose for it. So the RTC board, I keep track. I have all sorts of different ways of keeping track of those funds, but to make sure that each city gets their portion and the county gets their portion and gets spent in the appropriate areas. You can see the last 5 years in the attachment that I sent you, the collections. There is a difference in 2024. We didn't magically drop significantly from one year to the next. Basically what happens is when the gas gets collected at the pump, they receive it at this or get it at the state from the gas stations. They send 80% of that straight to the county. And we put that in and divvy it out as that formula says. The other 20%, they keep it for a year. And then after a year, if they haven't used it for refunding gas tax requests for truckers that are using that fuel or some of that fuel in other states, which is required under federal law, they can ask for a refund. If they haven't asked for a refund in a year, they don't get a refund going forward. They send us a check, usually August timeframe. They send us a check and then we divvy that out, send half of that to the to NDOT to do truck parking, those type of things. The other half we keep. For 2024, that didn't come in August. It came in a month or two later. And if it comes in after 60 days, governmental accounting standards say you didn't get it in time to be able to use it for last year's bill. So you're not booking it back into last year like we would have on the previous years. So you'll see in 2025, a bit higher than usual because of the timing of that distribution to the county. I am open to any questions. That was basically all the information I have for you.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Jericho. What is, just like, I mean, I read obviously the packet, but just kind of for the record, what does Lyon County spend that money on?
The majority of it, we use it on chip seal projects throughout the county. The road department divvies that up into 5 different areas in the county and does chip seals on the county portion. There are portions for the cities. The city of Yerington just repaved Goldfield Avenue in front of the school district offices, although most of them are in Silver Springs these days, but they repaved that area and redid that. City of Fernley has a handful of road projects that they're using theirs on up there. And so that's the majority of where it's going. Occasionally, Lyon County will reconstruct a road instead of just chip sealing and actually dig it up and redo the whole thing and change the base. And it's used for that as well.
And is this referred to as the I-80 tax or whatever sometimes?
I am not familiar with that term, so I'm not sure. It possibly could. It would.
Is that 5 cents collected countywide?
It is collected county.
Right.
Yeah, I would anticipate, actually, my guess is you probably get about 40 to 50%, maybe 60% on the I-80 corridor, but I have nothing to verify that because it's proprietary information. If you go ask the Department of Taxation and you can narrow it down to a specific business, then it's not public record. So they can't provide it to you. So I'm like, well, can I do it by zip code? No, Smith Valley only has one station that sells fuel. And so if I get it by zip code, they're going to say, no, you can't have it by zip code because it's going to narrow it down. So I wasn't able to get that information as detailed as I would like.
And Does that count on like red diesel too for agriculture? Probably not.
Red diesel's not taxed.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that we've got about 15 minutes left until our next time certain. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to do 16A in that time frame.
I was gonna take a 5-minute break anyway, so.
Perfect.
It's 2:26. We're back to number 16, county manager. We're gonna skip 16A for right now. We're going to 16B for possible action, discussion, approve a comment letter to the Bureau of Land Management, BLM, for the sale of public lands and underlying federal mineral estate associated with the Anaconda Copper Mine site.
Andrew Askin, Lyon County Managers, and in your packet is the draft letter put together based on the board's comments and comments of the public. Happy to provide any further clarification or if the board has any specific changes, we can make some changes to that. I did want to note that I did have a meeting with the Carson City BLM District Manager, Kim Dow. She provided some clarification to me on some of this. Specific to the right-of-ways, that BLM actually has reached out to the folks that do have right-of-ways through there in Dodd and the city included. We weren't notified because we don't have any right-of-ways on any of those parcels. So I did want to point that out. I also asked about some of the because there's larger parcels and there's some of that area is outside of the actual cleanup area of the Anaconda mine site. The reason for that is that the Atlantic Ridge Field does I guess need some of that area for staging area, but they also, BLM said that it didn't make a whole lot of sense to cut those parcels off and make a kind of a smaller orphan parcel that would be difficult to manage. And so that does explain some of that as well. So, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Any public comments?
Good afternoon, Leslie Sine, representing Citizens to Protect Smith Valley. Thank you very much for putting that letter together. It was excellent and for including a lot of our points. We would still ask, though, that you look over what we've submitted that Ms. Harper put into public comment yesterday and actually change from a neutral position to opposing it, or at the very least asking for a full EIS to make sure all details are covered. Other than that, thank you very much for your time.
And just, Mr. Kelly, just, I think for the record, it wasn't yesterday, it was.
Oh, I believe she submitted the comments to Citizens to Protect Smith Valley through the public comment yesterday.
So you're not referring to her comments at a previous meeting? Okay.
The current.
I wanted to make sure we were clear on that.
Yes, thank you.
Still public comment.
Yeah. Judith Harker again, and I'll clarify that. Yeah, I sent in, and it's part of your packet, a complete text of the comments we're going to submit to BLM as a reply to the EA. And I'm not going to read you all of that stuff again or anything about that. I just wanted to make sure you realize you do have it, as well as you got the whole deal. Okay. And I just wanted to reiterate that we do urge the county to don't take a neutral position. in order to get the information we need to really make an informed decision and for the, to have a FONSI that is a finding of no significant impact from BLM. They just haven't provided enough data, enough information, and enough valid stuff in this EA to justify a FONSI. We really need to move forward and get either they redo the EA or they give us a full EIS. And I won't take the time to read everything else that I've given you, but the proposal as written is really it doesn't stand alone. It's a rewrite of something they turned in 4 years ago, and they haven't justified it. So thank you. Oh, do you have any questions about what I sent in or anything? And again, thank you for incorporating some of the comments we put in. You did a great job, or at least send it to Jeremy.
Coming back to the board, is there any follow-up questions or a motion?
Chair, I'll move to approve the comment letter to the Bureau of Land Management, BLM, for the sale of public lands and airline federal mineral estate associated with the Anaconda Copper Mine site as presented.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Castellanelli, seconded by Commissioner Hendricks. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against? One against, Commissioner Hockaday.
Can I say something? The reason that I'm okay with us being neutral is watching the dealings that we've had with them. I am not convinced that it's not better off in where we have control over it, and that's why I want to stay neutral.
And now I'm going to go ahead and move into time specific. At 2:40 for presentation, just it's 7 a.m. Time certainly it's 2:40 p.m. for presentation discussion only, presentation and update from Assemblyman Ken Gray on his priorities for the third session of the Nevada legislature and other matters related to the Nevada legislature. Is he on?
I do not see Assemblyman Gray just yet. I just texted him.
See Ken on the bottom.
Oh, maybe. Actually, never mind.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Well, hello, everybody, and congratulations to the new board members. Not getting any feedback here. Hey, I just wanted to check in. Hope everybody saw the governor's state of the state last night. A lot of exciting things coming down, especially in this budget. One of the things I actually really liked hearing him say last night is he's going to work closer with President Trump after he's inaugurated to release federal lands quicker. So hopefully we can address some of these land issues that we've been having with our lands bills and everything and get those moved along. And we in the legislature all stand by to help him do that. I think that's pretty much a bipartisan issue. Governor's budget, he went over that last night really well. Another thing I was really glad to hear him say is that the teachers' raises that were implemented last session, those are going to be made permanent going forward. As far as my priorities go, I'm really looking for ways. In the past 4 years, we've seen our cost of living, especially Lyon County, just grow incrementally to where a lot of us, I mean, look at the cost of eggs. We can't even afford eggs anymore. I mean, we have one little hiccup in the market, and because of some over regulation, we now have $7 and $8 a dozen eggs, which is crazy. So I'm looking at introducing legislation, bipartisan legislation, that'll actually allow the governor and the state veterinarian to relax some regulations when we get into these kind of one-off issues. So we don't totally go around the law, but it allows us some flexibility so we don't have $8 a carton eggs again. Also currently in talk still with the NDOT, as I know you guys are, regarding highway safety, Highway 50 safety issues. You know, that Highway 50 is a pain in my butt, literally all the way from Lake Tahoe all the way out to the Churchill County line. So really looking for some permanent long-term fixes and not just Band-Aid fixes. You know, it's not going to be about the speed limit. It's not going to be any one issue that's going to fix that out there. It's going to be a combination of issues, including drivers learning how to drive more respectfully of those around them. Twice last week in Mound House, it was basically bumper to bumper traffic. And I watched somebody pass everybody in the left lane in the center divider and almost went head on with somebody who's getting in that lane to make a left turn. So we've really got to be cognizant of how we drive and how others drive. Really, I didn't have a whole lot I wanted to say today. I'd really like to hear what you guys have to say and what you're looking forward to the next session. So I'd like to throw it open to the board for you guys to say anything you'd like to say.
What's that? We're gonna have a discussion on your, not what the board wants, but what you're looking. Any questions from the board? So Ken, this is Scott.
Hey Scott, congratulations, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So something that I asked the last presenter from Senator Koenig is, how do you get your bills that you decide what to do? What I'm looking at is I don't usually see anybody from the legislature tuning into the Board of County Commissioners meetings or anything to keep in contact. I know you live here locally, so you are in touch, but how do you get your bills of what you decide to move forward with?
Deciding to move forward with and getting the ideas are kind of two different things. I typically get all my ideas from, you know, constituents as well as board members and other interested parties. And you can ask Andrew. I consistently ask, hey, have you guys got any other needs besides your BDRs, you know, that I can help with? What are you guys looking at? And so deciding what to go forward with, I usually like to check to see if there's any other bills out there that are working that address the same topic. And then we get together. And I'll tell you, one of the ones that I'm introducing that I introduced last session is election stuff. You actually heard the governor mention my bill last night during the State of the State. If you watched it, the having ballots in by the close of business on election day. That is something we desperately want, not as just a legislature, but as Nevadans. We want to know pretty much who wins a race, with minor exceptions, on election day. So what happened is when that came forward, we kind of see who's got the same topic. And then myself, Assemblywoman Cole, Assemblyman Rich DeLong, and then Senator John Steinbeck, we all had similar bills. We sat down, we pounded out the wordage on each one, and then decided to go with mine in the House, in the Assembly, and then Senator Steinbeck's in the Senate. So we're going to introduce two very similar bills in each house that, and actually, let me rephrase that. These are going to be exactly alike bills. These are twin bills going forward. So hopefully we can really pick up some steam. Governor said he's going to be behind it. So, you know, that there's always a process to what happens with these things. We don't want to wind up losing a bill or a BDR because somebody else has introduced something else. And, you know, honestly, a lot of politics come to play on it, as well as to who's going to carry it forward. Is that kind of what you're looking for, Chairman?
Yes, thank you.
So, and I will throw this out there. Anybody that's ever got any ideas, and I communicate this to the boards as well as the community, if you've got an idea of something that needs fixed, let me know. I mean, if it makes sense and it's something we can do, we'll go forward. I have a checklist of 3 items with every law that I look at or vote on or introduce. It's number 1, is it constitutional? Does it meet the requirements of the state and federal constitution? 2, is it something that will benefit every Nevadan? And 3, is it something we can actually afford? I mean, there's a lot of things we'd like to do that are constitutional, but you know, it doesn't make fiscal sense. So please bring me your ideas. I'm not the guy that's here to fix the day. I'm just here the guy to carry the message.
Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair Keller. Assemblyman Gray, Rob Jacobson here. How are you, sir?
Good, Rob. How you doing, buddy?
Good. Hey, one thing, we had a great presentation today from the state insurance regulator. And it was really good presentation to kind of go along with your inflation Anything we can do with controlling insurance rates, whether it's auto, home, health, the prices continue to go up. And just for an example, when I asked one of the insurance agents that I was discussing with, through preparation and self kind of exploring insurance options, his answer was why insurance rates were going up was because the industry or the market called for it. Well, I think some more regulation possibly around price gouging regarding insurance. It's really affecting a lot of our folks here in Lyon County. Thank you.
It's, Commissioner Jacobson, I got to tell you, it's not just affecting Lyon County. That is like one of the number one things I've heard throughout our district and literally throughout the state. We've been in contact and had meetings with the state insurance commissioner. There's people up at the lake, and I know everybody thinks everybody at the lake is rich. They're not. I mean, there's there's several communities up there, and it's from all, they're from all economic points on the spectrum. Got people up there now that have been up there for many, many years. Their houses are paid off. They can no longer afford to pay any insurance on their house. I mean, it's just, it's insane. That's just that one. And then across the board last year, we saw an average rise in each policy of about 20%. That's not sustainable. And then I would suspect after this year's catastrophic losses in California, we're, I hate to say it, but I think we're going to see, more cost shifting onto the current consumers. That's the bad news. The good news is I know there are several bills working right now. I have not read the specifics because they haven't been published yet. But there are several bills looking at addressing our insurance problems here in Nevada, especially health and life safety.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day and keep up the fight, I guess, huh?
Thank you. And Rob, you need to come down to the legislature sometime. All you guys do that haven't, and spend a day with me out there.
Do that.
Commissioner, how's it going?
Thank you, Chair. Assemblyman Gray, thank you for allowing me to join you last night at the governor's state of the state. And I just want to say, if the Highway 50 corridor is definitely a concern for me as well, and I've made it one of my priorities. And if there is ever an opportunity for that to come before the legislature, please let me know. I would love to come down there and help you, testify for that or whatever we need. So, but thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And Rob, John, you hit on something really key. One thing I'm really hoping for this year is that we get a lot more participation from the county commissioners and from the public in general coming down there to testify. We get a lot of emails. And I got to tell you, there's not enough hours in a day to read every email, especially when they're all on the same topic or they're the same form letter. What really a lot of legislators hear loud and clear are phone calls, visits, and testimony. So if you've got the ability to get down there in person, come on down. And if you need somewhere to hang out, I got a couch in my office, and you're more than welcome to hang out there and just make the walk through the halls as you need.
Thank you.
Sorry, I got a puppy that's bugging me here. What are you doing?
Commissioner Hendricks.
Yeah, Ken, I just want to agree with Commissioner Jacobson. It did come up in conversation in that presentation that there's no cap on how much profit these companies can make, and especially with auto insurance, we're required to have it. There should be some sort of cap on how much profit they can make off that, because it just keeps going up and up and people can't even afford to cover their vehicles. And the other concern that I've had is the abatements on the clean energy, specifically the solar panels. They have a lifespan of 20 years and they get a 20-year tax abatement. The state still gets some, but the counties don't get anything. And we're already seeing that these projects are going to have a huge impact on counties. So if something's moving forward on changing that, I'd like to see you support that.
I absolutely know that's these solar energy farms are something that drive me crazy. If they were benefiting Nevadans, I mean, aside from the abatements, if they were benefiting Nevadans, it'd be great. But most people don't realize those solar energy farms, they're not selling it here in Nevada. at a discounted rate to Nevadans. They're shipping it over into California where they command top dollar for it. So it is not only not helping Nevadans, it's penalizing Nevadans. And I think if you'd listen to the governor's remarks last night, I really think the tide is changing on that as well. He's not happy with these solar farms.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. For solar farms, I see all these warehouses with zero solar panels on top of them. These huge parking lots for the warehouses with zero solar panels on them. But yet, the first grab is public land. I'm not sure that we are valuing public land like we do private land, privately owned stuff, and I think there's some shifting we could go there with these solar farms where or farms, whatever, where they can be shifted more to these huge parking lots and warehouse rooftops rather than wintering ground for critters and outdoor enthusiasts in public land. Because once they're on there, it's no longer public.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you at all. And the other drawback to those things also is people think once they're put up, they're out there, they generate power, there's no problem. Those solar panels need to be cleaned. And I think it was last summer down in Tonopah, the solar farm that's down there, they overused their water allotment and they were fined over $200,000 for using too much water. And that's in an overallocated basin. You know, what good does it do to take one resource and, you know, try and maximize it at the expense of another resource, especially one so valuable as water? I mean, I'll take water over solar every day of the week. And you're right. Now, outdoor enthusiasts, I mean, they lose places to hike, to ride, to adventure, and the solar farms just makes even more of our state off limits to our residents.
Any more questions from the board? Comments? Well, thank you. That's great.
Thank you, guys. And can we throw it back to Andrew? Does Andrew have any questions?
Shaking his head no.
No questions on my end. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, thank you guys for showing up last night. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. And thank you so much to all the residents of Lyon County and supporting me in my reelection. And it is truly, truly an honor to be able to represent our county and our district at the state level. And, you know, if I ever get sideways, I expect you to let me know. And my phone number's out there, so give me a holler. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Well, number 17, Advisory Board, 17A for possible action appointing up to 3 members to the Silver Springs Advisory Board with terms expiring December 31st, 2026. We have 2 applicants. Is anyone presenting this or?
Aaron Lopez, if you have any questions for me, but as of now, we have 2 members on there, so this would make a quorum for them, and there's 1 other position open.
So there's 3 positions open now. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, there's 2 on the board currently.
Any comment from the board? Any public comment?
Chairman Keller, I'll make a motion that we appoint Andrea Bellham and Nancy Broughton to the Silver Springs Advisory Board with terms expiring December 31st, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Jacobson, seconded by Commissioner Huckabee. Those in favor say aye. Motion passes 5-0. I just want to make the comment, both these people are on the board right now. We're on the board. You can't do yours in 3 minutes. I can take agenda requests. Go to 21 agenda requests. Does anybody have an agenda request?
Well, I guess just updates from our lobbyist. Anytime she has something that she wants put on, just make sure she gets it on there. Because it's my understanding we can't discuss it without it being agendized, so.
Thank you. Time starting in about 1 minute.
I do need a moment to rearrange the chair, so if we could take a,
Not for the first one.
or, oh, no, you're right.
On this minute. We're building the suspense. Okay. 7G, time certain at 3:00 p.m. for presentation and discussion only. Presentation and update from Senator Robin Titus on the priorities for the 83rd session of the Nevada Legislature and other matters relating to the Nevada Legislature. Welcome, Senator Titus.
Well, thank you. I know I surprised you when I walked in because I was going to be online. We had budget hearings this morning and I was in Carson City, and when we finished early, I thought, I so much prefer being in person than online. I prefer that in telemedicine. I prefer that in my practice. I prefer it because I can watch body language. I could get a feel of the room. I can see if I'm putting people to sleep or not. And so I madly drove down here from Carson City to be here in person, and also very importantly as your county health officer, I wanted to be here for that because we have a lot of discussion in a little bit. So for those who don't know me, I'm Senator Dr. Robin. I represent Senate District 17. That is a big district. So not only do I represent all of Lyon County, I represent all of Douglas County, all of Churchill County, all of Mineral County, all of Esmeralda County, and Nye County, but specifically Tonopah. So a lot of municipalities, a lot of folks, individuals reach out to me on many issues. And I tell people I'm very proud of my district because I feel strongly that my district is really representative of the demographics of the great state of Nevada. We have a casino corridor at South Lake Tahoe. We have mining, we have ranching, we have cities that have issues. And although maybe on a smaller scale than Washoe and Clark County, they're really the same. And so I cover the gamut of all of that, and I'm very happy that you asked me to be here today. And frankly, I told Andrew when he first reached out to me, this is my 6th session in the legislature. From the start, my first one in the assembly, I represented Lyon County and Churchill County. The commissioners, although I've been at commissioners meeting, I've never been asked by the commissioners to present or be here in person in that capacity. And so I think you're doing the right thing by reaching out and saying, hey, can you give us an update? So thank you for that. Whoever's idea it was, I appreciate it because I represent you. I represent people in the room. I represent 115,000 people. We all are, cut up, the state's cut up. So we all represent the same amount of people within 5 or 10%. So thank you for being here. I think I want to open up to what you would like for me, because you mentioned, Chair Keller, that you wanted to hear your priorities, what Lyon County's priorities are this session. So I'd love to hear that from you. And then I can give you kind of an overview of what I see the Senate doing. If you listen to the State of the State last night for the governor, I'm the minority leader in the Senate. And so we do get an overview of where we're going. And so I get asked all kinds of questions. So I'd appreciate if you give me some direction. I'm a politician, as you are, we're all elected officials. I could talk for a long, long time. And so why don't you give me some direction about what you really want to hear?
Well, I can tell you that one of the questions that I gave to the other, the Assemblyman is that where do you get your ideas for your bills? What communications do you have? Like this communication here, we hear people coming into, we hear problems and everything all the time. But being in a Lyon state, we're not in your job. And we don't have a bill prepared to give you. It's just what's happening in the community, that kind of thing. So where do you get your ideas for your bills?
Great question. I get them from many, many different spots. I get them from constituents. People will say, hey, you know, you've heard that expression, there'll be a law about that. This happened to me, how can we fix it? And I'll use the example of, I'm carrying a bill now on abandoned vehicles. Because a constituent reached out in the Silver Springs area and said, man, you know, this vehicle sat on my property for a long time and I can't get rid of it. And how do we do that? And sometimes those are the way I'll put in a BDR. If it needs NRS changed, Nevada revised statute changed, or if it's a simple code issue, that's the first thing I have. How do we fix it? So constituents are probably the number one thing where I get an idea. I'm your health officer, I'm a medical provider. So one of the other things is medical issues, right? How can we fix access to healthcare? And so that's been one of my priorities. So then I reach out to agencies like hospitals, health departments, the hospital districts, the hospital associations, and how can we fix this? And so being on committees, we'll hear testimony and get ideas for that. So it comes from constituents, it comes from individual agencies, it does come from counties. I've been on many a Zoom with the Fernley folks and the Churchill County folks, Esmeralda, all of those on, hey, we have this problem, we only get one bill, would you consider carrying us a bill for us? And then sometimes it's bills that I sit in a committee and I see that it's mostly a cleanup bill. I'm a person that feels there's too many bills out there. As a matter of fact, one of my bills I keep bringing in is to lower the number of bills we get. And because I think there's too much to do in 120 days and pass good legislation. So I like to decrease that. I just think there's a rush on that. And I can't see that there's 1,200 laws that need to be changed every 2 years. That just doesn't make sense to me. So a lot of what we do spend time in the legislative session is passing bills or presenting bills to clean up language from a prior session. So those are many different ways that we get our ideas.
Person have any questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Hendricks.
We have a shortage of doctors in Nevada, and I'm sure you're aware of that and the reasons why. I'm sure you have some kind of plan. What are you doing to try and help with that?
Thank you. That is one of the main reasons I ran, was access to healthcare. And so I presented bills, what we call graduate medical education. Probably not a new term for you. The governor mentioned it last night, GME it's called. We know that we have expanded the medical schools here in the state of Nevada. I was in the second four-year graduating class. I'm an old doc. I graduated from med school in 81. This county paid my way through medical school to come back here. But that doesn't happen everywhere else. So we had a medical school with an X amount of students in it. And then we have what we call graduate medical education, where the residency training, which I did after med school to family practice residency, did all that in Reno. But what we find is that we can educate you here. We've expanded medical school access, but then where do they go for residency? That's that postgraduate training, graduate medical education. We know that about 70% of the graduate medical education students stay in the area where they're educated. So we expanded our medical school access, but then we didn't keep them here by doing or bringing them in by doing the graduate medical education. So each year we are trying to increase that. It's done mostly on the federal level, but our state has made a commitment because there's a cost to educate these residents. They get a salary, those kind of things. And so we've expanded those residency programs. I've had a bill on how to permanently fund that. But it's deferred modified tax credits where people can say, hey, I'm paying my obligation, my taxes, but I want it to go in this pot of money. And so it's deferred taxes. It didn't pass last year. It's getting some headway. We know the governor's on board. So I continue to push for more slots, so to speak. And not only that, it's not just doctors that, Commissioner Hendricks, it's not just doctors, it's across the board. Healthcare providers, lab techs, nurses, physician assistants, all of those. So what we're also doing, and the governor mentioned last night, is paying back the kids to come and practice wherever, whatever that is, social workers. And the other thing that I'm pushing that's going to be a bill this year, per my recommendation, is doing a social worker internship. You know, the state mandated, we have social workers in all of our schools, but I mean social workers. And so just like a nurse, they have to do a rotation, but it costs money to come out in rural areas. And so we're looking at giving them paying them to come out to the rural areas while they're still a student when they're underneath a social worker. And so the governor's on board, the health committee was on board, and so that's another bill. So we are really working hard to improve access.
Thank you.
And also, reciprocity, moving across states, nurse compacts, physical therapy compacts, fireman compacts. Bills that I've had in lots is a nursing compact, where if you have a license in good standing, and I was on the medical board, our state medical board, and I know how the license procedure works. And so it takes a ridiculous amount of time to get a license to be a doctor in the state or a nurse to be in the state. If you're already a licensed nurse in another state, in good standing, mind you, you don't have any lawsuits, you know, you haven't lost your license, etc. And you're going to come to Nevada, we should be welcoming. We shouldn't take 8 months for you to get your license. For goodness sake, even my dental hygienist took 6 months to get a license. It's absurd. And so having that, if you're licensed in another state, good standing, you should be able to come to our state and start practicing and not hold you up. So there are many different things on that umbrella of getting access to care.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cassignoli.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator, for being here today. And when I ran for this office, it wasn't out of, having the intention of an axe to grind or anything like that. Since you asked, the legislature last session, it passed a lot of things with small businesses. It placed a burden on small business. For example, my contracting company, they passed a mandate that all businesses with 5 employees or more has to have a 401k plan. And, that doesn't sound like a big deal, but for small businesses, a coffee shop or a yogurt shop or, a contractor, that can be a huge expense. One of the other things, the contractors board was lobbying for this, I believe, but they lowered the deposit allowance that we can take on a construction contract to $1,000 maximum. And, if we're doing a $150,000 project, we've got a lot of materials, we've got a lot of labor that we've put forth, and we're limited to a deposit of $1,000, which is, not sometimes not sustainable. And one of the other things, this happened a couple sessions before, but landscape contractors are required to have what they did, Department of Agriculture classified weeds as a pest. So now, in order to spray herbicide, and I'm not talking restricted use herbicide, I'm talking over-the-counter stuff, I have to be a licensed pest control operator to spray weeds on a commercial site. And a lot of these, what my point is, it's just we need a watchdog for small business because of the costs that just in my business that I've had to take on in the last 5 years has been enormous. And I'm not against the 401ks, but I think a 25 employee something like that would have been more appropriate. But it really does affect small business, and I think we can do a better job at advocating for the small businesses in the state.
Commissioner Casanelli, here. You are preaching to the choir with those statements. I voted against every single one of those bills for the reasons that you have said. Because as a small business owner myself, the reality is this state has put a burden on so many small businesses, and they'll say, well, it's a problem in Clark County, or it's a problem in Washington County. And I'll say, so pass an ordinance in your county. Don't affect our whole state because of bad practices where you're. Having said that, also, this whole thing, if you've gone to the store recently and tried to buy some eggs,
Yeah.
that's the kind of control, the egg, 2 sessions ago, they passed a bill, much to my objection, that you had to have cage-free chickens. And that's the only eggs we could bring into Nevada. Well, guess what? They have avian flu. They are gassing those chickens. You can't find eggs now. We are looking at a solution now because they passed a bill that we all testified, I testified, this is ridiculous. And so there's things like that that make us crazy. Our governor recognizes that. Believe me, he recognizes that. He vetoed 75 bills, many of them because of small business. A lot of these bills that happened to you happened in the 2021 session when they had the trifecta and we couldn't block it. The governor said, listen, we want 10% reduction in all regulations. Last night in the State of the State, he talked about the boards and commissions. There's over 300 boards and commissions in the state. It's absurd that we have them. You have to get a license to wash somebody's hair, for God's sake. And those are the kind of ridiculousness and burdens on our small businesses when you're trying to make ends meet, let alone. And that bill about mandating the 401k, that was a Dallas Harris bill. She's no longer there. Thank God. But the reality is, I think all ours voted no, maybe 1 or 2 voted yes on it. We recognize those kind of issues that you're saying. Now you're mandated to provide that. I said, and it's really an opt out too. You have to do it, and then you have to give them the money back. It is so crazy, and so I'm for helping everybody. But when we can, our small businesses are the backbone to not only our state, but our nation. And we are killing them with those regulations. So those are the kind of laws that we try to fix.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Just that, thank you for coming in person. Appreciate that. Making a speed run from Carson City over to here. Definitely like to see you in person and appreciate all the information you're giving us.
And please, don't be scared. I was really pleased to see you folks there at the State of the State. It's a good feeling when you're there in the building, you can get that sense of what's going on. And last night was a pretty good example of that. And looking forward to, it's all talk right now. It's when I use expression when the rubber hits the road, right? We'll really see. And I've challenged my counterparts on both sides already. I said, hey, let's go have breakfast. So far, they haven't had time. But the reality is, if we're going to get something done this session, we're going to have people working together. Nevada has a lot of needs that we need to solve, especially for small businesses. Some of these bills that are absolutely ridiculous, we need to fix that. And we'll see teacher salaries, access to good education, what we're paying in Lyon County for some of this stuff, it's over the top. So we're fighting.
Sorry, I want to make a comment. For our BDRs, we sit as a board and we throw out ideas and get 4 or 5 that we're looking at. We have one BDR, so we kind of settle it down to what do we think we can get through without a lot of trouble, or at least people would look at it. But when we start going through that, hopefully not this cycle, but the next one, we'll start that earlier in the process. And I'd like to invite you to come and listen to what's being said, just like these are individual items. Right, and you could hear a little bit more about what the public.
Yeah, I really, and thank you, Commissioner Keller, or Chair Keller. I really appreciate that, because what happens on the front end, and Fernley does this. I've already been in the Fernley City Council room, met with those guys and the lobbyists and all the bills, and I'm saying, I don't think that's going to go anywhere. I sit on a number of boards, and I'll bring up our behavioral health, mental health board, and Shayla can testify this. I'll say, I don't think that's going anywhere. That's got a fiscal note, or this is where it's going to go. And I try to bring some thought process to what's reasonable that you can get past. You don't want to waste your BDRs. And so, but if it's a funding request, Fernley's already reached out, and I said, here's what you have to do. When you start meeting with people, I want to be in that room. I want to kind of break the ice. I have really good relationships with my fellow senators and the assembly, except maybe Speaker Yeager. I may not have the best relationship, but everybody else I can have a good relationship. He wouldn't hear my gun bill. So anyway, other than that, it opens doors. Right, and so if I can kind of be there, and yes, you have lobbyists that guide you, but believe me, it's helpful if you've been in the trenches. I know what can get passed. I know what's gonna happen this session with us out of the supermajority, but the Democrats still, and I'm not against anybody, an R or D or nonpartisan in this. What I'm saying is the process that happens in our legislature is that the controlling party controls what bills get heard. So the governor last night has all his priorities, but as last session, they didn't hear half his bills. So just because you have a great idea, it doesn't mean it is going to get a hearing. On the other hand, if they want anything passed, the governor's going to have to sign it. So there's going to have to be some negotiation or we'll get nothing done this session. And maybe that's what will happen like on the federal level. However, I have greater hopes. I have greater hopes for mankind and womankind that we'll get some stuff done because Nevada has needs. So please engage me.
Another thing. Another thing is that as soon as this legislation period's over, I know in the past they've tried to make it a full-time legislation every year, and luckily that isn't happening. But it seems like you're getting more into your committees a little bit quicker and working on bills way ahead of the next legislation. At least they are. So if you hear of anything that we should be aware of that's coming down the pike early, we'd love it for you if you would come in and let us know that at least they're considering or working on something.
And I try to do that. I'll reach out to the agent. I know this is a novel concept, but before I put a bill in, I actually reach out to the people that's going to affect and say, hey, you know, what do you think about this? But what happens is that most of the bills are done indeed in interim committees. And I sit on a lot. I've always been on money committees, on the HHS Health and Human Services Committee. I just on the audit subcommittee. Most of these bills come forward, a lot of them from during committee hearings in the interim. There are a lot of legislators out there who would love us to see be a full-time legislator. I'm vehemently opposed to that, and that's why I want us to have less bills. They use the argument, we can't do all these bills in 120 days. And I said, well, okay, let's not have so many bills, and then we wouldn't have a problem with 120 days. And so yeah, that's not what they want to hear, but that's where I am. But yes, let me know.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
let you know.
Any more comments for? I just want to thank you for your time. I think you were here when we chatted with Assemblyman Gray. Yeah, so I'm not going to be redundant there, but Senator Titus, thank you for being here. Hope your family's doing well.
Thank you. Yes, great. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You're easy. Believe me. Good.
So I'm going to recess for the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners for a few minutes, 5 minutes, so we can.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Recess to convene as a Board of Health, and I think we need to take a roll call first, and all members I see are present in the room. Do I need to list them, or will you record that?
We've got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So first item on the agenda is public participation. No action will be taken on any item until it's properly agendized. So we are holding public participation at this time. Anybody in the room is welcome to come forward, and then we'll look at online. I see nobody in the room. Is there anybody online?
No one's online.
All right, just for future reference, the board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda action item before action is actually taken. Item number 19, Board of Health has officially started. We are going to have a presentation and discussion only from the Foundation Public Health Study conducted by the Nevada Association of Counties and Sutherland Health and Human Services Manager by Nevada NACO. Dr. Sutherland on the line.
All right. Thank you all for having me today. Can you all hear me okay? Okay, thank you. So hello, I'm Amy Hines-Sutherland, the NACO Health and Human Services Manager. I'm here to present to you on the results of our foundational public health services
assessment and some recommendations that came out of a result of undertaking this study. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just a quick overview. I'm just going to spend a minute on what is foundational public health services. I know I'd already presented this to you when we kicked off the study last year, but just want to circle back around and make sure we're all on the same page. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about our process and participation, our statewide results. Really want to focus for you on the Lyon County highlights. I also want to give you a quick guide to the report. It is just over 100 pages, but there are some key sections that I want to draw your attention to. It was designed to be as functional as possible and to really be a tool for you all. So I'm just going to give you a quick guide on that and overview some recommendations as well. Next slide, please. Okay, thanks. So the Foundational Public Health Services. This is a national effort to outline what are the baseline public health services that are needed in every community for public health to work everywhere. I know that's a small picture there, but basically those bubbles are the 5 foundational areas that were outlined in this national model. And then the 8 boxes below are foundational capabilities. You can think of those as like skill sets or infrastructure that really supports those 5 foundational areas to be successful. Things like emergency preparedness, communications, community partnership development, policy, right? As we can imagine, those are things that impact all programs and are required for all programs to function. The benefits of us mapping Nevada's public health infrastructure and Lyon counties in particular to this benchmark helps us set a foundation for what is needed everywhere. It helps us benchmark ourselves against like communities in other states. It also aligns with public health accreditation board standards and measures. And that's really important because our public health entities that are serving our counties are working on accreditation, and it doesn't make sense for us to do, kind of planning in opposite directions. So that helps kind of streamline processes and create efficiency. And it provides a common language locally and nationally for us to discuss public health. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so meaty slide, lots of text, but something I just want to highlight here on the left is the timeline for how we ran the process of this. It's a survey, but it was a survey that was used to collect the initial information about what infrastructure is in the county. But the real meat of the process was the in-person community workshop that basically pulled in the public health professionals in your community. And that's, like a real broad statement there in terms of everybody that impacts public health, or at least the leadership of those agencies, to verify what we found in the study. And so I want to highlight something about Lyon County. That was hosted on January 9th of last year. You had 24 workshop participants from numerous agencies. That's actually a very high number. You had the most participation of any county in the state. And when we talk about that 24, it's 24 heads of agencies or organizations or, management or like specialized staff in particular public health expertise areas who were able to come and verify this is what we really have in Lyon County. And so there's a list of agencies represented in this process for you all. Thank you. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the next three slides are going to be these color-coded gradients across 3 areas. So what we asked the participants to do based on this national model is rate the expertise, the capacity, and the level of implementation of each of the 5 program areas and 8 capabilities. So what you're looking at right now is the expertise ratings. And if you take a look on that left-hand column, you'll see the program areas and the capabilities. If you take a look at the bottom, that gives you the scale. So if you take Lyon County under State of Nevada Department of Public and Behavioral Health, you're there because that is your health authority. Lyon County is not currently in a local health district. You'll see mostly yellows and oranges, and that is pretty standard really nationally. So nationally, where other counties and other states are undertaking that work, getting to a expert fully realized public health system will take many years. And so what I will really want to highlight here is that in addition to having these color gradient ratings and really being on par with where many states are in trying to develop their public health infrastructure, the additional layer of information we have that isn't presented here on these slides today is that those 24 community members that showed up helped verify, well, okay, for communicable disease control, we may have proficiency proficient rating and expertise. And here's why. Here's those layers of agencies and professionals that are coming to the table with resource, right, for Lyon County. And then if you could go to the next slide, I'll show capacity. Thank you. Okay, so this is capacity. It's important to look at the difference between expertise and capacity, because you might have experts who are just too taxed, do not have the time to further, deliver services. And now, again, this is a rating of your governmental public health authority. And so you're rating how DPBH is delivering for Lyon County in these areas. So if they only have so much capacity, but their expertise is there, it's important for you all to know that, because you might be able to supplement with local capacity or local expertise, or maybe, work with neighbors in order to build up the system. So this is the statewide capacity ratings. You'll notice minimal and moderate. There are different words and different measures tied to expertise versus capacity. So it is important to kind of pay attention to that nomenclature. Next slide, please. And then this is level of implementation. And so here, when you take a look, you see for, communicable disease control, assessment and surveillance, community partnership development, emergency preparedness and response, and communications, you guys have all yellow, some services. And when you consider that the FPHS, the Foundational Public Health Services model, really looks for all of these programs and capabilities to be available everywhere, that's not bad. Some services is not bad. I mean, just from an equity perspective, when we think about how hard it is to serve a geography as large as Lyon County, some services make sense with the level of infrastructure that the state has right now. You've got a small team doing a lot with a little. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is all of it on one page. So the prior snapshots were, statewide. This is just a summary of expertise, capacity, and level of implementation for Lyon County. And what I want to emphasize here is, one, it's important to pay attention to these definitions around expertise and capacity, right? So moderate on capacity. Most staff time and other resources are present to partially implement most functions, right? So it's not optimal, but it's not bad. Like we're at a place where, we want to pay some attention to it, but we're not drastically lacking services. It is notable that you do not have any red. I will say, that's hard to do because in some areas of foundational public health services model, it does not map to the NRS that are established to codify what services are expected in the state of Nevada. And because the NRS and the Foundational Public Health Services do not map one-to-one, it's not unusual that we would find an area that's completely lacking because there was never any mandate or funding available to develop that service. Next slide, please. Okay, so Lyon County strengths. One of the things we noticed, and I want to draw your attention to page 45 of the report, I can actually provide paper copies to each of you. Happy to send those, but the whole report is available on our NACO website. Lyon County Human Services Department's leadership, expertise, and infrastructure really enables the county to develop efficient and effective programs, engage in system surveillance and strategic planning, and it also enables the county to maximize utilization of state programs and resources. And so the take home here is where local infrastructure is strong, more state and federal resources can be passed through. So what we found as we went across the state doing this work is that there is sometimes funding or capacity at the state or maybe as a pass-through from the federal government to develop a program. But if you don't have the local infrastructure to be able to receive and manage those grant funds or to be able to, meet all of their requirements, and there sometimes are many tied to federal grants and federal monies, then you really, miss out on those opportunities. Lyon County is not missing out on those opportunities. And in fact, your community health nursing program is really strong relative to other counties served by DPBH as a result of being able to build up that infrastructure. The second thing I want to emphasize is the community partnership and commitment to health improvement. I did already mention this, but Lyon County had the most engagement of all the 15 counties in the FPHS workshop process with leadership from 10 different agencies or organizations. Emergency preparedness infrastructure was rated proficient in expertise, moderate in capacity, and in some services for implementation. That is a relative strength across the state, and Lyon County is no exception there. And again, this was 1 year ago, right? These are ratings collected 1 year ago. So that additional work you've all been doing in emergency preparedness, I'm sure it has only increased these ratings. The next bullet point, trusted local organization coordination and provision of services that impact health outcomes. For example, diabetes prevention education, access to healthy food, dental outreach, substance use prevention. All of these things do have substantial long-term impacts on public health, and similar to the point where local county infrastructure needs to be strong to receive state programs. You also have to have local trusted organizations that people are willing to visit, and see as a trusted space to go access some of these services. So that's also a relative strength. And then also, I believe you have this further on your agenda today, but the strategic investment in communications that you all made with your SB 118 public health improvement funds is absolutely a strength. One of the things we identified throughout this report as the most important area for us to focus on, and perhaps one of the low-hanging fruits that kind of exists across the state in terms of what we can do next to really improve quickly, is communications. There are so many opportunities for us to clarify what resources are available, for us to ensure that counties are taking advantage of what the state has to offer, to make sure that the state's clear, to state and locals about what services they have. But what you all focused on with that SB 118 funds is, hey, we've already built some things, right? We've built some great things, actually, and we have some great organizations at the county and in the community doing good work. But our community doesn't always know about it and doesn't always take advantage. So we just think that's really smart. And I think that was, a strength we wanted to highlight. Next slide, please. Okay, so quick guide to the report. So as I shared, we've got 13 foundational areas, both capabilities and programs. And in the report, you'll see there is a cover page for each 13. So even if you don't want to dive into the entire report, although I highly recommend it, just those 13 overviews will give you a very short paragraph on, what is, for example, here we've got communicable disease control. It'll also give you the bullet points of how that area was rated. Those responsibilities are outlined with those top bullet points in the top half of that page on the right. Those were nationally determined by the model. And then the opportunities for health authorities, counties, and legislators. This is where, in looking at the statewide picture, we really took a lot of time to go through with you and our extension, our partners, and with the community to identify, what are some very tangible next steps that we can take? What opportunities exist? Some of those are tailored towards counties and county health officers. Some are for health districts and health authorities. For you all, that's, recommendations to DPBH to help them better serve you. That's the Department of Public and Behavioral Health. And then, of course, for our legislators, right, to be considering, the perspective from all of our rural, frontier, and suburban counties. So on the next slide, what I'm going to show you, this is also in there. These are the statewide ratings maps. To give you a sense of how we're doing regionally around certain services. So this is expertise for communicable disease control, capacities in the middle, and then implementation on the far right. And what our intention is with this is that, maybe there's interest in health districting, maybe there is no interest in health districting, but there's a lot of room in between those things to work regionally to improve a service. So even if you don't do it in some official capacity as a district, I think it is helpful to see, where your neighbors are strong and where your neighbors could use your strength in order to create efficiency. So that's the goal with those statewide mappings. Next slide, please. And then I'm just going to show a couple of slides on recommendations. I'm not going to read all of it out loud. Because you've got it there, but I do want to highlight, for example, chronic disease and injury prevention. This is definitely one that'll be relevant to you all in Lyon County. There's opportunities to create public health communications pathways, as you're already working on with your SB 118 fund. So I applaud you for already making that effort. We've also, Lyon's not included in that second bullet, but we've also highlighted throughout the report where we saw opportunities in each county for the state or those counties to make targeted efforts in particular areas based on their ratings of either lacking or no service. We also, this third one, establish adequate funding for the state program for wellness and the prevention of chronic disease. So that was established in this statute, but without designated sustainable funding. It does stipulate that, activities can be taken as long as grants are available, which is great. But there are a number of programs like that at the state level where they only have funding insofar as they can get grants. And that's fine, but it's important for counties to know on the local side, when they hear that that program's available, it doesn't necessarily mean it's funded to do all that much, unfortunately. And next slide, please. That's just some overviews on that one. Here's some recommendations for maternal, child, and family health. Again, just to give you a sense of what's in the report. Again, relevant to Lyon County, and you're already doing it, investing in local human services infrastructure. I mean, again, this is a statewide report, and not all counties have that kind of robust infrastructure that you have. We also encourage DPBH to consider providing current and regularly updated information on which local orgs are funded. One thing we did find through this process is that not everyone knew who was funded and to the tune of how much. So it's easier for us to communicate to the community where to go when we know what entities are funded to do certain programs. Next slide, please. And then communications. So hosting boards of health, like robust boards of health, like you're doing right now. One of the things that we highlight here is, really beefing up board of health meetings and infrastructure, supporting your county health officers to do the work that you've hired them to do, engaging with communications professionals, and let's see, what else we have on here. Health authorities considering and evaluating their own programmatic reach and refrain from communicating that a service is available across the district or health authority when in practice the capacity is not there to really be, across the board. One of the opportunities that we saw is that counties and representatives of community members from counties really thought because of the state might communicate, oh, we have this statewide program, that it must be accessible within their county. And maybe it is, but it's only through a phone, a phone line. Whereas in another county, there might be an office, or maybe it's really limited hours, or maybe it is in theory, but not right now because there's no staff. So what we were really just encouraging is full transparency of current capacity so that we could identify true gaps and really help move things forward. Next slide, please. Okay, and so this is just the last highlight here. How can I use the report? Guidance for county and regional health improvement planning. Also a review for opportunities to maximize Lyon County's use of current state and federal programs. There are definitely ways we can maximize the current system without additional investment. Although I would say this report also shows additional investments needed, but even so, there's some areas that can be maximized. For advocacy, your community partners could use it to try to get additional grant funding into Lyon County. You'd always have to demonstrate need in those kinds of projects, and this definitely is a targeted way to demonstrate need. I would also encourage you to share it with economic development partners. Because so much economic development is coming into the state, it would be very smart of us to consider what are the healthcare and public health needs of the workforce that may move into the county or state as a result of those developments. And having this at the ready to share with those partners helps you negotiate with them to get those resources in place. And I think that's it. The next slide, I think I'm just asking for questions. So go ahead and go to the next slide, please, if you don't mind. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Bill. Any questions? I actually do, if you don't mind. One of the things that I see, we always hear, oh, you can parlay up your money for federal grants. But the reality is that it's kind of like, oh, all these clothes are on sale, and they're on sale, they only cost you X amount of dollars. But if you didn't buy them, you wouldn't be spending any money. Yeah, they might be $10 off, but now you're spending $20, right? And so when I look at grants, they usually come with a cost that this county would have to come up with. And one of the things I'm going to move on to in just a second on SB 118 and how you'll see that one of the reasons we did what we did, that direction Sheila brought that up, was that it wasn't a fiscal cliff. And sometimes when you apply for these grants, you fall off a fiscal cliff after you use them, and you're wondering how we're going to
support this anymore. So do you see, and I don't see it in this report, and I have a paper copy, and by the way, thank you for sending it to me, because I like to draw on things and X things out and highlight stuff. Do you see an area that we here in Lyon County could perhaps improve? I'm pretty proud of what we saw that you presented, compared to especially some of the other counties. Do you see an area, just what your thoughts are on having done this, that we could improve that wouldn't obligate the county to a potential fiscal cliff?
Let's see. So that the county, so steps the county could take to mitigate any fiscal cliffs around public health programs?
Correct.
So that's a great question. I would think I would have to defer back actually to your county team to know like what exactly what funding streams they're currently relying on for those current programs. But I will say the one is the public health communications. The SB 118 funding that was passed last session was single, one-shot funding. I'm very excited that the governor's budget that was just released includes a continuation of SB 118 funds, 15 million, at the same level that was funded last time. We don't yet know how that'll be allocated or, whether it will pass or anything like that. But were it to not stay in the budget, that would be a fiscal cliff for your new communications campaign, which I do think is going to be, from what I've already seen, really well done. But just aside from that, just we know communications is a need. But to your point about grants, I mean, this is a critical conversation to have, because so much of the infrastructure that the state delivers on is as a result of their grant funding. And so we may become accustomed locally to having a certain program in place, but when the funding for their program goes away, they no longer have the resources to deliver on that. And we're already seeing areas where, I think in Lyon County, where you've beefed up on your human services side, as state programs have gotten scaled back, right? Because you see that it is the most effective way to serve the community and really the most efficient way. So I guess that's, not terribly specific, but SB 118 comes to mind as one that we really need that 15 million at minimum to get back and to stay in the governor's budget. Because that, as happened last time, and as we anticipate might happen again, although we haven't heard yet from DPBH, we think that will go directly to counties for their most pressing needs, and we're hopeful that will. So,
Great, thank you for that. Any other questions? Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation on all the good work that you're doing. Next, we'll close out. We'll go on to agenda item 19B, and this will be a presentation and discussion only. A presentation on the findings and outcome from the Quad County Health District feasibility study. And Ms. Holmes, is that the
Hello, Dr. Sheila Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services. For the record, I don't have a presentation put together. You didn't lose it. I didn't submit it. But I did present to you guys the report, as I believe it ended up being late backup because it was inadvertently tied to the next agenda item. So there is a report, the Quad County feasibility and desirability report. And I was just gonna talk at you for a couple minutes and answer any questions that you may have in regards to that report. So I do just want to start off with the background and how we got here, why we delved into this anyway. So the Quad County Health District conversation has gone back as long as I am aware. And I can remember counties coming together and discussing with the state the health district conversation, because counties, the rural counties, and Amy was a great presentation to go before me, in that you saw the state DPBH bucket. There's a lot of counties in that section, right? And all of those counties pay an assessment or a fee to the state to provide those services back to the counties in regards to public health. And so it's gone up and down as far as our happiness of that service over the last decade or so, and probably beyond that, in regards to what services is our community getting and does it meet the community needs. So every time that spikes, we go back to the state and we start to have the conversation about taking over more authority, taking over more control. And during COVID, we were blessed to be a part of Quad County Health Preparedness. Quad County Health Preparedness is part of the reason why we've got that big, nice yellow block for the Quad County Health or for the emergency preparedness section. That I was like, hopefully that's not one of mine. So Quad County Health Preparedness, they managed our vaccine clinics, our pods, our testing. So we weren't reliant on the state. But the other counties in the world that pay DPPH for that were relying on the state, and the state didn't have the capacity to do that for everyone. And that's how Central Nevada formed. So Central Nevada Health District formed post-COVID because of the COVID response for those counties. And that brought back up this health district conversation. It brought it back to the forefront. So the state had some monies. They wanted to figure out what's going on with the quads. Are they really interested? So Quad County is Douglas, Lyon, Story, and Carson City. And that's how this came to be. This study was paid for via a grant. We were the pass-through agency for that grant, but it was to convene the quad counties and have this conversation, pay a contractor to do the work. The contractor is the same contractor who had previously worked with Douglas County and Carson City to set up their agreement. And so that's how that contractor was selected. Good, bad, or indifferent. They had knowledge of the counties and the situation involved, and 2 of the counties had a pleasant previous experience. So that's how that contractor ended up being selected for this project. The advisory group that came together, that was the driving force of the study, was 3 members from each county. The county manager was asked to appoint 2 individuals to participate with the county manager. Lyon County was represented by County Manager Haskin, Comptroller Josh Foley, and myself. And then each of the other counties had a similar makeup, although different depending on what their county manager chose. So in the report, it identifies 2 models that ended up being discussed. So what happened is we went over all the NRSs that talk about public health. What is mandated? What would we love to see? What are the issues? Had a couple meetings where there was just conversation of the minds that were present, getting them all on the same page as far as what we were talking about and what that project's purpose was, which was to identify, is there a model that is both feasible and desirable to move forward into a Quad County Health District? So we ended up talking about 2 different models. One being a model that is embedded in an existing structure, mainly discussion around Carson City Health and Human Services, taking on the majority of the administrative infrastructure of a health district, and then health districting and providing that service out to the quads. And that was identified as not feasible. We had a lot of conversation regarding that, and for many reasons that was identified as not feasible nor desirable by the entire group. Therefore, we did not discuss that model further. That conversation ended. So then there was model 2, a freestanding health district where you create a totally separate governmental entity. Either way, you'd have to have a different health board, right? So in a health district setting, this board would dissolve and we would appoint somebody to a different health board, and that health district would then become the authority, no longer the state DPPH, over all of our health services that we're currently getting right now. So that is the model we discussed more in depth. Developed a structure, figured out the annual costs, and the conclusion was it's more viable in regards to desirability, but it's really not feasible because the costs are so much higher. So we talked about these in 2 buckets, feasible or desirable. Why a Quad County Health District as a standalone model 2 is feasible is that it's got a strong history of inter-county collaboration. Our counties work very well together. We are connected in so many ways. And so there's some feasibility there. We have demonstrated capacity and capability during the COVID-19 response through the Quad County Health Preparedness Program. And it offers an opportunity to enhance public health expertise and cross coverage across our 4 counties. Why it's not feasible is the high cost of implementation and operation, staffing challenges, especially in public health, nursing, and water control, which is NRS 445, and the absence of a sustainable funding model. We don't have a mechanism to create the funds to keep this going on for perpetuity. On the desirability side of the house, the advantages are the regional public health approach for shared challenges. We're able to really narrow down and focus in on what's happening in our area of the state and have a more targeted response. Unified public health governance and enhancing efficiency. We have direct access to our local government. We have direct access to be able to change and morph and adapt more quickly when it's a smaller government entity than a large government entity, right? Getting through the state DPPH process to get change at a local level takes far more steps than if it was to be localized. So localized control through a district board of health. All of those are advantages on the desirability side. The disadvantages is the perceived change of authority, the devil you know versus the devil you don't know. The inefficiencies with water control management and the unknown right now. There is some legislation up in this session that is looking to adjust NRS 445, and that is because Central Nevada Health District is realizing they don't have the ability to take on that. And so at some point in time, health lived with water at the state level, and then they created DPPH and health moved there and water stayed separate. And yet NRS didn't change to reflect that. So DPPH is pushing forward, let's talk about health districts, and water folks are going, whoa, you guys don't know what you're getting yourself into, and you guys aren't prepared to be able to take this on, right? Of which they're right. Us health folks, not prepared to take that on. And so there was some changes proposed right now for NRS to be able to change that water control function. As written right now, NRS requires the health district to oversee water control, which is prescribed in NRS 445. They are looking to change that to make it to where only health districts of a certain size would have that authority, which then allows Central Nevada to operate without that and keep the state structure as is. But we moved forward with this document with existing NRS. It's really hard to plan if this goes forward, then that, right? Legislative session hadn't even started by the time this wrapped up. So all of that to say, another disadvantage is the public opposition to additional government layers. I know you guys hear this all the time, and how many constituents come forward with concerns regarding what's county, what's city, what's state. Adding another layer of government in there was absolutely a concern in regards to what that equals to the end user, which is our constituents. So ultimately, it's financial considerations. There's a huge budget shortfall, like a huge one, like 7 million, right? Right now, we currently pay $159,000 a year through state assessment to receive mandatory community health services. What the disbursement of assessment from the counties to the newly formed Quad County Health District, what that would cost, we didn't get into that nitty gritty, but it would be far more expensive than $159,000 a year, far more expensive. And that is also, side note on that $159,000 a year, what we've learned through this process is in our scope of work through our state assessment for community health nursing, we pay for a quarter-time health nurse and a quarter-time admin, some travel and some other stuff. That's what $159,000 buys us. The state operates grants, offsets funding. We have a full-time FTE health nurse in Dayton, Fernley, and Yerington here. We have nobody in Silver Springs. So the Silver Springs folks have to travel out, but we pay for a quarter time. We get a full time for both the admin and the health nurse. They put in the scope of work the epidemiology and the water and the health, another component on there, the food and all of that. But we don't actually, they don't have a way to split that out at the state level to figure out how much of that we're using in Lyon County. So it's not considered in the cost that we pay. Right? So there's some give and take there. So nonetheless, in conclusion, the potential benefits are pretty significant as far as what could we do and have control and authority over our own local services provided. Sure, the sky's the limit, but when the sky is the limit, so is the cost. And so it's heavily outweighed by financial and operational challenges. So as this report stands, it does provide us great framework to go forward. If for any reason there was ever health districting legislation that came through that required counties to take this on, Lyon County would be poised to have some great information. We can become our own health district with our county and our two cities, right? We don't have to partner with anybody else. Or we have this knowledge and information, and we've had this conversation with the powers and the stakeholders in those counties. We've come together. We know we work well together. And at that point in time, we could move forward in discussing one of these models further if that became mandated at some point in time. So the report did its job. It showed us what we needed to be shown. And then here we are now still paying our services to the state and currently not having to do any unfunded mandates.
Well, thank you for that. Are there questions?
Just a comment.
We'll start with Commissioner Hockaday.
Phenomenal analysis. Looking through the report, you clarified everything that I had questions on, so I really appreciate the work on this report.
So that last little bit, Dr. Holmes, regarding the two cities, have we talked to officials from the two cities, or
We have not gone.
are they totally clueless on?
Potentially,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah.
Anyone else? First, thank you very much. I looked at this, we looked at it, and great job by the people that were doing it, but it truly confirmed what my opinion was to begin with. Is that I wanted to see what was the capacity, where were we lacking, and what would we gain, knowing that this has been a discussion now for quite a while on the health districts, and were they going to mandate that we do this? We're sitting here today because there's a mandate for a board of health in each county. We stepped up, we did that. When I first became your county health officer, many moons ago, literally, it was very simple. It was really had to watch out for the brothels, and it was a sheriff and myself and the county commissioners, and that was the main objective, is worrying about the brothels. And then it's kind of morphed over the decades appropriately. Initially, the state of Nevada gave us all of our services that we needed. Any epidemiology I needed, anything along that line, the state held that. And then a number of years ago, the state didn't want to do that. They were spending the money. They wanted to put it back into the county's pockets. And hence we became more aligned with Carson City. And also Douglas had to do that too, and Story County. So we really did. And your lobbyists at the time recommended that. It may be more than a decade that we've been aligned with the 4 counties. I see it being perhaps forced, but I also see that the state is already still giving us these services. I don't see us gaining anything except a big cost without necessarily, I don't see it, we're harming our citizens, number one, because we're about public safety, access to care, all the things that we're doing okay on, and improving on, thank you, Dr. Holmes, that to spend the kind of monies and take a different direction, at this time, I feel I would recommend that we continue as we are doing, with the idea, as was mentioned, that we have this capacity, we have this study done now. We know if the state legislature decides to mandate and the state pulls out of all this, we are prepared to stand it up if we need to. But I think at this point, unless there's becomes, and heaven forbid, a need that we cannot fulfill for our citizens, the cost is dramatic. I mean, very dramatic. That I say it would do a disservice at this point in time, and it would take away from other services that we're trying to provide. That's my opinion.
Other thoughts on that?
Good question. Thank you, Doctor. And I actually participated in the needs assessment. And it was pretty eye-opening, but I just had a question on page 475 under the environmental health revenue. Is that revenue generated from the health departments in each? Or I'm just not clear on what that revenue, the source of that.
Say that page number one more time for me.
It's 475 on my packet. I don't know.
Okay, I do believe when I'm looking at the budget that I have in front of me, and I just have the report in front of me, not your guys' backup, so I only have 32 pages. I believe that revenue is the existing DPPH assessments that counties are currently paying. And so ours is 159,000, and that goes into that bucket of revenue. So what we were accounting for in this budget is the revenue that already existed for these services, for them to then build out from there. if it was for environmental health, it could have also included some fees based off an existing fee structure.
Okay,
Environmental health's not my bailiwick.
I'm just looking at the Douglas County figure is substantially more than the other three. And I don't know if there's anything in the data that gives us a reason why. I'm looking at this chart that shows they've got more older population, but population wise, number wise, it doesn't correlate in my mind, but I don't know.
With environmental health, current fees, Douglas County assumes increase to match state fees. Yeah, I would have to go back and. Yeah, it is fees. What fees for what I cannot attest to.
Okay.
But it must be what they're currently bringing in some capacity. The contractor pulled all the existing data. She worked with a ton of different people in regards to how she found her figures, her numbers, and her backup documentation. Mr. Foley was also amazing at working with her on this budget. You have to know that he, was also very involved in providing feedback and what that could look like. But I could not attest to what those current fees are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you.
So maybe I'm way off base here, but when I look at on the Model 2 budget summary, I see Carson, Douglas, Lyon County, we hold the lion's share. Yet many of the residents work in Story County. Once again, it seems like we're being held up. The reason so many people live in our county is Story County work. I just struggle all the time where I don't feel Story carries their fair share, but maybe I'm reading that wrong.
No, you are correct on that, and that was based purely off of a population percentage amongst the four. So Story always comes in on the bottom when you're looking at sheer population size. So Lyon typically pays the lion's share because we have the largest population. Unfair for many factors, as you've identified.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how that was considered. That's where it's a starting point for a conversation. If we were to move into a Quad County conversation in the future, there's a starting point for that, right? Here's what it is based off of population percentage. Now we would have the ability to negotiate and converse regarding what that looks like as far as why are they living here? What drew them here? What is the purpose? Or lend us towards we'll care for our own versus districting with outside counties.
As all of our commissioners know, rooftops do not pay for the services. So, any other questions? All right, thank you. So we'll move on. We'll move on to 19C and presentation discussion only on the future plans and marketing campaign pay through 4 through SB 118 public health legislation. And as was mentioned earlier in this meeting, in the governor's budget, it was indeed included to continue that. So that's good news. As was also mentioned, whether or not that gets line itemed out or stays in, we don't know, but I can safely, with a little bit of confidence, I can say it's one of those things that would probably pass both musters in both houses and both parties. So having said that, please.
Thank you. Dr. Shayla Holmes, Director, Lyon County Human Services, for the record. I wanted to update you all on the SB 118 project. As Dr. Titus mentioned earlier, we went this route because of the fiscal cliff possibility. We did not want to create a program, implement a service that was going to be operational for maybe 8 months and then die. And so if it continues and is, forevermore, we can consider how these funds might be able to be utilized for programming. Because I know that it was a little bit controversial as far as going on this marketing campaign. for the dollar amount that it is. And so I wanted to share with you where we're at so far. The subcommittee that we've put together, Amy Hines Sutherland's a part of it, Taylor Allison's a part of it, Wendy Matson with Healthy Communities Coalition is a part of it, as well as myself, as far as who's driving this. And then, of course, County Manager Haskin has ultimate say as far as what messaging we put out and how, depending on what what is presented from the marketer. So now it's not going to work for me, huh? Oh no, it's because you turned it off. That was your way of making it. I got it. It did it. So we came to you guys, we asked you guys to approve the use of funds of SB 118 for public health marketing campaign. As Amy Hines Sutherland noted, communications has been an issue across the board, noted throughout public health assessments. We also had identified that through our own in-house community needs assessment that was conducted by Social Entrepreneurs Incorporated. We are currently contracting with them for a new needs assessment because that one's about 5 years old now. It was pre-COVID, but community being unaware of our services has not changed. And so we were able to move forward with this marketing campaign. We had an RFP issued on July 8th. It closed July 31st. The successful contractor was Hey Frank. Their contract was fully executed on August 19th. Our kickoff meeting was September 12th. And then the subcommittee of those individuals I mentioned met on September 6th, where we identified the top 3 priorities. There's so much that we could focus on, but for a year of funding and to get the most bang for our buck, we wanted to narrow down 3 specifics to the contractor as far as what we wanted them to work on. So first and foremost, we wanted to talk about road safety. We wanted to get a marketing campaign out because the data shows that we have several health factors related to our highways, but the one noted here is that Lyon County has the highest percentage of driving deaths with alcohol involvement at 43%. The next one we wanted to focus on is sexually transmitted infections. And in regards to this, because I know this has brought up a lot of concern when I share this priority as a public health marketing campaign, this is more awareness of where to go and that there's services available for you, not necessarily signs, symptoms, things of that nature. So nonetheless, it's because Lyon County has the second highest rate per capita of chlamydia out of all of Nevada counties. So we've got an issue. The third one is mental health, and that is because public health messaging and has been a priority for the behavioral health task force for as long as I've been a part of it. We are not reaching the community members to let them know of the services that are available. Even 988 that's supported by federal funding and state funding, and it's out there everywhere. And there are still people that do not know about 988 as opposed to calling a 1-800 number if you're feeling suicidal. So we wanted to focus on that as our third priority because there's a lot of other stuff happening around that as well. So Hey Frank, the contractor, made a recommendation that we build an overall campaign, or what did they call it? An overall campaign that can be used. They have way different language than what I'm used to. Talking to marketing folks is like totally, it's like talking a different, it's probably how they feel about me. And so their thought process was for us to get the best bang for our buck and for us to potentially see this through past our year contract with them is to create this Live Better Lyon and create a microsite, livebetterlyon.org. So that way we have a way that we can control messaging going forward. And if we can educate our community that we have Live Better Lyon, then they can go there to get all of their health information. And we can use that as an outlet as opposed to trying to go to Lyon-county.org, navigate the government. Do I live here? How do I get help? Not to say that there's anything wrong with our existing website. We got a lot of stuff going on as a county. So a microsite allows us to really target that and build a campaign around that. So livebetterlyon.org, that domain has been purchased. It is in the process of being built out. Within the next 30 days, it should launch. This is what it looks like when it does launch. You can't go Google it right now. But as soon as it launches, you guys will be of the first to know. And this is what it currently looks like. So they've got the priorities on there. Super simple, super clean. So February to March, the goal is that our big overarching Live Better Lyon campaign will roll out. So what this is going to look like is bumper stickers. It's going to look like billboards. It's going to look on our reader boards as you drive into our different communities. Yard signs, if anybody wants to put a Live Better Lyon in front of their front yard, you're not campaigning now, so you might as well replace that sign and throw a Live Better Lyon in there for a little while. So that's the goal, roll out the brand, get the community aware of Live Better Lyon. So from there, our first targeted campaign that will launch under this umbrella, that was the word I was looking for, will be STI starting from April to May. And this is the contractors went and looked at the national stuff going on. And so there's apparently something happening with sexually transmitted infections between April and May. They wanted to piggyback on any national campaigns happening. And so they built the calendar around national campaigns that are going on. So it all comes out around the same time. Behavioral health will be from September to October. I happen to know that September is Suicide Awareness Month. There's some other stuff going on between those 2 months in regards to mental health. So it makes sense that we're rolling that targeted campaign out then. And then road safety from November to December. And county manager will approve any messaging before we launch these targeted campaigns. Have no fear. So these are some images that have been provided in regards to that media. So in addition to the microsite, we're going to be doing some direct mailings, targeted social media buys, quarterly email newsletters. So as individuals go to livebetterlyon.org, if they give us their email address and sign up, we'll send them a bumper sticker for free. And then that's them agreeing to get our newsletter quarterly. And then they can opt out at any time, of course. And no information will be sold through this site. I feel like that should be put in there as disclaimer. Probably will be. They're building it out now. Also open wall space within owned buildings. We're also looking at wrapping our Lyon County Human Services buses, much like you see Boys and Girls Club with the big blue, right? Doing Live Better Lyon on our senior center buses and our transportation that we do in and out of town. And then having printed media products available throughout all of the outreach events that we attend. So you can see the yard sign, the bumper sticker, also targeting our businesses and our small businesses and going to our chambers and getting their buy-in and being able to put some window clings. So that way we're really getting that message out throughout our community. Check out Live Better Lyon. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you once again. Questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Titus. Did Hey Frank provide the data or did that come from Lyon County, I wonder?
That came from Lyon County. We directed the contractor in regards to what our local needs and wants and desires are.
And then who maintains the website or the campaign?
So for this upcoming year and these targeted campaigns, it's going to be the marketing contractor, Hey Frank. As long as we have money and the way that they've budgeted. So all of these buys, all of these materials, all of this stuff is included in that 211,000. So I know originally it sounded kind of big, but the contractor is actually taking very minimal to their in-house personnel costs because most of it's going into physical products or physical things that you'll see locally, which is pretty cool. Because once I started adding that up, I was like, man, we're getting a pretty good deal. But they'll be maintaining it for the next year through the length of the contract. And that's all worked into the budget. And then depending on how we choose to use SB 118 monies going forward, we can continue a portion. Since this big umbrella campaign will already be built at that point in time, we won't need to be building a website. We won't need to be creating products or anything like that. We can just continue with targeted messaging. So reduce the amount of money going into marketing and public health messaging, and then increase or start building any other services we'd want to do. But for the first year they do it. After that, website platforms, fairly simple. Right now we update our Lyon County website. My program analyst in-house would be able to take that on and we'd be able to continue to do targeted messaging through that umbrella site forever. As long as we own the domain, we'll always have access.
And I guess I got my head in the sand, but I didn't realize chlamydia was a huge problem. So yeah, crazy.
Any other questions?
I've been on the circuit for a while.
Yes, sir, Sheriff.
So if you want to reach out to Kayla, our Facebook page is 36,000 followers, 90-something% of which are in Lyon County. We'd be more than happy to also help you with that campaign and share it. So I believe you have Kayla's email and
she's not in here right now, but yeah.
But yeah,
absolutely.
We'll help you out with that. So
you're on our list.
All right.
So again, thank you for all that and all the information. I have a few questions. One of which is that you mentioned that when somebody goes to Live Better Lyon, you will be targeting on that website diseases, maybe drunk driving, suicide awareness, but you'll also be able to hopefully have some attachment for services. Where do you go? Recommending on dates, all the mental health, there'll be mental health pages, those kind of, they're on that website.
Yes, I did not include that in this presentation. So when they presented to us what they called the wireframe site, that's a marketing term. They showed us some of the other pages. So as you click on the behavioral health bucket, they're still wanting to keep it to like a page, but it looks very clean, and it is all about driving the community to existing services. So less educational, although some links to some educational components. The big education piece is, here's the local service provider that you can connect to.
Right, there you go.
Yeah.
But the next comment would be a question. It's critical in my mind that we can document when we're spending taxpayers' money, even though this is a state grant, it's still, we taxpayers paid for this grant, of this money that then is coming back here. I want to see ROI. I want to see return on investment. So this would be a campaign, and I'd absolutely support it. This would be a campaign that we're looking at doing. For how long does the existing money take us out? Would it be, say, a year? Because for me, before I would say, yeah, let's do this again, I'd want to see some data that we have had less suicide. Where did it reach out to? Are we having less chlamydia? Do we have less suicide? Maybe we had 10,000 more people get treated for chlamydia, at least know to ask the question. Those are the things I would want to see before we would then spend, put good money after bad or bad money after good or whatever. So that's, do you have a plan for that? Hold them accountable kind of thing?
Yeah, we absolutely do. So part of our conversation with the contractor and part of our conversation with the subcommittee was identifying KPIs on how we can prove that we did or did not succeed. And so our program analyst did reach out to NDOT. We've got a lot of their LiDAR data for some of the different highway sections. So that way we can, because they do that in time intervals. So the hope is, that's just one example as far as the LiDAR data for NDOT, because the roads was the one where the marketer was like, this is probably going to be the hardest one for you to prove change. We collect data on access to community health nursing clinics. So it'll be fairly easy to show pre-campaign, here was our average service number, post-campaign, here was our service number. So we are aware of those KPIs, we're aware of the data that looks at them. The one that was the most concerning to the contractor was, how are we going to prove road safety? They, in fact, were strongly encouraging us not to do a road safety campaign because they say they are so difficult. But we know that it is a huge need in our county. And we said, no, we're going to figure it out. We're going to do it because we're Lyon County and that's what we do. And so we were able to find some data points that happen at regular intervals that will hopefully show either like reduction in speed, reduction in times of day, things like that, using existing data sets and looking at pre and post.
Thank you for that. Go ahead.
Sorry, Dr. Deb. With that, I'm assuming the website would have a counter or number of times it's hit. That's also.
Absolutely. That would absolutely show that we were able to get out to the community, because the way that the website metrics pull, not only does it pull from the amount of hits, but from where, because we are going to get hits from out of the country, like things like that just happened, but we'll be able to see how many local hits we got.
Well, excellent and very thorough. Thank you very much. Any further questions? Well, it looks like we have moved very quickly through our agenda items, and now we'll go to agenda item number 20, public participation. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come forward for comments? Is there anyone online that would like to make a comment?
No one on Zoom?
Good. Well, thank you very much for all of you for being here. Thank you for participation. And I just want to compliment the director, Dr. Holmes, and the things that she does and keeps us all going moving forward. So thank you very much. this meeting of the Board of Health is now ended, adjourned. At 4:27.
Our drunk drivers don't know how to drive, but the rest of states do. I think it's.
Accommodation thing. We do. And I didn't want to ask for, I didn't want to go on record.
I'd like to reconvene as the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners. We're going to 16A for presentation only, presentation given by the county manager Andrew Haskin on the state of the county.
All right, I'm gonna see if this works. All right, Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Manager. State of the county's here, we're good, and no, just kidding. So every year, Northern Nevada Development Authority and a number of other organizations ask me to do a state of the county presentation. And I got to thinking about it after last year, and I haven't done one for the board, and I think it's important to kind of run over what the state of the county is for the board and for the members of the public. So with that, I decided to add this. So you guys are the first ones seeing it, and I will be presenting it at a number of other organizations in the near future. So if you are attending one of those presentations, I am sorry, it is going to be repetitive, but you can let me know what changed between presentations. Oh, and I do apologize. A lot of this information is going to be information that the board has already seen, but I still want to include it as part of the presentation, just given that it has multiple elements. So with that, Lyon County is an interesting county in that it has 8 communities. The other 4 counties that I will be giving this presentation with, they have a couple of communities at most, but we're a very complex county and we're very spread out. Cover over 2,000 square miles. We have a population of 62,179 as of 2023. Those numbers come from the state demographer. City of Fernley, we have 2 incorporated cities. The city of Fernley, which has a population of 24,394 as of 2023. That is 38.6% of our population these days. So
I may have had more current numbers, so when I said 40, what would you say it was?
38.6% of our population. And then we have the city of Yerington here in the south end of the county with a population of just a little over 3,500. This is our current structure. We have 376 employees. Believe it or not, this is a simplified version of this chart. It could definitely be split out more. For instance, Human Services has 6 divisions. I only included the 1 there. But Community Development obviously has multiple Utilities. I did not even put it on there, so I need to fix that. But anyway, they have 6 divisions as well. Looks like I got a change in here. General fund revenues for the year ended June 30th, 2024. Total revenues were $50,756,000. The majority of that being intergovernmental revenues, about half. Those cover a number of different things, but the biggest portion of that is going to be the consolidated tax. The way that the reason that's split out under intergovernmental revenues is those are revenues that come either from the state or from federal government. In the case of C-tax, the state collects it and then distributes it out to the county. So that's how it is listed here. Taxes is primarily property taxes, both real and personal property taxes. You can see that's about $14 million, a little over a quarter of our revenue here for Lyon County. And then the rest is split up between licenses, permits, fees, charges for services, fines and forfeitures, and other revenue. So expenditures, these are the expenditures for the year ended June 30th, 2024. As you can see, and as is common for most counties, the largest portion goes to public safety and judicial, with general government being about 25%. And there you have health and welfare, cultural recreation, and capital outlay. Our total expenditures this last year were $47,561,000, and our ending fund balance was about $9.3 million. Now, as the board knows, that doesn't necessarily mean that's cash sitting there. That also includes some money that is owed to the county, like property taxes that haven't been paid and that type of thing. So I do want to caution everyone on that. Something that I did different this year, I included a graph that shows general and governmental funds. This has all of our different funds. On the revenue side, that's not, it looks very similar as just the general fund as far as the makeup of it. Some differences. The total revenues are about 77 million, almost $78 million there. This does not include all the proprietary funds like the state utilities and the GIDs and that type of thing that are their own enterprise fund. But the reason I included this was on the expense side, and it paints a more clear picture, and it shows that distribution quite a bit different when you separate that all out. Because it includes things like capital outlay from the capital improvements fund. It includes public works from like RTC. And so it shows a more clear picture. You can see that when you include all the different funds, cultural and recreation goes up significantly, and so does health and welfare. And so I wanted to make a point of pointing that out. Total expenditures for governmental and general fund expenses was about $79 million last year. And the total ending fund balances of all the different funds was about $70 million. Again, that's a little bit deceiving. So a lot of that includes the capital improvement fund, which we have some money sitting there for various projects like the Dayton Government Complex. So we have a contract to start that project within a certain number of years. It has to be completed within 5 years. And so that money is sitting there to do that project. Well, that's about a $30 million project. So you take that away. You take the RTC funds that are sitting there for projects that we've got going on. The friendly justice court expansion and that type of thing. That's why it looks like there's a big balance there, but it is not available just for any old project. Yeah. These are our top 10 taxpayers in Lyon County. I wanted to point something out here. So sometimes we get questions about why we fund economic development, why we spend money on Northern Nevada Development Authority. 30% of these companies were not here 10 years ago, and are a direct result of Northern Nevada development activities that Northern Nevada Development Authority has engaged in. Some of these I worked with when I was with NNDA, and I want to point that out. These 10 taxpayers account for 8.38% of our total assessed valuation. That's pretty substantial. And account for a total assessed value of $258 million. So it's pretty impressive. So this year I did something a little different. It wouldn't be a state of the county presentation without talking about our two cities. And so I reached out to both cities and got some slides from them to include in this. And I wanted to cover this before I got into kind of the meat of the presentation. And so these are the slides that the city of Fernley sent me. And I'll go over those. So this year, the city of Fernley had 276 new businesses, which is pretty impressive. They're seeing a lot of growth. They've got a squeeze in, they've got a number of different restaurants and businesses there. And that's really great. As I mentioned, it is 38% of our population and growing. They've done a number of events. The Fernley Convention and Tourism Authority did the Fernley 4th of July, music murals and margaritas, the poker walk, and Reefs Across America. The city did a number of outreach projects, including the Mayor's Clean Sweep in August, and a number of other different activities. The city has been working on. It works better for you. The city, as I mentioned, has had quite a bit of growth and development. Go back. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. The city of Fernley has got a lot of growth and development going on. They've been working on their Southwest area plan and their North Fernley area plan. The North area Fernley plan is about 6,000 acres slated for growth, and the South area plan is about 11,000 acres. They've got several residential developments, including 6 subdivisions currently building and 1 apartment complex that is actively under construction. They've got several commercial developments as well. They're working on their community resource and response center. The Mark IV Capital and Victory Logistics project is adding a lot of industrial space to the city of Fernley. They've got the Meadows at Inglewood and a food tractor supplier. All right, now for the city of Yerington. Some nice pictures that they sent. Okay. So new for the city of Yerington this year, the Yerington Police Department has appointed a new interim police chief. They have a new sergeant, and they filled numerous patrol positions in addition to vehicle and equipment acquisitions. The city also completed the replacement of East Goldfield Avenue. I'm sure you saw that road construction. They did new curb gutter and roadway there in front of City Hall and the school district offices. And then they formed a Yerington Main Street committee to work on promoting and improving Main Street through donations from the community organizations. They installed benches, trash receptacles, and planters from Goldfield to Bridge Street, and new Christmas decorations were debuted this year. And a number of banners will be installed this spring. Major upgrades are planned for 2025. They also completed their backflow prevention grant program, which has helping business owners comply with the Clean Water Act and Safe Drinking Water Act. And that was a program that was funded through ARPA. And they completed a kiss and drop at Fernley Elementary School, and there's a picture of it there. It's a new drop-off location for kids, which is solving some safety issues there. So this year did something a little bit different with this presentation. If you've seen my presentation in the past, I focused on a lot of different projects and developments and things that were happening around the community. But this year I decided to take a little bit of a different approach and really kind of highlight our great departments. They're doing some pretty amazing things. And I wanted to take a moment to really share some of those from the last year. Starting with the Department of Administration. That comprises of the Comptroller's Office, Human Resources, Information Technology, Animal Services, and new this year, Public Defense. There's a combined staff of 17. The Comptroller's Office has 5, HR has 2, IT has 4, and Animal Services has 6. And of course, Public Defense is contracted out. we did welcome our new HR director, Colleen Underbrink, this year. She's been a great addition to the team. The department received the Government Finance Officers Association's Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for Lyon County's Comprehensive Financial Report for FY 2023. That's the 17th year in a row. It's quite an accomplishment. And our comptroller, Josh Foley, was nominated and was a finalist for the 2024 Cashman Good Governance Award. I'm going to talk a little bit about animal services. Obviously, they're responsible for enforcing Lyon County codes and Nevada revised statutes regarding animals. This year, they celebrated 10 years of being a no-kill shelter, and they had 859 animal intakes this year. 365 of those were returned to their owners, and they had a record vaccine clinic in November, and they vaccinated over 150 animals. IT, our IT support department supports technological needs of all 360 or 76 Lyon County staff. The IT department is 4 people, so that's quite the load for them. This year, they acquired and set up redundant internet connections, or a redundant internet connection for the county to better support the growing number of internet-based apps used for normal operations. This is a big deal. So we've had challenges in the past where the internet will go down with our previously we had one access point in Dayton, and then the whole county didn't have internet for until it was restored. So now we have a redundant connection here in Yerington, so that if it goes down in one place, it doesn't necessarily go down everywhere. They also upgraded major public safety sites and added redundancy and runtime to support 24/7 operations all year round. They upgraded the network backbone to a full 1 gigabit for added capacity to support the growing needs of the county, and connected the major hubs in Yerington through fiber for added resiliency and speed. The assessor's office is responsible for assessing all of the real and personal property in the county. They have a staff of 9. Our county assesses all 34,707 parcels each year. So it's quite a lot of work. The total assessed valuation this year was 3.198 million, or billion, I should say, with a B. And our total taxable value was $8.8 billion. The treasurer's office is another office that has a big lift. They're responsible for tax collection, elections, and voter registration, business licenses, marriage licenses, and maintaining records and minutes for the Board of County Commissioners and other boards. The clerk treasurer's office has a staff of 7. This year, they had 3 state elections, 4 mock elections, 1 special election, and the 2024 general election had a voter turnout of 71.08%. That's the second highest in the county's history, second only to 2020. There are 1,989 active business licenses in Lyon County currently, and one of the other responsibilities of the clerk treasurer's office is investing county's money, and they had investment income of $2.8 million this year. Oops. This thing either works really good or not at all. Community development is responsible for building, planning, code enforcement, and engineering. The engineering is contracted out. They ensure that all land use, construction, and development activities align with county regulations, the master plan, and state law. They have a staff of 10, including the director, and they issued 1,434 building permits in 2024. The building valuation was about a little over $500 million this year. And they had $4.3 million in fees that they collected. Now, I do want to provide some clarification. That was not all building permit fees. That also includes connection fees for water and wastewater. That all gets funneled through community development and then distributed out. The actual building permit fees is about a little over $1 million. They performed 7,733 inspections in 2024 with 3 inspectors. They had 79 planning applications and collected $116,000 in permit fees for the planning applications. And they had 230 code enforcement complaints with a 74% compliance rate. One of the major projects they're working on and finalizing right now actually is the updates to the drainage guidelines. Actually, the board approved the updated drainage guidelines, and so they're working on implementing that currently. They're also working on, they completed the Stagecoach area drainage master plan and the North Silver Springs area drainage master plan as well, which will allow them, with the modeling that implemented, to assess on a parcel by parcel basis the flood potential for alluvial flooding. And let's see if this actually plays. There we go. That'll allow them to assess the flood potential on a parcel by parcel basis and require that developers and individuals looking to build buildings in those areas build to those standards. This is a model of Stagecoach and Stagecoach Valley, and it shows a 100-year storm. In that modeling, it's an animation of that modeling and how that 100-year storm plays out. And this is a model showing some of the recommended improvements if they were implemented, how it would change some of that flooding. And you can see in certain areas there's a significant improvement. Those improvements are obviously long-term goals as part of those master plans, but we have to start somewhere. Won't stop. All right, yeah. All right. So moving on, wanted to cover the courts. The courts consist of the 3rd Judicial District Court, the Dayton Justice Court, the Canal Friendly Justice Court, and the Walker River Justice Court. Combined, they have a staff of 46. You can see here, I'm not going to go over all of the caseloads, but they had a total of 1,738 criminal cases in 2024. 2,838 civil cases, 919 family cases, and 248 juvenile cases. And then they have some traffic statistics there as well. Yeah, yes, that's not. All right. Under the courts is juvenile probation. Their mission is to hold juvenile offenders accountable through fairness and integrity while prioritizing community safety and victim restoration. By fostering personal growth and rehabilitation, they aim to leave each juvenile better equipped for a positive future. Unfortunately, with these statistics, it shows that the juvenile cases are up. They were slightly down in 2024 as far as total referral count. The total referral count was a little over 900. But as you can see there, the criminal referrals are up pretty substantially by about 150 this year. Next slide, please. Weapons related charges were down this year. Last year, excuse me, in 2023, they had a significant jump in weapons related charges, and but violent crime is up substantially in 2024. Next slide, please. The district attorney's office, of course, prosecutes criminal cases, represents the state of Nevada in juvenile matters, represents the county government and various local governments in general legal matters, and administers the child support enforcement program. Their office consists of 8 attorneys and 13 support staff, and they have offices in Yerington, Fernley, and Dayton. This year, the DA opened 2,014 cases, including 762 felony cases. They handled over 900 child support cases. And over 3 million in child support was collected. When they handled several significant major criminal cases, including a couple of first-degree murder cases. Next slide. And several others resulting in significant sentences, taking these criminals off the streets. Their goals for 2025 is a joint training program with law enforcement partners, formalize the referral process for crime victims to utilize human services and community groups, assist the county manager, planning and code enforcement with ordinance changes, and they have a goal of being fully staffed in 2025. Next slide, please. Department of Emergency Management and Government Affairs. I believe we are one of only a couple municipalities in the country that combine those two, but it works out well for us. And so it was expanded to include government affairs going into the 2025 session. This year, they had a number of accomplishments, including preparedness, preparing for large-scale community events, response, working on the Ewington municipal well that failed, and they continue to work on that. They finalized the FEMA hazardous mitigation plan, and they're processing over $1 million in FEMA reimbursements for the 2023 flooding disaster. They're looking to the future to continue to engage local, state, and federal stakeholders in efforts to improve the disaster response and recovery, and to advocate for smart policy at the legislature. Our bill this year is Senate Bill 53, and it's looking to address GPS companies to make it so that local municipalities can respond and submit concerns to GPS providers so that we can close off routes that are unsafe in an emergency situation. It also allows for cities, counties, and RTCs to update 511 and adds 2 non-voting members to the advisory committee on traffic safety, and mandates that road closures must be posted by GPS providers within 48 hours, and implements a fine process for that. Next slide, please. The facilities department consists of a director, 3 supervisors, and a part-time office assistant, 4 parks maintenance workers, 5 building maintenance workers, and 6 custodians. Actually, this department is amazing. I mean, we have 53 buildings that they maintain and oversee as a county, and 3 rodeo and event centers, and 20 parks and open spaces, about 500 acres that they maintain, and 6 cemeteries. It's pretty impressive that they do that with the staff that they have. Next slide, please. Their major projects include the Lyon County District Court remodel, which is nearing completion. We were just waiting on a couple of final things on that. We have the Fernley Justice Court remodel, which is getting ready to start. That should be starting February 3rd, so just here in a couple of weeks. We have the Dayton Government Complex, which is about at the 50% design stage, and we are in the final planning stages of that. I know we had an all-day meeting last Friday to work on the final plans for that. And then they've got several small in-house projects and remodel projects moving forward into the new year. Next slide, please. Here's a picture of the Justice Complex, also officially known as the Donald J. Trump Justice Complex. The sign, by the way, was not funded with taxpayer dollars. It was 100% funded through donations. The picture on the right is one of the courtrooms, the newly remodeled courtrooms. We added 2 courtrooms to the upstairs in anticipation for growth in the future. Next slide, please. Human Services. Their mission is to enhance the well-being of individuals and families across the lifespan. They have a staff of 51 employees. This is currently our second largest department by number of employees. And as I mentioned earlier, they have 6 divisions: senior services, adult services, children's services, behavioral health services, public guardianship, and administrative services. They oversee 4 community centers. They provide congregate meals and home delivered meals, handyman services, homemaker services, and a number of things under senior services. Adult services, working on housing and homelessness assistance, financial literacy, employment exploration, and forensic assessment services triage team, our FAST team in the jail. WIC, Children's Services, oversees WIC, the WIC program, Nevada Families, First Home Visiting, Family Support Program, Differential Response, Parenting Classes, Cribs for Kids, and Car Seat Installation. Behavioral Services is where our MOST team is housed. They're getting ready to launch a youth MOST team, which is pretty neat, and a number of other things. And then, of course, public guardianship, and then their administrative services. Next slide, please. In 2024, they became credentialed as a Medicare or Medicaid provider and began billing Medicaid for billable services. They expanded behavioral health services, launched the handyman services and senior services, and they had over 1,000 attendees across 4 Kids Day in the Park events. Their goals for 2025 is to solidify the strategic plan for the next 5 years, to expand billable Medicaid services, launch the youth mobile crisis team, and implement evidence-based change companies, interactive journaling for employment exploration and financial literacy. Next slide, please. I know we heard a lot about the library earlier today, but they have a staff of 9.55 full-time employees. But one of the incredible things about the library is they have 285 volunteers, and there was over 1,000 volunteer hours last year. They have 5 branches, and they have about 86,000 books in the library, 13,602 registered patrons, and 216,000 new visitors this last year. They loaned over 105,000 physical items last year alone. And several of those were to other libraries as well. Next slide, please. The recorder is dedicated to recording, permanently preserving, and providing access to property, mining, and marriage records. They have a staff of 4, including the recorder, and in 2024, they recorded 12,174 documents. They've been working on indexing and scanning historical documents. And so this year, they completed indexing the historical documents back to 1862. And their goal for next year, for this next year, is to make all documents from 1862 to 1869 available. Currently from 1970 till current are available online. Next slide, please. Roads and Fleet. We have a staff of 20 in our Roads and Fleet department. They're responsible for maintaining county roads and fleet vehicles. We have 538 miles of maintained roads in Lyon County. This year, they shouldered 53 miles of roadways, including 57 miles of ditches, crack sealed 24.5 miles of roadway, graded 823 miles of roadways. And their fleet services is responsible for maintaining 636 county assets. They performed preventative maintenance on 883 county vehicles, and they performed numerous major repairs, including several engines and complete engine swap outs and transmission overhauls and that type of thing. We have 2 shops. We have one here in Yerington and one in Dayton. The sheriff kind of already covered this, but I will just highlight that they are our largest department by staff of 126. There's 84 sworn deputies. As the sheriff mentioned, for the first time in a long time, the department is actually fully staffed. they've made great progress in traffic enforcement. I'll kind of skip over some of these because it was already presented earlier today. If you could move forward to utilities. I did not forget utilities in the presentation, so that's good. Utilities oversees Dayton Water, Dayton Wastewater, Silver Springs GID, just the wastewater, and the Willow Creek GID. They have a staff of 30 with 6 divisions. Their divisions are water, sewer, construction and repair, engineering, new construction support, and office and customer service. So the Dayton Water Fund has an annual budget for operations of 5.3 million and a capital improvement fund of 2.3 million. And the Dayton Sewer Fund's annual budget for operations is $8 million. So with 8.6 for capital improvements. So Silver Springs GID has an annual budget of 600,000 and a capital improvements budget of 170,000. This year, they completed the replacement of the lift 2 station, sewer lift station in Dayton, the 10-mile hill tank, and the Smoky Hills water main replacement, which was a line that kind of fed East Dayton and had some significant issues with faulty pipe, and so they were able to replace that this year. Currently, they're working on the expansion of the Rolling A sewer treatment plant. They're evaluating the capacity of the Aspen Creek ribs, which, as the board knows, had some significant challenges this year. And unfortunately, we did have to pause development in Dayton for about 3 weeks while we came up with a backup plan. And so we were able to get development moving again, but we're currently working through the long-term solution on that project. They're working on the phase 2 of the Highway 50 sewer replacement project, and that should be kicking off here soon. And they are working on a water meter replacement project. With that, I thank you. Does the board have any questions?
Questions or comments?
I do want to leave you with something. I mean, we have an amazing staff. We were able to accomplish a lot with the staff that we have, and I'm very proud of them. They get a lot of work done.
Thank you. It looks like you involved some department heads, and it's good for them to reflect back on accomplishments and successes as well. So I think involving your whole team and gathering information like this kind of brings full circle accomplishments that entire departments can celebrate. So nice job.
Thank you. I wanted to reach out to everybody and include everybody this year. And one of the things, I got so much information back, it was actually really tough to pare it down. There are so many more accomplishments than this that it was just hard to fit into. I could talk for a whole day. It was just hard to fit into a presentation.
Thank you. I'll move on to commissioners' comments, number 22.
I can quote first. I'm tired.
Commissioner Hendricks?
I have nothing.
Yeah, I just real quick, I just wanted to thank the staff. I've been really impressed, coming in and meeting a few folks and had an opportunity to meet quite a few of the staff have been extremely helpful. Admin, HR, the guys in IT. I mean, they've been very welcoming and very helpful, and I'm looking forward to meeting more as we go along. But I just want to say I've been very impressed with all the staff and just great people. Thanks.
Commissioner Huckabee?
Pretty much the same thing, especially with the state of the county. We know we have the best people working in this county. what I want to make sure is that we are thinking about other counties, Los Angeles, that, you know, didn't quite keep ahead of the curve. When we talk about fires and county requirements, I think that we've got the people that are looking out for us. Our fire departments are fantastic. Road department, facilities, everybody that's been working in this county that I've seen for many, many years does a great job. And they actually project into the future of what we might need and what we need to be doing as a government and government agencies. So I appreciate all that time and effort that you put in. We had the local emergency planning committee yesterday that was organized, and we're getting the job done. And I'm really happy that you are pushing forward on all of the requirements for emergency planning. So thank you for all your effort in that.
I think we're great employees, great staff. I just wish you wouldn't tell other counties about it. Okay, we'll move on to number 23, public participation. No action will be taken on any agenda, on any item until it's properly agendized. It is anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to it any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after each agenda item, but before the board takes any action, is there any public comment? Seeing none in the room, seeing none online. It is 5:11 and we're adjourned. And now it's